What is up? What is up? Make sure we're live here. And we are. What is up? What is up, everybody in the building? As we got a pretty good card. And one where we don't have to sit through a lot of filler to get this stream going. We get right to it. This is actually the fight of the night for me is Tevin Farmer and Floyd Schofield. I got Kid Austin winning this fight. It felt like the sexy pick in boxing leading into tonight is Tevin Farmer is going to, expose Kid Austin and everything. But I think Kid Austin will win this fight on youth and athleticism. That'll overcome a little bit of a skill gap from Farmer. I wouldn't be surprised if Farmer is, doing well after about 4 or 5 rounds, but then that youth and athleticism and pace of Kid Austin can take over the fight. But right now, Tevin Farmer just got introduced. And now Floyd Schofield pacing around the ring, receiving his introduction. What's up, everybody? What's up, No Dice? What's up, Case of Diamante? What's up, C Money? What's up, Playa Sports? What's up, James Dixon? What's going on, everybody? Thank you for coming in. So, yeah, I remember, Floyd Schofield has been derided, the object of many people's jokes since that falling out, since he claimed he got poisoned in the Shakur Stevenson fight. I was interested in that fight and actually gave him a chance in that fight, even though he deserved to be a huge underdog to Shakur Stevenson. But I think Kid Austin, he makes up for a lack of skill against certain opponents with, he hasn't fought a lot of opponents where he's had to prove this against. Rene Teles Guidon dropped him late, but he reminds me a little bit of, I'm being extremely generous here, but a little bit like Shane Mosley, who wasn't exactly the biggest technician. He wasn't a technical master. He was an explosive athlete with a lot of heart and power and speed. And that's more the mold I think is for Kid Austin if he's going to have success. He's not going to outskill your Abdullah Masons and Shakur Stevensons. But here we go. Round 1 set to start. And this is the fight of the night for me. So Kid Austin starts with a jab to the body against the southpaw Farmer. It's a couple of feints from Kid Austin in the center of the ring to get started, and Tevin Farmer starts off moving and shifting to his right, pops his jab. Neither guy landing in the first 20 seconds. Straight left hand to the body by Tevin Farmer, touches the elbow of Kid Austin there. Kid Austin now shifting his weight out to the right in the center of the ring, and Tevin Farmer takes the lead just a little bit. Starts his feints, shoots his up jab. Good little 3-punch combination there by Kid Austin. Took the angle on it. Didn't really land clean, but huge right hand. Drops Tevin Farmer. A big sweeping right hand against the southpaw off the touch jab. And that's the athleticism and the explosiveness of Kid Austin there. Beautiful right hand off the touch jab. He swept the right hand. Farmer didn't see it coming. And now a left hook lands for Kid Austin. Farmer's hurt. Hurt on a left hook. Another left hook. Down goes Tevin Farmer for the second time in the first minute of the round. It's the left hook this time. Kid Austin punching in combination. And that left hook hurt Farmer. Farmer is hurt. Farmer's up. Referee taking a good look at him. He wipes his gloves. And they're going to continue the action. Oh, another left hook. Drops. Oh, no, that's it. It's waved off. It's a knockout in the first 80 seconds for Kid Austin. The referee, he caught Tevin Farmer cold. Farmer didn't get a chance to warm up and work his way into the fight. And that explosiveness of Kid Austin in round 1 got the veteran before the veteran could break a sweat and get a beat on the timing and the explosiveness of Kid Austin. And yeah, you see the blood from the mouth of Tevin Farmer. This is absolutely impressive from Kid Austin. Oscar De La Hoya is so excited that he's beat red in the corner. Kid Austin's father, very happy with him. And I got a question. I got a question, guys. Am I crazy now for thinking Kid Austin was a live dog against Shakur Stevenson? And I picked Kid Austin to win this fight. Sure enough, he wins it. I didn't know he was going to do that. I didn't know Kid Austin was going to blast Farmer out of there. For comparison's sake, Tevin Farmer just went 24 rounds with William Zepeda, and Raymond Murataya had a very close 10-round fight. I covered that fight against Tevin Farmer. Very nip and tuck fight. And for Kid Austin to go out there and blast him out in 80 seconds is the definition of making a statement with a first-round knockout by Kid Austin. And what you saw right there is exactly why I thought he was an interesting underdog against Shakur Stevenson. You know, he's got explosiveness, and he's never gonna probably be the technical master of those guys. But like I said, like Shane Mosley, they switched direction on their punches, and right now Kid Austin is crying in the corner because for months he's had to deal with people, just killing him on social media, killing him. Nobody really believes in Kid Austin, despite that athleticism. But young man's got a bright future. Oscar De La Hoya saying, pointing like this, saying you're going right to the top and all that. And I really thought that there was a chance at the upset of the year against Shakur Stevenson earlier this year, and you just saw why. I'm not getting carried away here. I'm not saying he beat Stevenson, but there it is, the jab and a beautiful pinpoint sweeping right hand there by Kid Austin against the southpaw. Beautiful shot right there. Jab, sweep the right hand, right on the button. Pinpoint accuracy on that sweeping right hand by Kid Austin. The jab, boom, sweep the right hand, turn the knuckles, turn the shot over beautifully, right on the button. And then Kid Austin showed he's a finisher. He punched in combination, didn't go looking for one big shot, put together combinations, shortened up his shots, and then a left hook dropped Farmer again. And Farmer was defenseless at this point. So I now have to, Matt, I am watching, Matt, we had to watch Kid Austin at least. I have to tweet now. I have to talk my ish. Everybody. Hold on. Let's join in on it. Join in for the tweeting time. Hold on. So this is what I said. I said, I'm going to say, yes, my bad. So, my bad, everybody. But I was gonna say, yeah, I didn't expect that. I'm sorry, everybody. I'm sorry. I didn't expect that, but I'm not surprised. I think that's my wife. I think we're good now. I think I fixed it.
Okay, sounds good.
I think I fixed it. All right, but we're good now, right, chat? We are good on audio, are we not? We are good. We were back and we're good on audio. Oh, shit. I lost like 20 people doing that. Hold on. We're good now, though. Okay, we're good. All right. But, yeah, I don't want to say I expected a first-round knockout because I didn't, but I'm not surprised either. I'm not surprised. He's an explosive athlete, so I really thought that there was, man, I wish that Shakur fight would have happened, and I don't know, man. I shouldn't. Let me just say this, and I think it has zero to do with Shakur Stevenson himself, but what if weird stuff happens in boxing? We got Jamal Charlo last month, 4 weeks ago, giving us that epic rant on fights being scripted and PEDs and all this stuff. And Schofield said he got poisoned. And the thing is, everybody thought he's lying and he's faking it to get out of a fight. But you got to be a little bit crazy to try to pull that with Turki al-Sheikh in the country of Saudi Arabia. Meaning, if you're faking it and you're costing this man part of his show and his build-up, and you get him checked out in his country's hospitals and they find there's nothing wrong with you, I don't know. Aren't you risking? That's a dicey situation to get into. And I'm not saying Floyd Schofield Sr. wouldn't roll the dice on that if for whatever reason he didn't want his son to fight Shakur that Saturday. But I don't know. What if something shady did happen? I don't know. It's boxing. As I get older, I'm starting to think some of the crazy stories are true. It's not, because I used to always think a lot of the crazy stories in boxing were just sour grapes. I say this as a conspiracy theorist, that it's just conspiracy theories basically by people who lost fights or never got their shot or, never was. Guys, but now I don't know, who knows what goes on. But Kid Austin, that was very impressive. That doesn't bode well for William Zepeda, that he went 24 rounds and he's supposed to be a puncher and a volume puncher and all that. I think what we may have just found out is that Zepeda's going to lose to Stevenson, but Kid Austin is a really interesting fight with Stevenson. But I don't know for sure if Shakur is going to beat Zepeda, because that's a something must give fight. That's why I can't wait to see that fight. If Shakur tries to limit his output, he'll get outworked. He'll just get outworked. So this is a fight that I think it's a shit or get off the pot moment for Shakur at 35. He can't win this fight the way he did against De Los Santos and Nakatia. Zepeda, just on volume, even if he's not landing the cleaner punches, will take the title from him that way. So I'm expecting Shakur to kind of stylistically have his back against the wall and have to do some of the things he hasn't been doing in some of his fights. So, but we'll see. Yeah, I wish we would have saw the Kid Austin fight. That would have been interesting, because I thought Kid Austin, he gave Shakur an interesting look just on athleticism alone, and the fact that he's a bigger puncher. He's a naturally more strong lightweight. He started his career at 35. Shakur started his career at 26. I wanted to see it, but didn't happen. But what's up, Zero Earth? Kid Austin versus Abdullah Mason. Now you don't scoff at that fight. Now, good for Floyd Schofield Jr., because now we don't scoff at that thought. Now people were scoffing at him against Shakur or Keyshawn or Abdullah Mason. Now people, in the final punch stats, he landed 8 out of 14 power shots. So again, he knocked out Tevin Farmer in 80 seconds. So very impressive. But just the point of the statement is now people aren't going to scoff at putting him in the top matchups. No, people are going to want to see that. So I like it. But up next, we do have Zurdo Ramirez against Yuniel Dorticos. And, do they? No, I thought Raul Curiel. Oh, no. Wow, they let off strong. So actually, we're going to go to Avis Griffith and Raul Curiel, who's trained by Freddie Roach, and then Zurdo and Dorticos. But I'm kind of surprised they put Schofield so low on the card, probably because he's a Golden Boy guy and MVP's the A side. So the MVP, I don't know the politics of it, but I'm surprised. That was too easy, a little sus. No, nothing sus about it, baby Kobe. It's just no, I don't think so. He caught a veteran cold, and Farmer, who's slick, and Farmer, who Zepeda was too ineffective off it. He didn't have the speed and the precision that Kid Austin just flashed in round one. Zepeda's an accumulative guy. He builds momentum fighting downhill as the fight goes on. He doesn't have the kind of explosiveness and speed and snap right out the gates in round one like Kid Austin. Kid Austin, people thought, is a front runner because he starts fast and runs out of ideas as fights go on and fades a little bit. But Yeah, there's nothing. I don't think there's anything suspect about that. It's that Farmer got caught cold, and Farmer hasn't been caught clean a whole lot. Raymond Murataya fights at such a slow pace. He didn't really hit Farmer with anything too crazy, particularly early. He really only had 1 or 2 rounds where he let off some serious shots that found the mark to the body and head. And then Zepeda's busy, but Zepeda needs time to get going, and he's an accumulation puncher. He's not an explosive, snappy, one-punch guy like Kid Austin has flashed, usually with his left hook. And no, I just think he caught Farmer cold before Farmer could warm up. Farmer hasn't been getting hit clean a lot by hard-hitting lightweights, and this kid is explosive from round 1, caught him, and that's it. Sorry, I'm thirsty to get started. But that was impressive. And someone just said, yeah, who was that? Akeem Blake says Shakur's fight stock just went down. It did. Shakur and Zepeda is still a good fight. I'm looking forward to that fight. But, you got them petitioning that it should be for the ring title. And no, Shakur and Zepeda is just a good fight. And that fight's just all about Shakur. How good is Shakur? Because if Shakur is who he says he is, he should dice up and slice up William Zepeda. Not that Zepeda's a chump, because he's not. He's a busy, tough Mexican fighter who can get his punch count way up there. And he's a good body puncher. And if you let him get going, if he can take your punch and stay in the pocket and keep working, he becomes a really good downhill combination puncher to the body and to the head, particularly to the body. So I'm not saying that Shakur should just walk right over him, but Shakur is who he says he is, then he should take advantage of all the holes in between Zepeda's combinations and how average he is defensively with head movement and those things. And he should put on a clinic in the pocket and walking Zepeda into shots and turning him off the jab. He should have by far his most impressive offensive output in the lightweight division that he's had at 35. And if he doesn't, then he's just not who he thinks he is. That's what the Zepeda fight is about, point blank. My wife said, let's do a poll. What's the poll, Sammy? Let me know what the poll should be on, and I'll start the poll. Someone said, who said that? Kobe said the build-up for Canelo Crawford is so good, it would now be tragic for it to be a snooze fest cash grab. Well, I was at the Canelo Crawford final press conference in Las Vegas yesterday, and the bad side is, boxing felt like the stepchild that it is. Even Canelo Crawford being marketed as once in a lifetime, that's the tagline with the fight, is still a precursor to some weigh-in for some UFC fight. It's not a John Jones, Conor McGregor, a big A-list name that even I know, someone who doesn't watch MMA. It was Topuria and some other guy. And Canelo Crawford is the lead-in, the shoulder programming for the weigh-in. And I got my UFC bracelet, and it just lets you know if TKO has their way and becomes the biggest promoter in boxing, or better yet, if they're able to monopolize boxing somehow, like they have mixed martial arts and become really the only show in town, like WWE is for sports entertainment, professional wrestling, like they used to call it back in the day, then that lets you know the pecking order that boxing will ultimately be in. If Canelo Crawford, which is as big a fight as the sport could produce commercially, is still second fiddle to a run-of-the-mill UFC pay-per-view in July, that lets you know what priority the sport will take if it comes under the control of Dana and Ari Emanuel and the like. So, that being said, I'm less cynical about the fight. I'm less cynical about Canelo Crawford. I think that it will be a good fight. I think it'll be a solid fight. I think the promotion's been good. The stakes are high. Whether I agree with it or not, and I'm not saying I do or don't, this fight will be for the fighter of this era, the post-Floyd Mayweather, Manny Pacquiao era. Whoever wins this fight, whether in true context it's fair or not, will be the fighter of the era between Canelo and Crawford. And Crawford having longer arms than Canelo and them being the same height mitigates some of the size difference talk, but Canelo's just the more massive man. He has more natural muscle mass. We all know this. And I've already flip-flopped a couple times, so that shows you that it is an intriguing matchup. I can see Crawford, because Crawford does everything so well and his punch selection is so unpredictable and he's so versatile. He's a good body puncher. He has a great jab. His jab has really been impressing me on tape because, to me, what makes Crawford special is he's a counterpuncher. And but his ability to be first with the jab when he moves to the right or moves to the left is really impressive. His jab is superb out of both stances. And the Madrimov fight, I thought he did better than the scorecard said. I thought he won 9, maybe even 10 rounds, at least 8, as many as 10. I didn't think it was a 7-5 fight upon rewatch. And what was impressive about Crawford in that Madrimov fight was he out-feinted the Eastern European fighter. And that's their bread and butter, is their pre-punch mechanics, their feints, their foot feints. And Crawford a lot of times went mano-a-mano, feint for feint, and sometimes out-feinted Madrimov, would out-feint him and then be first, beat him to the punch with the jab, and be in control, be a step ahead of Madrimov in that fight. But the problem was Crawford seldom backed up Israel Madrimov in that fight. And then when you and then Madrimov in his next fight runs for dear life for 9 or 10 rounds until he gasses and has to stay in the pocket against Virgil Ortiz. And that's an indictment on Terence Crawford's punching power at 154 pounds, moving up from welterweight. Not only was it the first time he went the distance since being a super lightweight against Victor Postal. It had been 8 years since he went the distance, but he seldom pushed Madrimov back. Madrimov was on the front foot more often than the other way around, and then Madrimov ran laps against Virgil. Canelo punches much harder than Virgil Ortiz, and if we're to gauge Madrimov's reaction to both fighters, Ortiz punches harder than Crawford at 154. So that means there's a really significant gap in punching power for Canelo and Crawford. And I just said a moment ago that Crawford's the best counterpuncher in the world. That's what makes him special to me. In order for you to counterpunch, you have to punctuate exchanges. You have to stay in range. That's not Floyd Mayweather didn't. He counterpunched Canelo when he felt like it. But say Floyd didn't really counterpunch Canelo, he still could have beaten Canelo when they fought in 2013 because he could just be first and with 1 or 2 single shots and then turn Canelo, reset, make a miss clean, and do it over and over again. Terence, while he's a superb boxer, is not Floyd Mayweather. He does his best work, initiating and then punctuating. And I don't know, like against Errol Spence, his catch and shoots were beautiful. Can he catch and shoot against Canelo if Canelo's power physically moves him? Can he catch and shoot if when Canelo hits him on the arms or touches him on the hip, it makes his nervous system and his body brace for impact? Because that brace and that reaction to the shot moving him, even if it's not landing, that throws off the timing on the counterpunch windows. So that's something to think about. And then for Canelo, his work rate has been so low, his head movement has been lessening. Canelo, he looked good against Charlo, and then a little less against Munguia, and then a little less against Berlanga, and then a sharp fall against Skull. I suspect Canelo's going to dial it up. He's up for this fight, and he's going to turn it up a couple notches back to around the Charlo fight, and I suspect Canelo will win this fight. But I may flip-flop again because Canelo's work rate is low. Canelo has the slower feet and all that. But I do think Canelo is that superb defense he has could be an issue for Crawford. Crawford's going to find him harder to hit than he thinks. And then at mid-range and close range, Canelo's hand speed's underrated. And I think punch for punch, he might have the better timing than Crawford. Anyways, I don't know why I'm getting so deep into Canelo Crawford. But right now, after going to the press conference, I like the energy I'm feeling from Canelo just a little bit more. He feels like more the alpha, like this is my show. He feels a little bit more up for it. And Crawford, I don't feel that same surly, edgy, intensity that I'm used to seeing from him going into the Spence fight, going into the Sean Porter fight, the Brook fight, all the fights I've covered him. This is the most I've seen him smiling. And but I mean, don't get me wrong. You know, he's had his moments, but I just like the energy I'm feeling from Canelo more. He feels like more the boss heading into it, but we'll see. He could just be, the pride comes before the fall sometimes, and he could just be a little overconfident, thinking his size and his punching power will make a difference. And, you know, Crawford is just taking this all in as motivation. And Crawford, who is the more versatile punch selection guy, you don't know what he's going to throw. Canelo, he likes to go to his bread and butter. He's going to want to cut the ring off. He's going to want to go with the left hook to the body, set up a hard right hand. He's going to want to make you back up off a little quick double jab and then load up with a right hand to the over the top or to the body. There's certain setups you know you're going to get from Canelo. It's his go-to moves like Jordan's post-up fadeaway. Crawford is more like water. He can come up with any variety of combination or punch selection on the fly. So we'll see. And his footwork is superb. His footwork is way better than Jermell Charlo's. Jermell Charlo's base is wider than Crawford's, and he just doesn't. Virgil Hunter, when he talks about like the L steps and pivoting off to keep the fight in the center of the ring, the back foot points in a certain direction. Crawford points so much better than Jermell. Just his footwork's a lot better than Jermell Charlo, but Jermell is a bigger guy than Crawford. He punches harder than Crawford. And he had nothing for Canelo. He had nothing to get Canelo's respect. And Canelo's got that superb defense. That's what's being slept on a little bit. It's not like Crawford, even if he has a hand speed advantage and you don't know that. You don't know if that hand speed and foot speed is going to take a hit putting weight on. But even if he has that, just because he's going to get off first, and touch Canelo and everything, Canelo might be catching a lot of that and then not impeding his progress. Eventually get Crawford to the ropes, and even if it lands on the arms and Crawford catches some of it, that boom is going to be heard throughout the stadium, and the crowd, all the Mexican fans are going to roar, and it's going to leave an impression. And so that brings me to a point. A reason why I'm favoring Canelo right now is efficiency. He doesn't have to win 3 minutes of these rounds. Crawford can outbox Canelo for 2/3 of a round. And all Canelo needs is a couple of quality moments. Drive Crawford to the ropes, two-piece to the body, and that'll offset 30 to 45 seconds of good work in the center of the ring by Crawford getting off first and turning Canelo. But if it's not landing clean and it's not slowing Canelo's progress, and Canelo still can put together his 2 or 3 moments, 2, 3, 4, 5 moments in the round where he gets to the body and, physically is just imposing himself on Crawford, then, that's going to leave enough of an impression and give him the benefit of the doubt in a competitive fight. So we'll see. But, again, maybe Crawford boxes his ears off. But I'm looking forward to the fight. And I got to get to the super chat in a minute, but what a conclusion I came to the other night is I will pump the brakes on talking about the Turkey stuff, the TKO trying to repeal the Ali Act and all that. I am gonna pull the back on that a little bit because I realize what the fans want is Canelo Crawford. What they want to hear about is that fight. So that's what the audience wants. That's what I'm going to give them. And I look at it like this. I have to pick this fight correctly. My analysis has to be on point if I want anybody to listen to me about the bigger picture. If I want people to stick around and listen about the TKO and the monopolization stuff and all this stuff with Saudi and America, then first of all, they got to feel like I know what I'm talking about what's going on in the ring. So I'm shifting my focus a little bit to breaking down Canelo and Crawford the right way and picking the fight correctly. And then I can expand and talk big picture stuff that goes beyond just the fight itself. But right now, Avis Griffin is about to get it in. I know Avis from the gym. He's close with Keyshawn and Bud Crawford. He's with Bo Mack now. He's signed with Jake Paul. But let me get to this super chat, man. Thank you, Samuel L. Jackson. Thank you, brother, for the $30. Thank you, brother, for the super chat. Says, Thank you for doing this live watch party. I'll listen to you talk boxing between fights over Ariel Helwani 11 times out of 10. Well, thank you, brother, for the super chat. I hope you get your $30 worth tonight, and I do appreciate that. I wouldn't mind having the career of Ariel Helwani, but I don't know. I think I'm getting to the point in my career where I gotta embrace that I'm the best. So thank you for the super chat, sir. But here we go. Avis Griffin in the ring right now from Tuscaloosa, from the same, or not Tuscaloosa. Where's he from? Chattanooga. From Chattanooga, the same birthplace of T.O., Terrell Owens, former great receiver. But Avis, a late starter in boxing, but young, not a lot of wear and tear. Didn't have a ton of amateur fights. He was a good a good athlete who liked football growing up. Made the change to boxing. Showed some talent in Vegas, sparring top pros, and eventually Bomac saw enough in Avis Griffin to bring him into camp, and Jake Paul saw enough in him to sign him as a prospect, as a project for himself. 31-year-old prospect, Avis Griffin, I believe is 31, but got some talent. So taking on Rodriguez here. Elvis Rodriguez, or not Elvis Rodriguez, Julian Rodriguez, who I remember, covering in his days in Top Rank. Julian lost that fight. What was that show? Pedraza. Yeah, that was his pink slip fight for Top Rank. But Rodriguez, the shorter fighter, trying to cut distance. Griffin pelted him from the outside behind that jab a little bit. Rodriguez trying to step in and cut distance, and he did land that left hook a moment ago, but Griffin punctuating the exchange. So good matchup here for Griffin. Julian Rodriguez is a legit, competent pro. Fought some legit guys. Was 21-0 under Top Rank once upon a time. And in round one, Griffin's length, letting him have a step ahead here. Julian Rodriguez, high guard. Griffin staying on the outside. Now stepping to Julian Rodriguez. Rodriguez showing some movement, stepping off to his right. Shifts his weight to his left now, steps over to his left. 20 seconds left in the opening round. A feint by Rodriguez, jab by Griffin in the center of the ring. Right hand over top, left hook, both inaccurate for Griffin. Rodriguez making a miss, and a 1-2-1 by Rodriguez makes Griffin back straight up, and that last one catching him on the way out a little bit. So, but let me see what's up in the chat. I wish it wasn't at Allegiant Stadium, says Maria C. Well, the good part about that is you might be able to get a cheap ticket once ticket prices become realistic. Because right now they're going to try to get you on a ridiculous price. Really, they're trying to see which suckers bite on overpriced tickets early on before they knock it down a peg. So, Griffin needs to cut his hair ASAP, says Zero Earth. So, what's up, Paco Carlos? What's up, Marvelous Irv? What's up, Lex Parker? Sean, were you in that Times Square yesterday? I think no, I was not. I was not in Times Square. I was here in Vegas covering. I was covering the Canelo Crawford presser. So no, but so. Let's see. They're like 1,000 right now. Damn. Yeah, let them come down a little bit. Let them come down to week of, and you'll probably be able to get in there cheaper for like $250 just to get in the building. So here we go. Round two. Avis Griffin, that wide stance, holding his ground. Trying to just take a little half step back, run him into some 3-punch, 4-punch combination by Griffin. Not accurate, though. Not good, not great placement there on those 2 3-punch, 4-punch combinations there by Griffin. Griffin minus 850 favorite right now. But Rodriguez in this fight, he's looking for the right time to step in with that left hook, I think. Or the right hand over the top. But it's more so he's looking for the right time to step in. He doesn't want to just give Griffin what he wants coming in through the front door. Right now, Rodriguez is moving around the ring, and I think he's just waiting for the right time to take that step in. And he's making Griffin inaccurate. Griffin's getting off first in the center of the ring, but he's not really finding the mark. Rodriguez isn't throwing anything. He's staying too far out of range, but again, I think he's just stepping around, getting underneath the jab a couple times, waiting for that right time to step in. Little feint there for Rodriguez. Now Rodriguez trying to cut the gap a little. 1-2 by Griffin to the chest. Griffin keeping him outside. Rodriguez feigning, trying to close the distance, but Griffin angles off to his left. Keeps it in the center of the ring. Now a lead right hand to the body by Rodriguez, and he shoots a jab up top to follow it up. Right hand lands for Rodriguez over the top of that jab of Griffin. You know, I know what I'm looking at, chat. I saw what he's looking for. Griffin now got to pick those hands up and think in there and adjust to a legit pro in Julian Rodriguez. Griffin stepping forward behind the jab, but gets it blocked. Rodriguez making Griffin bite on the feints a little bit. Griffin threatens with a pull right hand, doesn't pull the trigger. Minute left in the round. Double jab, right hand by Griffin, misses. Rodriguez pulls out of range, jab to the body by Rodriguez. Rodriguez a little more accurate, but not busy. Griffin definitely getting off first, but Rodriguez the more accurate guy here in round 2. I don't know if he's busy enough to get the round, though. Rodriguez catching the jab on the elbow to the body. Griffin shifting his weight left and right and left. Rodriguez on the front foot now with 30 seconds left. Picks his gloves up. Griffin shooting the jab, gets it blocked. Steps over to his right. Feints. 3-punch combination by Griffin, but none of it finding the mark. Good defense by Rodriguez there. Rodriguez steps in with a double jab, straight right hand to the body. Griffin backs out of range. Left hook right hand by Griffin. Rodriguez makes a miss. Back comes Rodriguez with a sweep, with a overhand right that finds the mark. Good combination by Rodriguez on the ropes. Griffin found his back near the ropes, and that allowed Rodriguez to make that step inside to punctuate the round with a combination. And I think that's a Rodriguez round. I got it 1-1. But Rodriguez, good tactics that time. Patient. Because just because the other guy's getting off first on the outside, he's being first with that jab. Sometimes you gotta concede that and not just come in, not just give him what he wants right away. Don't take that step in. Wait for that step in. Wait for the right time. And Rodriguez that round was sharp with that overhand right a couple of times over the top, knew the right timing and distance to let it go, was patient, and then to punctuate right at the bell, stepped in with a good combination, knew that Griffin's back was near the ropes and that he had no exit route right there, made that time to step in. So good IQ there by Julian Rodriguez in round 2. So... Zero Earth says, Sean, would you ever take your kid to a boxing match? I can't wait to take my son to a boxing match. Can't wait. Now they're looking at Griffin in the corner, telling him to get up. What's going on here? What's going on here? Griffin slow to get up out of the corner. Maybe a shoe problem, but Griffin, I think, is now in a fight and a little uncomfortable. Rodriguez is picking the feints up to start round 3, getting his Alexander Usyk on, and he lands the jab off that feints. Now he steps out of range. Good footwork by Rodriguez. He took a step out, step to his left. Now he steps to his right, makes Griffin fall short with the jab, and you can see the tenseness in Griffin now. And that late starter in Griffin, who's probably been able to beat a lot of guys off talent, what's he do now against a real pro? Rodriguez picking those feints up, and Rodriguez with a more intense body language to him. Like he's starting to pick up a little bit of confidence and a head of steam. Jab to the body by Rodriguez. Gets underneath the jab up top by Griffin. Gets underneath Griffin's jab and clinches him up. Referee breaks him apart. Minute into the 3rd round. Griffin flicks that jab out there. Rodriguez makes a miss. Good left hook by Griffin there. Griffin used the right hand to set up a hard left hook. Good hand speed there by Avis Griffin. Not being too conservative on the back foot. He exploded with a good 2-3 punch combination and found that shot. Now he turns Rodriguez onto the ropes. That was a good moment for Griffin to get him going in the 3rd round. Halfway through the 3rd round. Right hand to the body for Griffin. He freezes Rodriguez with a jab. Has to flick his hair out of his face though. Rodriguez stepping forward to Griffin. 1-2-1 by Griffin. Left hook out of that 1-2-1 though by Rodriguez, and Griffin's legs are shook up. Left hook lands to the body and a right uppercut for Rodriguez. And that got the attention of Griffin's legs. Griffin didn't like that left hook. Griffin's back is still near the ropes. Rodriguez not getting off, though. Jab to the body by Griffin. Griffin's back still near the ropes. Shifts around to his left. Still near the ropes, but Rodriguez not getting off. Not taking advantage of that moment. Griffin now lowers his shoulder a little bit. Shoulder roll look. Bends his waist a little bit. Gives a good feint. Good counter punching by Griffin that time. Griffin getting his head off to the left to the side and shoots a left uppercut right hand and times Julian Rodriguez in between punches. So Rodriguez giving Griffin quality rounds, making him have to improve before our eyes there. You see him making adjustments right now in the third round. Good round where Rodriguez has buzzed him with a left hook. Griffin has landed some hard shots. It's a good fight. 20 seconds left. I got this round for Griffin, even though he got buckled by a left hook with a minute left in the round. 10 seconds left. Rodriguez forced to stay on the outside. Can't get off. Griffin coming forward. Lead hand down. Double jab right hand. Falls short. And you saw that last right hand off that double jab for Griffin. The comeback lazy. Not really back to the chin. But that's a Griffin round. But that was a competitive round. He got buckled in that round by a left hook by Rodriguez. So, good round. Yeah, good round. Marvelous says, you missed Farmer versus Schofield. Man, Schofield put on a statement. He knocked out Tevin Farmer in 80 seconds. Beautiful punch selection against the southpaw. He swept the right hand. Farmer didn't see it coming. Touched him with the jab first. Found the chin. Turned the knuckles over beautifully. Then he just followed up with combinations, and that let the left hook find a home because he threw it in combinations. Didn't look for one big shot. Here's a replay of Griffin getting knocked off balance by a clean left hook by Julian Rodriguez. Rodriguez covering up, coming down out of the crouch and shooting, coming up with the left hook. But Griffin answered that moment well with a couple of good moments of himself. So yeah, we got a good fight right here. Good scrap. I got Griffin up 2-1. Could see it 2-1 Rodriguez. It's a competitive fight. Round 4. Griffin holding his ground in the center of the ring. Griffin, mixing up his looks more. Both guys have feinted well. Good right hand to the body by Rodriguez. Shot it off the jab up top. Griffin, with his head being drugged down low, looks at the ref. Didn't like that in the center of the ring. 1, 2, 3 by Griffin. Quick hands, but a little bit off the mark. Rodriguez making him fall short, taking a step out of range. 1, 2 by Griffin. Again, Griffin the busier guy. He's got the length and the speed to get off first at long range. Good punch selection that time by Griffin. That was a sexy kind of feint with the right hand, and he threw an awkward kind of sharp left hook and a right hand. They both missed, but creativity from Avis Griffin. Griffin getting off with a lot of combinations to start this round. Sharp jab by Avis Griffin a minute into the fourth. Griffin letting his hands go. Another combination by Griffin. Good defense by Rodriguez. Takes a step out of range, gets his head off the line, makes him miss. But he's got to find a way to get off. Good counter right hand by Rodriguez. He timed the jab that time. Came over the top with a right hand in the center of the ring. Minute 40 left. Again, Avis Griffin getting off with a 3-punch combo, but inaccurate. Rodriguez steps in with that left hook, straight right hand. Drives Griffin back, who covers up out of the high guard. Good left hook to the body by Rodriguez in the center of the ring. Good work rate by both guys right here. Good fight. Griffin getting off first, but Rodriguez the more accurate fighter this round, but getting outworked in terms of volume. Good left hook by Griffin. Griffin making Rodriguez have to wait on his combinations, and he threw, a jab, a right uppercut, and then finished with a left hook, and that caught Rodriguez. Minute left in the round. Rodriguez got to find a way to get off. He's doing a good job stepping out of range, making him miss, making him fall short, and then resetting in the center of the ring, but not getting off this round. Not getting off. 45 seconds. Oh, they trade. Big right hand for Avis Griffin. Good job. Rodriguez trying to step in with the left hook, but he didn't do it at the right time. Griffin, defensively responsible, catches and shoots with a right hand in between punches, and that's the first punch that really buzzed Rodriguez. Rodriguez in retreat, having to take his foot off the gas and recover a little bit from that hard right hand. Good body work by Griffin pursuing Rodriguez. Now Rodriguez seems like he shook it off with 20 seconds left. But that was a good moment by Griffin. And another right hand by Griffin in between Rodriguez trying to cut the distance. And good job by Griffin there, not getting too timid, not just trying to fight off the back foot, but letting his hands go in exchanges with Rodriguez. Even when Rodriguez seems like he'd have the advantage because he made that step inside against the longer arms of Griffin. Griffin said, I'm shooting, I'm firing. And with real intentions. So not just back foot fighting and not sitting down on his shots. No, when Griffin is exchanging with Rodriguez, he's taking his shot and sitting down on those combinations. Good round by Avis Griffin. 3-1. Here's the exchange. Yeah, short right hand by Griffin. Really not getting full extension with those long arms, but to his credit, threw it like this. Got it in short and landed. Not really with great technique. Didn't really get the knuckles turned over on it, but it landed. So Griffin is starting to adjust, says Paco Carlos. Yeah, he is. And what it is he's not bitching up. It's not that he's not making the adjustment to where now he's able to dominate Rodriguez on the outside. He's not finding that precision behind the jab and that pinpoint accuracy punch for punch, but he's letting his combinations go. He's letting his hands go. He's not going into prevent defense because he got hit with a couple left hooks and Rodriguez is showing IQ. Good start to the 5th round, though, for Rodriguez. And Chris Mannix has it the other way around. Chris Mannix has Rodriguez ahead 3-1. And I thought, I'm okay with that. I can see it 2-2. I can see it 2-2. I could maybe even if these are close rounds, so I'm not that mad at Mannix's card. Griffin is bleeding from the nose, and Rodriguez is getting to him early in the 5th round in this first minute. He's the more accurate guy. And landed some body shots, a little bit of blood starting to come from the nose of Avis Griffin in the 5th round. And again, yeah, he doesn't got that precision, that accuracy punch for punch that Rodriguez has. But to my eyes, he's outworked Rodriguez a little bit. And Rodriguez does have swelling around his left eye. But Rodriguez having a better 5th round to start here. Good jab lands for Rodriguez. Griffin letting his hands go, but getting his work smothered. Hard left hook to the body on the inside by Rodriguez. Nice right hand to the body by Rodriguez, making Griffin back up into the ropes off the jab, and he shoots the straight right hand to the body. Griffin with a 1-2, keeping Rodriguez off, but not accurate this round. And Griffin starting to breathe a little bit there, showing his first sign of fatigue before maybe a second win. That first part of the fight where that first bout of fatigue hits you before you get that second and third win. And it looks like that's what Griffin's going through a little bit here in the 5th. Griffin off with the jab. Minute left in the 5th. This is a Rodriguez round right now. Rodriguez moving over to his right. Feints. Griffin dropping the lead hand. Holding his ground in the center of the ring. Misses his jab. Up comes Rodriguez doing a lot of crouching, getting low to get away from shots, and then trying to spring up out of them to punctuate the transitions from Griffin when he's done punching. Good 3-punch combination there by Griffin, letting go of his left hand, right hand, left hook, and the left hook finds the mark. Griffin's had to throw 2, 3, 4-punch combinations to just find Rodriguez with one. Griffin missing the 1-2 that time. Rodriguez ties him up. And Griffin is looking a little worse for wear here in the 5th. Not managing his energy the best. Having to not be efficient, not very accurate. Good left hook by Rodriguez. They both let go of their hands in combination, but Rodriguez keeping his eyes open in the exchange, lands that left hook, lands a sweeping right hand too right after that. And that was a Rodriguez round. Right hand lands for Rodriguez and a left hook at the bell. Blood coming from the nose of Avis Griffin. I got it 3-2 either way. That was definitely a Rodriguez round. Thought Rodriguez definitely won the 2nd and the 5th. And we were kind of talking about Canelo Bud around the 1st round, so I may have missed scoring that one a little bit. But 3-2 either way on my card. But DAZN's about to have it 4-1 for Julian Rodriguez. So, good fight though. Good fight. Griffin is wearing down a little bit in that last, but it could be the first before he gets his second win. But just that first bout of exhaustion. So, all right, here we go. Round 6 about to start, and can Griffin, summon a second win here? What it is that being a late starter, that inexperience is showing because he's been inefficient with his energy. Sometimes he's throwing 4 or 5 punch combos when he doesn't need to, when Rodriguez is out of range, but he's learning on the job there and showing grit. He's letting his hands go. He's not shelling up just because Rodriguez is making his nose leak. Griffin still got that length and that speed. Not the greatest, form and precision on those punches, but athletic guy. Griffin getting off first to start the 6th round. Rodriguez, though, taking his time. Nothing really landing on Rodriguez. Rodriguez, the more efficient fighter. But doesn't mean he's winning. He's let Griffin, with that length and speed, get off first a lot of these rounds. Rodriguez moving around the ring. Griffin on the front foot. Rodriguez, doing a good job stepping around and everything, but then he's got to pick that spot. He's got to pick that spot to make that step inside. Or pick that spot when Griffin gives up his height. And that's what Griffin right now, not a lot of punches being thrown. That's what Griffin's cognizant of. Is this guy, he's gotten me over the top of my jab a couple of times. Because Griffin doesn't have that mastery of distance. You could tell Rodriguez, with the more extensive amateur background, has a better sense of distance and timing. But Griffin, a little bit bigger guy, a little bit better athlete. Griffin trying to throw combinations but can't find the mark, but he is getting off first. And Rodriguez, big left hook for Rodriguez. Rodriguez, big left hook as Griffin kind of wildly swung with a combination. Rodriguez timed him, boom, left hook in between the shots. And that's the timing and the amateur pedigree of Rodriguez. Griffin getting outboxed by Rodriguez. Just because he's the more athletic guy and the busier guy and the longer guy doesn't mean the shorter fighter with better timing and Rodriguez isn't outboxing him. He is. And Rodriguez with good, smart movement, moving laterally around the ring, but not wasting energy, not excessively bouncing. Lead right hand lands for Rodriguez. He is solving the puzzle of Griffin right now. Griffin leaking from the nose. Griffin showing dog, getting off first, but inaccurate. Can't land. Good defensive performance for large stretches of tonight by Julian Rodriguez. Rodriguez with the high guard, closing this round, 20 seconds. Again, low output by Rodriguez, but accuracy. And that left hook has been giving problems to Griffin throughout the fight. He has buckled him a couple of times with that left hook. 10 seconds left, and that's another Rodriguez round. I think he's definitely won the 5th and 6th rounds. In the 2nd round, you could give 1, 4, and 5 to Griffin. Left hook lands again for Rodriguez. Griffin getting pissed off, trying to get some get back, and that's that dog I'm giving Griffin credit for, but not the technical brilliance to make it happen. That's another Rodriguez round. That's it for 6 rounds. Hell of a round for Rodriguez. Hell of a round. So, hell of a round for, what do we think, chat? So, yeah, Hammer is winning this, Panama. Definitely. Griffin getting frustrated. He is. I want to give credit to Griffin, though, for his gumption. There's no folding in him, but he is getting outboxed. He's getting frustrated. And the problem is, the adjustments he needs to make, he can't learn tonight. These are adjustments he'll have to go back to the gym. Can he, on athleticism and grit, claw this fight out when it looks like it's getting away from him? I don't think that's out of the question, especially if Rodriguez's gas tank isn't all that. But right now, Rodriguez is the better boxer. And, so can Griffin pull this fight out on athleticism and gumption? We'll see. He's got 4 rounds to go, but it's getting away from him right now. And right now, it's just his combinations, his work is not accurate. Rodriguez starting the 7th on the front foot and beginning to take Griffin to school a little bit in the subtleties of boxing. Just the subtleties in his footwork, his efficient, his timing, and his sense of distance. Griffin, double jab, Stepping forward. Not landing, though. Griffin, 2-1. Tries the flurry on the inside. Rodriguez ties him up. Rodriguez, this got to be frustrating knowing you're not landing anything and this guy is just picking his little spots with accuracy and you can't do nothing about it. Griffin trying to stay right in front of Rodriguez. Double jab, right hand, can't land. Good defense all night for Rodriguez. Rodriguez outlanding Griffin 41-25 in power shots. Griffin has to have an advantage in jabs, but you'll take the power punch advantage all day. Rodriguez not getting off in the first minute plus of this 7th. Again, just taking his time. Lands that left hook, though. Came in with a lead right hand to the body. Griffin tried to respond, and then he finishes with a left hook up top, and then he clinches Griffin. And that's getting Griffin very frustrated. You know it. But Griffin keeping his composure halfway through the 7th. Rodriguez, though, controlling the real estate. Better footwork than Griffin, stepping around him. Lead left hook falls short for Rodriguez, but that Griffin is respectful of that left hook now. If he gets caught clean in the late rounds with fatigue setting in, he could Rodriguez could score a knockdown potentially. Minute left in the round. Close round. Rodriguez not doing a whole lot. Controlling the action, controlling the pace, winning the round. He's winning the round. Right hand to the body set up that left hook earlier. Now Griffin lands a jab. A combination by Griffin. Drives Rodriguez into the ropes. Not a lot of clean work, but a good combination there, sequence for Griffin that made Rodriguez tie up after he got driven into the ropes. 40 seconds left in the round. Griffin not pulling the trigger. Feigning on a couple of looks there, but didn't let it go. 30 seconds left. Griffin a little too close to Rodriguez. He's not as far out as he thinks he is right here. Rodriguez could get off when he wants to, and I don't think Griffin, that's that distance control. Griffin thinks he's on the outside when he's really closer to mid-range. 10 seconds left. Slow round, not a lot there. Rodriguez, as the B side, Rodriguez is flirting with danger in a round like that, chat. I thought he won it. He was the more accurate guy, got in that left hook midway through, but Griffin was on the front foot, and Griffin got off more often, and Griffin's the Jake Paul fighter. So, Rodriguez got to be careful with that. Rodriguez nicked that 7th round too close. I thought he won it, but he nicked it too close. So, that's my thinking. What time is the Jake Paul fight? We're probably looking at 8 o'clock. Let's look at this replay here. Yeah, that right hand to the body set up that left hook. That was it. We called that shot in real time. Rodriguez making Griffin give up his height, making him just give an inch or two coming forward on the front foot, and then taking advantage of it, throwing the right hand to the body, knowing Griffin, something's coming back, coming underneath it, and then finishing up top with the hook. Good stuff by Rodriguez. Round 8. I got Rodriguez ahead right now, but it's still a fight. Good combination by Griffin to start. Griffin letting his hands go with combination and found a left hook in that series of punches to start the 8th round. They trade jabs. Mannix has it 5-2 for Rodriguez. Rodriguez getting off first. Good left hook to the body by Rodriguez, but Griffin letting it go. 1-2 by Griffin over the top. Right uppercut on the inside by Griffin. More right uppercuts, but Rodriguez comes back with a left hook, and Griffin is buzzed by it. Right hand to the body by Rodriguez and a right uppercut. Back comes Griffin, and the ref calls it a knockdown. That was so fast in real time. Rodriguez doesn't debate it, and Griffin, with a jab, knocks down Julian Rodriguez, and that's that dog. Rodriguez got to show dog here because he's the better boxer, but Griffin, I told you guys, is letting that dog out. Griffin letting the dog out. Rodriguez trying to find him with the left hook in between. Griffin is letting his combinations go. Rodriguez ties up on the ropes. Interesting moment in the fight. This is going to be a 2-point round. Rodriguez looks a little tired. Does he have the dog that Griffin has? Griffin trying to will his way through this. Rodriguez's legs not recovered. Doesn't look like he's got a lot of energy either. Halfway through the round. Rodriguez trying to stabilize. Sweeping right hand to the body by Rodriguez. No steam in that right hand, though, that time. Rodriguez doesn't have the snap in his punches right now, and he's letting go. Griffin can catch him in between right now. Griffin's got to fire. Griffin letting this moment where Rodriguez isn't really recovered yet go away because maybe he's tired. Minute 15 left. Griffin is tired. You see it on that last right hand. Both fighters tired. And that's allowing Rodriguez to get out of this moment. Minute left in the round. 2-1-2 by Griffin. Falls short. Rodriguez steps out of range. Rodriguez gets to the body with a right hand, but not a lot of steam on both guys exchanging inside. Rodriguez placing the shots a little bit better to the body. But both guys losing some steam this round. Right uppercuts by Griffin. Back to the body comes Rodriguez. Who wants it more? This is coming down to gumption now as much as skill. Both guys are tired. Both guys have found their moments. Rodriguez a little bit more skill. Griffin a little bit more will. Nice jab by Griffin with 20 seconds left. Griffin getting off first. Following up. Getting Rodriguez into the ropes but not landing there. Last 10 seconds. It's going to be a 10-8 round for Avis Griffin. And that'll do it for the 8th, and that's a huge round for Avis Griffin. Chat, you know I like to pop my shit. Chat, who said that Avis Griffin, even though it looked like the fight was getting away from him on athleticism and dog, could still pull this fight out even as it looks like it's getting away from him? I told yous, chat. And so what's he do? He pulls out the knockdown. Not because of some kind of technical mastery, but because he just put his foot on the pedal. It says, God damn it, I'm grabbing my balls and I'm throwing my combinations and you might knock me out, but I'm gonna try, damn it. I'm not gonna let this get away. It was a right hand, chopping right hand on the temple. DAZN didn't have a good angle in real time. But Avis Griffin shooting the jab, it gets blocked, but he follows it up with a chopping right hand right on the top of the head. Nice shot there by Avis Griffin. And that again, that's showing dog. That's showing dog. That was grit by Avis Griffin. So 2 rounds left, and Rodriguez, whose grit and conditioning has been an issue, he's got to find it here. This is do or die time for Julian Rodriguez. He was on his way to winning this fight, and that knockdown means they're both going to have to fight like a couple of dogs in the 9th and 10th to see who really wants this thing more. Rodriguez coming forward. If it comes down to dog, then I think Griffin's got a little bit more. But we'll see. Rodriguez got to pick it up a little bit. Griffin wasn't going to give it to him on that pace. I know Rodriguez was starting to taste it, but Griffin wasn't going to give it to him on that pace. Griffin with a 1-2 to the body. Rodriguez coming forward. Not getting off, though. Griffin not getting off first as often as he does to start these rounds. Griffin maybe wants that right hand again. Stepping over to his left is Griffin. Rodriguez in the high guard. Neither guy getting off. Probing with the jab is Griffin. Little steps forward. Griffin sitting down on that right hand. He's waiting. Oh, yeah, you see that right there. Griffin wants to walk him into the right hand. Right uppercut countered by Griffin, but he eats a left hook, and the right hand hurts Griffin. Rodriguez found him with a right hand in between punches. Griffin showing that dog, staying upright, but he got hurt. Great move, great moment there for Julian Rodriguez, and it looked like Griffin walked him into a right uppercut, but then Rodriguez got him in between with a right hand and a left hook. Griffin is hurt. Griffin's hurt, but he's staying upright. That's that dog. He comes back with a combination. Rodriguez moves out to the left. This is a Rodriguez round with a minute 10 left in the night. Definitely a Rodriguez round. That was a big moment, but Griffin showing that dog. Minute left in the round. Griffin still coming forward. Been a good fight, man. Ebbs and flows, back and forth. Griffin measuring for the right hand, misses it clean. Tries to sweep it off the jab, misses it clean. Rodriguez makes him whiff. Right hand to the body by Rodriguez. Rodriguez having to reset his fuel tank after a big combination moment a minute ago in the round. Now Griffin touches him from the outside. Nice jab to the body by Griffin. But Griffin's going to have to get some serious get back or else it's a Rodriguez round. 30 seconds left. Griffin flicking that jab out. Rodriguez stepping over to his left, and Rodriguez gonna let this round probably conclude and save his energy for one more desperately needed round in the 10th for both fighters. Yeah, Rodriguez not really getting off in the last minute plus. Big right hand by Griffin. Big combination by Griffin with Rodriguez on the ropes. Right uppercut. And again, Rodriguez, that's a Rodriguez round. Don't get me wrong. That moment he had was definitely the moment of the round. But like the 7th round, you're the B side and you're letting Griffin finish the round strong. And I don't know. Are they going to let you win a decision? Are you going to win a decision as a B side in a fight where you got knocked down? Those are little subtle moments that are going to be the difference between victory and defeat potentially for Julian Rodriguez. He won that round for sure. Yeah, he hurt Griffin that round, but it's a close fight. It's a close fight. So, what's up, Charles N? What's up, brother? So, final round here. I feel like this is a fight where this 10th round could decide the fight. I think scoring-wise, Rodriguez should be ahead by a point or two. But he's the B side, and Griffin has scored a knockdown, and he's been the busier fighter. So it's anyone's fight, it feels like, in the 10th. Who wants it more? Griffin, double jab to the body by Griffin. DAZN has Rodriguez up 2 points, and I think that's fair. But it's a close fight, and he has been down. And he has been, in terms of volume, outworked a little bit. Rodriguez stepping over to his left and right. Griffin pawn with his jab to start the 10th round. Griffin on the front foot. Rodriguez moving around the ring. Left to right, right to left. Jab to the body by Avis Griffin. Griffin on the front foot. Left hook blocked. Avis getting off first with the lead hand. Rodriguez, not letting him in, not letting him land anything, but Griffin getting off first. Another jab by Avis. Left hook lands, though, for Rodriguez. Griffin a little lazy with that jab. Griffin working the right hand and the left hand in the clinch. Outworking Rodriguez. So Rodriguez got in that one hook, and Griffin rolled some of it, though. But Griffin's getting off. Getting off first. With no accuracy, really, but getting off. Halfway through the round. Double jab, right hand. Drives Rodriguez into the ropes. Good double jab, right hand there by Griffin. Griffin, the stronger man in the clinch. Working that right hand of the body a little bit. Nice jab lands for Griffin. Rodriguez got to work. Got to work. Right hand of the body by Griffin. Backs Rodriguez onto the ropes. Makes Rodriguez switch southpaw for a second. Now he's back in his stance. Rodriguez gets his left hook blocked. Griffin is coming forward, letting his hands go. Minute left in the fight. Griffin outworking Rodriguez this round. Rodriguez, this is do or die, baby. Another jab lands for Griffin. Rodriguez going to be kicking himself if he doesn't do something in this 10th round. 50 seconds left. 1-2-1 by Griffin. Back comes Rodriguez. He lands a left hook on the inside. Led with the right hand to set up that left hook, but it didn't buzz Griffin, and Griffin misses wild with 2 punches. Will that be enough to offset Griffin getting off first throughout the round? 30 seconds left. Can Rodriguez find a clean shot to snap that head around and make his point? 20 seconds left. Griffin touches with the right hand. Gets hit with a left hook. Griffin's hurt. Griffin's hurt. Down goes Griffin. Almost through the ropes. That left hook. And Griffin might not beat the count. Griffin might not beat the count. He's bleeding badly from his nose. 7, 8, 9. He's out. He's out. Rodriguez knocks Griffin out in the 10th round, and he's crying on the top ropes. He found that left hook and knocked out an exhausted Avis Griffin who couldn't recover. Blood coming from the nose, dazed on the canvas, and that ended it. That ended it. What a fight. What a good fight, man. That fight had ebbs and flows. Rodriguez was the better boxer, but if he didn't
dig down in that 10th round and let that left hook go, Griffin might have got the decision. Griffin might not have let him walk out of here, even being the superior boxer, but he didn't leave it up to the judges. And Julian Rodriguez places that left hook and is emotional. I know Julian. I've talked to Julian. I remember talking to Julian for an hour in the lobby, the hotel lobby of the Spence Ugas fight in Texas, and him just going through it, getting dropped by Top Rank and things not going well. And that's why you see that crying by Julian Rodriguez on the top ropes. It's been tough. It felt like, hey, you might have to get a day job. You're not going to be able to make a good living as a prize fighter. But he's back in the mix now. And it was the left hook. It was the left hook in between punches all night long against the longer Avis Griffin, who just doesn't have a sense of distance control. He's fighting a lot on athleticism and grit. And Griffin not seeing the punch coming, trying to punctuate the final round and pull this fight out. And Rodriguez punches in between shots. He was getting low all night and coming up with the left hook. And Griffin that time was badly hurt. Rodriguez finishes him off in the last 30 seconds of the fight. And Griffin was exhausted and completely out of it. I give a lot of credit to Griffin. You saw a guy in there fighting on athleticism and talent who doesn't really have, at the professional level, the real nuances of the sweet science and distance and timing and all that. Rodriguez did, but he was a little bit the smaller guy, not the athlete Griffin is, not undefeated like Griffin is, not the A-side like Griffin is. But that knockout's what it's all about. That was a hell of a knockout. So, good one. Good fight. Good fight by both men. Avis Griffin got nothing to be ashamed of. Team Crawford not having the greatest year. They have Keyshawn and he doesn't make it to... Their best moment so far is what Keyshawn did to Berenchik in the Garden Theater. That was a hell of a moment. But Keyshawn winds up not making his first title defense, loses the belt on the scales. They carried a lot of head of steam into Vegas for Pacheco and Steve Nelson. Nelson didn't win that fight. And the momentum in Team Crawford is not great in 2025. So just something to think about there. Who got knocked out? Avis Griffin got knocked out. But I'm happy for Julian Rodriguez. Impressed by the gumption of Griffin. Impressed by both fighters. For Julian Rodriguez, he's still a small welterweight, and he can't beat the best with this pace. So, I don't know what the adjustment is there. He seems like a tweener to me. That if he made the weight cut to 140, he wouldn't be comfortable. Like he was comfortable tonight. But the problem is he's physically not an imposing welterweight. He looks like a blown up junior welterweight. And at that level of pace, that's not going to get it done. That size and that pace isn't going to get it done at the top level at 47. But 47's wide open, and that was a strong performance, and I'm happy for Julian to get back in the mix for real. So that was good. Greetings from the UK, says Shane Shanks. What time is the Jake Paul walkout, please? We're looking at about an hour and a half, I would say. An hour and a half from this. So, that was good. I feel like that was a good call, right, chat? We called that one pretty well. The ebbs and flows. So Julian he's holding a version of a WBA title, so that would put him in line for Rolly, right? What's he saying? What Julian saying? He's telling Jake Paul to give him a call or something. So, Richard Lemon says Lester Martinez in the Crawford camp. So I tweeted this earlier. Canelo has a great secret weapon in preparation for Crawford. And Crawford, as someone rudely pointed out to me on Twitter, but he was right, has a not-so-secret weapon in Lester Martinez. Anybody who follows boxing, as a hardcore fan knows that Lester Martinez is in the Crawford camp and that the Guatemalan is a pretty good sparring partner to prepare for Canelo Alvarez. He's not Canelo. He doesn't have Canelo's level of speed, explosiveness and snap, and doesn't have Canelo's defense. But he is an intelligent pressure fighter with heavy hands. He's a good top 10 undefeated super middleweight. And he should provide, theoretically, the perfect kind of rounds Crawford needs to prepare for Canelo. But the secret weapon Canelo has for Crawford preparation is Marco Verde, the silver medalist out of Mexico, who's 5'11", with long arms, fast hands, and can fight out of both stances. Long arms. And now, Verde, he hasn't shown the educated back foot game going left and right like Crawford has. He likes to use his movement more in the center of the ring to set up like Lomachenko type angles and Bam Rodriguez and find that weak side angle and turn you and hit you, more so than traditionally boxing up on his toes, moving to his left, moving to his right off the jab, and outboxing somebody like Crawford's able to. But all Reynoso has to tell him to do is give him that look, is emulate Crawford, because he has all the physical tools to do it. The hand speed, the length, the life and bounce in his feet, and the youth to be busy with a busy work rate. So I actually think Marco Verde is going to provide some superb sparring for Canelo to prepare for Crawford, and I think Lester Martinez is going to be superb sparring for Crawford to get ready for Canelo. So just something to think about. Raider Reaper said Verde is the next big thing when Canelo retires. I do think Mexico has one of them ones in Marco Verde. I first heard about Marco Verde 3 or 4 years ago because I'm really cool with Raheem Gonzalez and his father. And Raheem is one of the most decorated United States amateurs of the last decade. And Raheem's father put me on to two guys that have excellent upside, and that was Jamal Harvey from Team USA and Marco Verde from Team Mexico. And once Raheem Gonzalez's dad told me about them, I looked into them vehemently and feel they're both going to be world champion. I feel Marco Verde and Jamal Harvey, although Jamal, we haven't really heard of Jamal since he lost out in the 24 Olympic Games, but I still think Jamal Harvey is going to be a bad, bad boy. And Marco Verde is the guy who I think has next for Mexico. I think that's the guy. Mexico has been dealing with transition fighters, Navarrete, guys like Navarrete, Isaac Cruz, good fighters, championship caliber fighters who bring pride to Mexico in the way they fight, and they can fight. But who's the next guy? And it was starting to get concerning because the next guy at this stage of Canelo's career usually should have been here by now. At this stage where Canelo's at, when Chavez was there, when Pereira and Morales was there, the next guy was up. He was on the horizon. And now, thankfully, I think the guy on the horizon is Marco Verde. I think that dude is nice. And he's a different flavor Mexican fighter. He's the first that I can remember decorated Olympic Mexican amateur coming into the pros. I believe Mexico did have maybe a gold medalist decades ago. I might be wrong, or a silver medalist. But Verde, in recent times, has got to be the most decorated amateur. And so that's a tantalizing prospect because, he's Mexican. So, he's going to have some, if we're stereotyping here, he's going to have some balls and he's going to know how to sit down on some punches. He's not going to be feather-fisted, and he's going to have, huevos and heart and probably take a good punch because that's how they're built down there in Mexico. So, but when you mix in that he's a switch hitter, that he switches stances and he's a southpaw, and that he's an athletic fighter with a deep amateur background, that's a tantalizing prospect to me. Because that means you're telling me I'm getting a fleet-footed Mexican who may still possess the traditional qualities that make them champions. The heart, the chin, the balls. But you're telling me he's an athletic, fleet-footed guy who could turn you in the center of the ring to go along with that? Yeah, I want to see that pan out. I want to see what that turns into. That's a tantalizing prospect to me. So, I think Verde is going to be next up for Mexico. I think he's going to be a star. But we'll see. You never know. He could be Francisco Bojado. So let's see. We still got, in the end, Rodriguez was so accurate. He landed 52% of his power shots. Griffin was out working him through 24 more shots, but only a 31% connect percentage. Again, credit to Griffin. He got that knockdown in the 8th. That showed tremendous gumption, and it put Rodriguez to the test. Like, are you going to... And again, Griffin threw overall 119 more punches. That's 10 more punches per round. No, in a 10-round fight, that's 12 more punches per round than what Rodriguez is only throwing 22 punches a round, but that left hook was so accurate, he made it happen. But without that knockout, he was risking getting outworked on the cards. So, will Marco Verde test positive for PEDs too? I don't know, because I think a lot of your favorite fighters are very potentially on them, whether they get caught or not. So that's how I'd answer that. Verde, the next Salvador Sanchez, says Panama. Oh my God, oh my Lord, that would be amazing. He does like to turn guys in the center of the ring, but Salvador, there's only one Salvador. His rhythm, his boxing ability, his swimming without getting wetness is one of one. To me, ability-wise, still the greatest Mexican fighter of all time is Salvador Sanchez. No, but maybe I'm being a little romantic with that, you know. But I still think Salvador, for my money, Salvador is still the GOAT. In terms of ability, he's not going to have the accolades that Morales and Marquez and Canelo and Chavez have and the number of fights, but I'll be damned if that peak wasn't something. And he probably didn't even really get to his peak. So, let's see. So since I was talking amateur boxing for a minute, so I had to take down it sucked. I had to take down some full-length bouts because USA Boxing has the copyright to them, so that's understandable. I get it. But I had to take down Marcus Luther's bout from Washington, D.C. Man, I got a chance to catch up with that young man and his father and his brother who's battling a severe form of asthma that has actually derailed his amateur career, William Luther. And, you know, we're praying for William to get through that. But, I loved catching up with guys from the trenches in Washington, D.C. And what I mean is, you know, they're using boxing to try to move up the ladder in life. And what I mean by the trenches is places like the Headbangers Gym and anywhere in the DMV gym, in the gyms over there, from what I hear, I haven't been out there, but from what my intel is, there's nothing but serious work out there. And you got to be tough to come out of the amateur programs in the DMV area, in the Midwest, places like Ohio and Michigan. You got to be a dog to come out of there. And so getting to catch up with that young man and his father, knowing their story, man, I'm excited for the journey of Marcus Luther. I want to cover more and more young fighters like Marcus Luther in the amateurs and give them that runway into the pros like college football and college basketball does for their sports. So, yeah, be on the lookout for Marcus Luther. Again, Jamal Harvey. I covered Josh Edwards with Sean Porter down in Colorado a couple years ago. So him having success is no surprise to me. I'd love to see the other Team USA heavyweight, Jamar Talley, find a way to get down to cruiserweight. He's like Canelo. He's a stocky, mass-built, muscular guy, but he's got talent too. And, man, I would love to find a way to get the USA Boxing more exposure and make these kids stars before they get to the league. You know what I mean? So, let's see. What else? What we got? We got to kill some time, Chad. What we got to kill some time about? What we got to kill some time? Throw some stuff my way, chat. Help me kill some time here. What do we got to talk about? I think Jake Paul's going to win the fight, but we'll talk about Jake Paul for a minute, right? I think, look, I picked Jake Paul. I think the pattern recognition of Chavez Jr. is that he will let you down. He will find a way to lose. He will let you down. And so he's got to show me otherwise tonight. Can he do that? Yeah, he could do that. Is he capable? Yeah, he's capable. I mean, he was at once upon a time a pretty badass middleweight. I mean, he knocked out Andy Lee. Andy Lee was a legit guy. And it was a size advantage, but he made 60 and rehydrated like 30 pounds and and walked through Andy Lee's best punches for 4 rounds and then knocked him out in the 6th round. So, but but there is a little bit of funny energy heading into this fight. Jake Paul is so fugazi that he's coming off the biggest thing ever. Just the biggest, the most streamed, the most watched, just the biggest thing ever. And if it's the biggest thing ever, and it was such a big fucking deal, then why does nobody give a shit about tonight? Why does nobody give a shit? That arena, at this point in a Jake Paul card, was usually packed already. Nobody cares. And it's not like he's fighting a nobody. He's fighting a name. He's fighting Chavez Jr. And I don't know, that's bad juju heading into tonight, is that he's coming off the most watched fight ever. And, you know, nobody cares. Nobody cares. Doesn't that speak volumes about something? What does that speak volumes about, chat? Help me articulate this. So I still think that he'll win the fight because he's gotten better, and I give him credit. You know, I give him credit as a cruiserweight, and he's gotten better. Before, all he had was a right hand over the top and he would level change with the jab to the body and then come over top. I see the left hook now. I see his feet have gotten more educated. I see certain defensive responsibilities and maneuvers he does. I give him credit, and he's a physically strong guy. And I think that Chavez will scare him a little bit early with the left hook. But once Chavez fades a little bit, and Jake can just touch him, because once Chavez eats a couple of shots, a jab from Jake Paul, a body shot from Jake Paul, you know, that'll begin to make his fighting spirit deteriorate a little bit. And that'll give Jake Paul, that'll breathe life into Jake Paul. This is how I'm expecting the fight to play out. I'm expecting Chavez to have 2, maybe 3 lively rounds inside of him, where he's throwing the left hook at full speed, and Jake is going to be a little shook, and Jake's going to have to be patient. But then, you know, Jake lately has shown better long-range punching than Chavez. Chavez, all he has left is a nice jab to the body and then the hook off of it. Chavez still has a little bit of life in his lead hand. His right hand is very slow. And I just expect that'll have Jake a little shook. But Jake will take his time. And then Jake will touch Chavez. And that's what'll make Chavez start to be Chavez. He'll diminish a little bit. That'll breathe the confidence into Jake. Make him throw a couple of harder shots, and then Jake will manage the fight and kind of be safe and win a decision, right? And of course, the best case scenario for Jake is he makes Chavez quit. But Jake has no real volume to his work rate. You know, Jake fights at a very low volume, so I don't know if he'll put together the volume to make Chavez Jr. quit. So I think Jake wins a decision. I think Chavez tantalizes people early. And I think that left hook makes Jake go, oh shit. But then his fighting spirit will fade a little bit midway through the fight. Jake will be emboldened by that, manage the fight, play it pretty safe, and win a decision. That's how I see it. But between Jake having no energy drawn to this fight, nobody caring, and that makes that, I feel like that opens a little bit of juju for Chavez to do something here, you know. But you gotta show me Chavez. I've seen Chavez retire on his stool for Fonfara. I covered that fight at StubHub. That was 11 years ago, 11 years ago at StubHub, where he threw in the towel against Fonfara, and the Mexican fans threw trash in the ring. And then he retired on his stool for Silva, didn't he? And he retired on his stool for Jacobs. And Silva beat Chavez Jr. years ago. And Jake then followed up that fight. Silva followed up that fight by losing to Jake. So how the fuck is this a step-up fight? If you're fighting a guy that already quit in a fight against a guy you beat years ago, then how is this a step-up fight? The answer is that it's not. So, but we'll see who wins. We'll see who wins. Jake Paul coming to the arena now. And also, the other bad part of the juju, getting clowned by Piers Morgan. you know? And then the delusional comments about I've accomplished everything there is in boxing. You know, I've had the highest watched fight, and I've had he said I got the knockout of the year and the highest watched fight. So all that's left to do is be a world champion. And it's like, bro, no, you haven't fought a top 15 guy. You haven't been ranked in the top 15. You haven't fought someone in the top 15. You haven't won a title eliminator. You haven't even boxed a 12-round fight. And you're saying, I've done it all. I've done it all. Has he boxed a 10-round fight? I think he might have. I think he did a 10-rounder, but maybe. But you haven't gone 12 rounds. You haven't fought in a title eliminator. You didn't fight in the Golden Gloves in the amateurs or a national tournament or the JOs, the Junior Olympics. You haven't won a regional title. Stop. But whatever, that's what he does. Like, he's a propagandist, wizard type guy. Whatever, do your thing. And he'll still kick my ass right now in all likelihood. But so between, and I get it, he always is saying delusional bullshit to sell himself, but this one felt a little extra. And then Piers Morgan just dismissively clowning him, which, shout out to Piers Morgan, because Piers Morgan is letting him know, bro, money can't buy respect. You can literally put on the most watched fight ever and make way more money than everybody, you know, all that. Be a good-looking, famous young guy, all that, but that don't buy respect. It doesn't buy respect, at least not the kind you think you're entitled to. And so, you know, Piers Morgan actually put him in his place. So between Piers Morgan putting him in his place, the delusional claims, and the lackluster buzz surrounding his fight, fresh off the heels of the biggest thing that ever existed, you know, I don't know. Maybe it's not his night. Maybe the Jake Paul experience kind of ends and begins to really fade with a whimper tonight. But I would never trust Julio Cesar Chavez Jr. to deliver on that. And Jake has gotten a little bit better in his boxing. And I think Jake wins a decision the way I described. But we'll see. So boxing analyst, thank you for the super chat. Says, did you see the interview where Usyk confirmed he got knocked out by a horse? No, I did not. I did not see that. I wish Usyk was fighting Parker. The Dubois fight is cool. I think he's going to beat Dubois. That body shot stuff isn't selling it for me. It's just not. The low blow, the body shot, it's selling it for some people. Kate Abdo has leaner arms than me. I'm just noticing this. But, yeah, so we'll see. But, I mean, it's just funny. Like, this week, too, what'd he say? That someone told... So, again, I always said, because people are like, no, Jake Paul's good for the sport. He's bringing in eyeballs that normally wouldn't be watching boxing. And it's like, yeah, those same eyeballs aren't even watching him tonight. So how are you going to convince me that Jake Paul fighting Nate Robinson and Julio Cesar Chavez Jr. and Anderson Silva and Tyron Woodley and Mike Tyson, that is going to make people watch? I want to pick the right fight here. That's going to make people watch Berlanga Shiraz. You know, that 18-year-old kid, 16-year-old kid who likes Jake Paul, he wasn't going to watch Berlanga Shiraz, but now he totally is because Jake Paul fought Nate Robinson and Tyron Woodley. That's the Jake Paul effect. And meanwhile, nobody has ever shown any data to prove that claim at all. And because I don't think it's a reality. I don't think it's a reality. So I always said Jake does not respect boxing as much. He's a narcissist. He's kind of sociopathic or something, and funny and smart and a good businessman and got balls. And you know, so I'm not being a hater, but I'm not falling for his game of not falling for his game either. And he said, Jake shows his true colors in spots. Like when he told Shushu Carrington, I make more money taking a shit than you do in your whole time. That's Bruce Carrington, who's about to become a WBC champion, who fought everybody in the amateurs, dedicated his life to boxing. Clarissa Shields, when she doesn't go along with his bullshit, she's a loser. He calls the greatest female boxer of all time. Actually, I'm not virtue signaling here for women's boxing and all that, but if Terrence Crawford loses to Canelo, one take I'm going to have the morning after the fight is Clarissa Shields is the best American fighter of the last decade. So he called her a loser. And then someone said to him in this press conference for this fight that there's a bunch of fighters up here who could kick your ass. He goes, yeah, and there's a motherfucker up here who will shoot them in the head. Basically dismissing their boxing skills and saying that doesn't matter because I'll just get my gun and shoot him. And then they asked him, a series of fighters, they said, say something when we've mentioned a fighter that's greater than you. And they mentioned Mike Tyson, quiet. They mentioned Canelo, quiet. They mentioned Devin Haney, quiet. They mentioned former world champions and current world champions, and he stays quiet. So he don't really respect the sport. He's just about himself. That's all this has been. And people have tried to rationalize it that no, it's drawing young eyeballs. It's a demographic. The fighters tell me this bullshit. And I have to not roll my eyes when I interview them. No, Jake Paul, he's building a brand. He's doing this. He's smart. And he's bringing different eyeballs to the sport. And it's like, none of his eyeballs are going to watch your fight. Okay? He is drawing the lowest common denominator. That's all it is. It's a game that people throughout different businesses always find a way to tap into. That lowest common denominator for the masses of people. So anyway, let me calm down here. Let me reel it back in. I think Zurdo beats Yuniel Dorticos. Although Zurdo gets out of shape in between fights, man, and doesn't really seem hungry. Hasn't seemed hungry in a long time. So anything's possible. Anything's possible, for sure. But Dortikos is almost 40, and Zurdo does take a good punch. But I have no doubts that Jai Opetaia beats Zurdo, though. That is not some pick'em fight to me. I think Jai Opetaia definitely beats Zurdo. And definitely beats Badu Jack. So, I actually think Zurdo... Wow, this is fucked up. I think Zurdo would take a dive if Jake gave him a ton of money to do it. I think Badu Jack and Jai Opetaia would be a little harder to persuade. But I think Zurdo, who doesn't really care that much about keeping himself in shape anymore in between fights, if Jake is looking to pay someone off to win a title, he should probably look Zurdo's way. But short of that, Zurdo definitely beats his ass. And, yeah. So let's see. Doritos. You're calling them Doritos, boxing analyst. That's disrespectful, Sean. I'm not saying it is disrespectful. And I'm not saying he would do said dive, most slim. But I'm saying if you're Jake Paul and you're looking at the cruiserweight division and you're which guy should I call? He may get a no. He probably would get a no, most slim. But I'm just saying, which one would I feel like would at least hear him out? They would all hear him out because he has a lot of money. But the intelligent part would be Badu Jack. That'd be less suspicious. Badu is so old that you'd be wiser to pay out Badu, but I feel like Badu might be too proud to do that. Anyways, I don't think that's going to happen, period. But, just saying. I'm just talking. We're just killing time. So they're talking to Logan Paul. I don't know. These guys feel like industry plants to me. They're like Kim Kardashian and Paris Hilton. They've compared themselves to the Kardashians, and the Kardashians are like industry plants, right? They're not famous for doing anything. We're decided to be famous, basically. The powers that be, whatever. I don't know. But I get it. Jake Paul and Logan Paul, one viral video at a time. Clout chase and attention seek their way to the top. It's a beautiful American dream story. And I'm supposed to be moved by it. And I am a hater if I have anything critical to look at, a critical lens to look at them through. They are clearly two just beautiful American originals that are fearless mavericks. Why can't I? That's why my bitch ass is down here commentating in my tri-level house because I'm not a go-getter like Logan Paul and Jake Paul. This is the script they want me to believe, and I'll believe it. They're right. They suck. No, they're awesome. I suck, and maybe one day we could all be a little bit more like Logan Paul and Jake Paul, for sure. Claudia Trejos in with Julio Cesar Chavez Sr. The great Chavez Sr., who I do think takes a little bit too much attention away from the other Mexican greats. I hate that a discussion on Mexican greats by a lot of not super hardcore fans is going to be Canelo or Chavez. And we're just going to skip over Salvador and Finito and Barrera and Marquez and Morales. And I think that's bullshit. I think they're all on that tier together. I don't think it's Canelo and Chavez and everybody else. And that is how history will see it if Canelo beats Crawford. But I don't see it that way. I see them all on the same tier. They're all on that same level. You know, it's just Chavez and case in point, you know, it's just that Chavez and Canelo are the most iconic. But case in point, Morales and Marquez in beating Pacquiao have a greater singular win than either Canelo or Chavez. And the greatest win in Mexican boxing history is what Marquez did to Pacquiao. That is the single greatest win in the history of Mexican boxing. So that alone kind of proves my point that they're not here and Barrera, Morales, and Marquez are here and Salvador. No, they're all up there, you know, on the same tier. And how you see it from there is how you see it. But I'll never just put Canelo and Chavez ahead of those other Mexican greats. They're all on the same level to me. So here come my man La Manaza, my man Dylan Capatillo, because his dad, Jorge Capatillo. Chavez looking ready to go. Got a good game face on by his standards. But, you know, again, Chavez got to prove something tonight, man. This is a chance. We all know the storyline. This is a chance for him to redeem himself, to not be the underachiever, the lazy guy in his pink underwear, eating cereal as his Hall of Fame father is frustrated with him, trying to tell him to cut off the ring against Martinez. And he's not listening. And the guy who got robbed of his fight check against Canelo because he got busy with hookers after giving a non-effort and 12 lobs. It's a chance to make up for all of that by just beating Jake Paul. So, golden opportunity for Chavez Jr. Jake Paul looks ready to take a nap in the dressing room. So, Canelo is overhyped. No, I think Canelo is, man, just truly a great fighter. And he's a great fighter. But if you're saying overhyped to the point I'm making, that he's now just elevated above other Mexican greats, then yeah, from that sense. But I think Canelo and Crawford are both really great. I do think the era they're fighting in isn't as deep as previous eras. I think the early 2000s, the 1990s, the 1980s, there was a deeper talent pool in boxing than there is now. But, you know, that's a subjective statement. All I'm saying is, as great as Canelo and Crawford are, I think Crawford would have struggled in the early 2000s with the size, speed, and power the welterweights had at that time. I'm talking Cuarte, Trinidad, De La Hoya, Forrest, Mosley. I think Crawford would have struggled against those guys. Would have maybe beaten a few of them, but a few of them would have beaten him. He wouldn't be the undefeated, winning every fight at 147 by knockout that he did in his era. It would have been different in that era. Same thing in the 80s with Marlon Starling and Sugar Ray Leonard and Hearns and Duran and Donald Curry and Lloyd Honeyghan and all the bad welterweights that came around. You know, just would have been different, would have been tougher. And then for Canelo, man, at super middleweight in the 90s against James Toney and Roy Jones, he's not becoming undisputed, I think. And then in the 2000s with Joe Calzaghe, Mikkel Kessler, and then later on Andre Ward and Carl Froch. And that's what I'm getting at. They're both great fighters. Absolutely. Canelo and Crawford, truly great fighters. But I think if you're a slave to the moment a little bit, you're going to overrate them a little bit. Because, like I said, Crawford, he's not undefeated, winning every single fight at welterweight by knockout in the 2000s, in the 80s. And Canelo in the 90s, in the late 2000s, in the 2010s against, you know, like I said, Ward and Froch and them. He's not just running through them like he did Callum Smith and Billy Joe and Plant. So both of their fans, I'm going to talk about fandom, period. I feel bad saying this because the fans are the lifeblood of the sport. The fans are my channel, but my petition to boxing fans is to have your favorites. Have your favorites, right? Like, my favorite guys to watch right now are Benavidez, Boots, Brian Norman, and Naoya Inoue. Like, those are the 4 guys that tickle my fancy the most. I enjoy watching them fight just a little bit more than I enjoy watching the other champions. I enjoy watching all the champions fight, even the ones whose styles aren't deemed as fan-friendly. But I got my favorites, but I feel like you can't be a fan of a fighter to the detriment of the sport of boxing. And that is, I've seen that a lot with Canelo and Crawford's fans, Tank's fans. Any fighter who builds a sizable following, they get not even these fans, they get these dick riders. And there's a big difference there between a Canelo fan and a Canelo dick rider, a Crawford fan and a Crawford dick rider. And I feel like a lot of my chat is this audience. Then you just got your boxing fans, and I'm one of them. You know, I'm a journalist now, first and foremost, and what we're wired like is we got our favorites. We're human. We got our bias. We root for who we root, but nobody's above the game. And that's actually deeper than boxing. That's a point about false idol worship, that you're never supposed to you can admire and have love and admiration for the talent of an actor, of a celebrity, of a fighter, of an athlete, whatever. But once it starts trending towards that false idol worship, that's where it becomes toxic. And that toxicity isn't good for boxing when, you know, you'd rather win an argument online, like Canelo fans. They would rather win an argument. They'd rather have the last word about Benavidez was fat or tested positive for coke or hasn't fought anybody. They'd rather have that last word instead of their fucking fighter who they like so much proving it in the ring. And that's where it gets toxic. So, like, my petition to people that love boxing is love boxing first and foremost, and your favorite fighter second. And I feel like these fighters would be held a lot more accountable, maybe if that happened, or maybe not. But anyways, Raul Curiel set to face Rodriguez here, Victor Rodriguez. And Raul Curiel is a Freddie Roach prospect out of training in LA. Freddie has high hopes for him. Aggressive Mexican fighter. We'll see what we get, because after this, it's time for the 2 main fights. I got a super chat I still got to get to. My bad. Super chat from XXX9407. Thank you, sir. Really, Sean? What about Barrera over Naseem? Thank you for the super chat. Yeah, man. Barrera over. I feel like Morales and Marquez over Pacquiao, Barrera over Naseem, and Salvador over Wilfredo Gomez are more iconic wins than Canelo has. And Chavez, let's do a top 5 off the top of the head. Because Canelo's most iconic win is the Golovkin rematch. And it might be replaced by Crawford in September. But I think the 5 most iconic wins by a Mexican fighter: Marquez knocking out Pacquiao, Chavez knocking out Meldrick Taylor in the 12th. Who'd I say? Morales beating Pacquiao as well. Barrera beating Hamed. And Salvador Sanchez beating Wilfredo Gomez. Those, I think, are your... and number 6 might be Canelo and Golovkin. But I think your most iconic wins in Mexican boxing history, I just said them. It's Marquez Pacquiao, 4. Meldrick Taylor and Julio Cesar Chavez. Prince Naseem Hamed getting upset by Barrera. Morales beating Pacquiao. And Salvador Sanchez knocking out Wilfredo Gomez. I think that's your top 5. And honorable mentions, Canelo in the rematch against Golovkin. Chavez had a number of iconic wins against Camacho, Rosario, Roger Mayweather. Canelo had some iconic wins over Plant and Saunders. Saunders' win is iconic, knowing he's going to quit on the stool before the ref even waves it off. But I think that top 5 is that top 5. William Wells says, I recall you implying that Inoue is on PEDs and now he's your favorite. Now, I said that nothing would surprise me in elite level boxing, in elite level sports, and I mentioned that anybody associated with Snack gets a raised eyebrow. That would include Crawford, that would include Haney, that would include a lot of guys. I mentioned Canelo, who popped for PEDs before, because Canelo has popped for PEDs before. Beterbiev had a rise testosterone level. Floyd Mayweather had an illegal IV drain for the Pacquiao fight. Pacquiao, let's just say, was extremely suspicious by everybody in boxing for the duration of his peak. And where do I continue? Shane Mosley with the EPO. Roy Jones with the testosterone in the Richard Hall fight. Shall I go on? Evander Holyfield under the alias Evan Fields. Jaime Munguia, So I never singled out Inoue. And I wouldn't, you guys are going to get me in trouble, keep making me retread this. But for the millionth time, the point I made was, nothing would surprise me at the elite level in sports. And I mentioned fighters I mentioned all your favorite fighters. So say, man, you guys are going to get me in trouble, man. Guys working with Memo, same raised eyebrows that they work with Conti. Same thing. You know the names. And so, anyways, let's not go there. Let's not go there. Matt Borgeson, thank you for the super chat, said, shout out to Julian Rodriguez. I knew he'd win. I went to high school with him, and he was a problem back in the day before Pedraza. I thought he was going to beat Pedraza. That was Pedraza's last hurrah. That was Pedraza's last strong performance. I thought Julian was going to beat Pedraza, and Pedraza outfoxed him, had the ranginess, had the bag on the outside, and just gave Julian fits and stopped Julian. I thought Julian was going to beat Pedraza, so yeah, for sure. And then another super chat by my man Matt said, I actually think there will be nothing but upsets tonight on this card. This is a very, very solid undercard worth the $60. It is a solid undercard. Kid Austin and Farmer was the fight of the night for me, and he blew him out in one round. And Matt, you remember I was telling everybody that Kid Austin is a live dog against Shakur. Most people laughed me out of the building. I don't think they're laughing now, Matt. But that and the Avis Griffin fight was a good ass scrap with Julian, and Kid Austin delivered a sensational first round knockout. We'll see Curiel and Rodriguez on paper. This figures to be a barn burner. And then Dortikos and Zurdo's a solid co-main. And we'll see what we get out of Paul and Chavez. But yeah, it's been a solid card. So let's see. Matt Borgeson, thank you again, brother, for the super chat. Matt, always the MVP with the super chats. Help funding the pay-per-view tonight. Thank you. Says, also about the Schofield fight, that lightning speed could have led to an upset in Riyadh if he had fought Shakur that night. Hopefully we see. Yeah, because everybody's just... He's not skilled, and he's not this precision guy, and he doesn't shoulder roll, and it's, man, he fights more like an old school fighter. He shifts left to right and then explodes it. He kind of like Shane used to do. He gets compared to Sean, and I get it. He reminds me a little bit more of Shane. He ain't Shane Mosley, okay? I'm not gassing up Kid Austin to be Sugar Shane Mosley, okay? But that's who he reminds me of, his positive attributes, his explosiveness and his change in directions offensively. And then he jumps into something. And to people who have been loving Bud and loving Floyd and loving Devin and loving Shakur, they're used to it looking a certain way. And Kid Austin has a different kind of style. And he fights off his athleticism and combinations and things like that. But he's not... He's becoming less raw than he seems. There was craft to that knockout over Farmer. He disguised the right hand behind a nice touch jab, and he didn't throw it down the center. He swept it at a beautiful angle the way he turned it over, and then to finish Farmer, he went to the hook, because the hook is his money punch. It's not the right hand. That's part of why Farmer probably didn't suspect that. And he threw the southpaw killer against the southpaw, the right hand. And then when it came time to close the show, instead of looking for one big shot, he shortened up the punches a little bit in combination, and that's what led kind of like Mabili with that uppercut last night that knocked out Selecki. If he throws it naked, or if he just throws it off one punch, he probably doesn't get it, but he's throwing in combination, and boom, he punctuates with that punch. And that's what Kid Austin did twice with the left hook, and that's what let him land it. And he jumped on him right away. Didn't need to feel him out. That's what I mean. Bud and Floyd and those guys, they feel you out. guys like Sugar Shane and Sean and Kid Austin are going to jump on you round one. They're going to take advantage of their athleticism from the opening bell. And if they can, set the tone in round one. People have become used to that more cerebral approach, and that's not it. Kid Austin more of a throwback with his approach. He's going to have to get it done on dog, balls, athleticism, and power. And, he has his own method of skills and style. But, yeah, I like that. That's why I thought he had a real chance. Let's see. Zach Ray said, I want to see you with every fight, 2005 all the way to 2025 from the UFC Ultimate Fighter. I don't know how the hell you know so many boxes in every fight. I know nothing about UFC. I couldn't name any. I could name a couple of super fights they had that I never watched. But thank you again for the super chat. Matt says, if he stops Shakur, talking about Kid Austin, we can start talking about him and Sugar Shane because that kind of win would put him on par with Mosley's best wins. Yeah, absolutely. In that scenario, I thought he had a chance to pull off what would have been a huge shakeup in the lightweight division, a big upset. I actually didn't go out on the limb and pick him, but I was giving him a way better chance than everybody else, and I was super excited for Shakur and Schofield. Maybe we will see it at some point after all. So they really hyped up Tevin as if he was something special. I never agreed. I remember when Max likened him to Pernell Whitaker, I was like, whoa. And then I remember covering his fight in the late days of HBO when he fought Kenichi Ogawa for the IBF 130-pound title. And everybody was like, he got robbed. And I covered that fight, and I was like, he didn't get robbed. It's a close fight. And then Tevin lost his belt at 30 to JoJo and kind of faded. But he came back and made an adjustment to his style a little bit at 35. And he dropped Zepeda, and he made Murataya, who's now an IBF lightweight champion, made him have to barely eke out a win last year, gave Zepeda 24 rounds, dropped Zepeda. So I understand why people were feeling like, oh, Kid Austin's going to get exploded. I told you guys to start the stream, I got Kid Austin. And again, it's because of this bias against Kid Austin because aesthetically he doesn't fight in a certain way. And it's like, because Farmer fights in that more of that style I'm talking about with the other guys, they think he's going to win because he's more skilled. And it's like skill comes in different forms and shapes and styles. And Kid Austin's youth, you guys are talking about the skill so much, you're forgetting about youth and athleticism and punching power. And that's where the skills pay the bills stuff gets muddied. Skills do pay the bills, but most of the time when we say skills pay the bills, we're thinking of skills through a certain lens. And, that's something to think about going forward. But thank you for the super chat. Triple X says, does any lightweight beat Mayweather, Mosley, Whitaker in the past 30 years? Ooh. Castillo came close. Pacquiao might have beaten Mosley at 35. I think I'd give the edge to Pacquiao to beat Mosley. I don't know, though. I don't know about that. Pacquiao is a tough fight for all three of them at 35. Mayweather, you got to put Pacquiao right there. I know he only fought David Diaz, but my God, he threw a million punches and looked amazing against David Diaz. So you got to put Pacquiao there. He could potentially beat them. Not saying I pick him, but he's there. And then who else at 35, man? Man, Castillo was no slouch, man. Castillo would have been a tough night, but yeah, they beat Castillo. At 35 in the past 30 years. We're in the second round of Curiel and Rodriguez, by the way, but we're having a little fun. These boys are gonna get to banging, and we'll see. Who else at lightweight has come through the last? Crawford. Crawford's up there. Crawford and Pacquiao. Yeah. I don't know. Off top, I'm just thinking of Crawford and Pacquiao. Edwin Valero, sure. I'm not mad at that. But we're going off talent and not a whole lot of results. And damn, good combinations by Curiel on the inside, banging the body, finishing up with right uppercuts and left hooks. Beautiful combination on the inside by Raul Curiel against Victor Rodriguez. Doesn't Rodriguez remind you of Benavidez if he were smaller? He fights like him. Let me watch him here now. Let me get my eyes focused on him. Here we are in the second. Curiel winning this round, busting Rodriguez up. He doesn't got Benavidez' reflexes or parrying game out of the high guard, does Rodriguez. Rodriguez, good left hook to the body. This is going to be a fun fight in the pocket. Good right hand to the body, right uppercut by Curiel. Back to the body comes Rodriguez, but Curiel getting the better of this action on the inside right now. Tank? No. Tank's not beating Sugar Shane. Tank's not beating Floyd. Tank's not beating Bruno. No. Tank almost lost to Lamont Roach, all due respect. He's not beating Floyd Mayweather. No. No way. No, sir. The answer is no. Who else? The Tank? No. Tank at 30 is the more interesting hypothetical against greats. Tank at 30 makes more sense. The Tank that fought Santa Cruz and the Tank that fought Pedraza at 30 could really fucking fight. That guy, you could put him in there with the greats at 130. 35? Nah, he's too little and doesn't throw enough punches. So, let me see. Yeah, Curiel winning this round. I am going to have to take a piss for a second. Hold on. Let me get the Jeopardy theme playing. All right, hold on. I got to piss, chat. Be right back. Oh, yeah. We back. We back. We back. Oh, yeah, we back. We are so back. I'll take Tinkle for 500. So it's crazy for me to see the comments now about Kid Austin. Now people are like, oh, just a 180-degree change on Kid Austin. Good for him. Good for him. Man, Rodriguez is coming back, and he's buzzed Curiel here. These guys are going to war in the pocket. All right, time to call some action. Rodriguez left hook to the body, banging away on Curiel. And this is good. This is gonna be fun throughout. These boys are strong in the pocket. Rodriguez getting off pretty good in the pocket right here, making Curiel clinch a little over a minute into the third round. Let's see. Left hook lands for Curiel. Sweeping right hand to the body. Ties up Rodriguez before Rodriguez can return fire. Nice jab to the body by Curiel. Rodriguez measuring. Right hand to the body. Not a lot of on the toes by these two guys. They are going to war in the pocket. Neither guy taking much of a step back. Not really moving around too much. Rodriguez getting off with a couple of uppercuts on the inside. Good left hook to the body on the inside by Rodriguez. Curiel getting backed up this round. Getting pushed back in the pocket. Good body shot by Rodriguez. Sneaky right uppercut to the body. I don't think Curiel liked that body shot. Minute left in the third. Curiel was working in the second round. His combos. Good right uppercut by Curiel. Nice left uppercut by Curiel. Throwing that left uppercut off the left hook. Left hook to the body by Rodriguez. Rodriguez, though, is coming forward. He's on the front foot. Chopping right hand on the inside by Rodriguez. Back comes Curiel with a left hook. Rodriguez working first in the inside. Right hand to the body by Curiel. Left hook on the inside by Rodriguez. But I see Rodriguez is getting a little bit of the better of it this round in the pocket. Curiel coming right back, though, mixing up his punches, sweeping a left hook up top, sweeping a right hand to the body, going body head right there. Rodriguez coming forward again. Curiel more accurate down the stretch now, the third round, catching on the gloves and on the elbows and coming back with his uppercut. But Rodriguez is a tough dude, tough fight. And yet, kind of, I don't know. They're going at it in the pocket, but I don't know. It's kind of regular at the same time. As fun as it is, they're punching so often that I'm gonna be calling shots the whole time. Left hook to the body for Curiel. Back comes Rodriguez. It's just nonstop punching in the inside, and I'll tell you who's getting the better of it. Let's see. Rocky would beat Mayweather. Rocky Marciano would beat Mayweather. I hope so. I hope with a 50-pound advantage he would beat Floyd Mayweather. Let's see. Why are we going there? Why are we doing Rocky? Come on, the chat has too high a boxing IQ to even have this discussion. Floyd's dad really respected Rocky Marciano, though. I remember one time I was trying to... some people in the chat probably remember this story, but I was at Red Lobster with my friend who loves boxing, and we ran into Floyd Sr., and we're like, yeah, man, can you believe they try to say, like, Rocky's undefeated record is as good as Floyd's? And we're, like, you know, kissing his ass, telling him what he thinks he wants to hear. And then Floyd Sr. stops us in our tracks and goes, like, Rocky Marciano was a bad motherfucker. And he pontificated to us for the next 10 minutes about how badass Rocky Marciano was. So that speaks volumes of Rocky. A lot of old school black trainers will like tell you how bad Rocky Marciano was, how heavy-handed he was and everything. So, you know, can't sleep on Rocky. But Mayweather is historically the greater fighter, for sure. Anyway, back to the action, round 4. Rodriguez on the front foot. Curiel a little bit more accurate, picking his spots. But they're going to war. This is a war of attrition. Curiel working his combinations, finds the left hook to the body, works the right uppercut. Back comes Rodriguez, chopping right hand by Rodriguez. He chopped down with that one, chopping wood. That was a nice chopping right hand that knocked the sweat off Curiel's head. Halfway through the 4th. Curiel, down goes Rodriguez, the right uppercut. Curiel throwing a combination, 4 or 5 punch combo, and he picks in that right uppercut beautifully, busts open the face of Rodriguez. I don't know if Rodriguez will be able to recover. That right cheekbone's got blood coming from it now off that right uppercut. Curiel, smelling and seeing the blood, steps forward. Rodriguez trying to catch and shoot with a left hook. Curiel missing with the uppercuts, coming with combinations, and Rodriguez driven into the ropes and ties up. Blood leaking from that right cheek. Rodriguez trying to stabilize himself behind a jab now. Back on the ropes. Curiel finds him with a right hand and combinations. Now Rodriguez is back in the center of the ring. Doesn't seem to be seeing the punches coming. Combination by Curiel. Finishes to the body. This is going to be it. And the referee waves it off. Rodriguez gave his back for a minute like he didn't want to fight anymore. And he was beginning to not see anything coming. No defense from Rodriguez. Curiel working his combinations nonstop. That right uppercut he landed was beautiful to get the knockdown. Then he follows up with combinations. Rodriguez didn't look like he wanted it anymore. Didn't have an answer. Didn't see anything coming. And yeah, that right cheekbone got busted wide open by that right uppercut by Raul Curiel. Another Robert Garcia fighter putting in work, gets the knockout. Good stuff. That was good stuff. Yeah, that was a nice right uppercut. Very nice. Yeah, Raul Curiel. I don't think he has the athleticism and the speed and the defense, but he definitely could fight in the pocket, Raul Curiel. And he's a good inside fighter. He definitely showed that tonight. And I see Esau Diegas in his corner, I believe. Is that Esau Diegas from Team Crawford? It is. So I believe Esau Diegas from... no, is that Esau or does it just look... Am I tripping, chat? For anybody watching at home, is that Esau or does it just look like Esau Diegas? Nah, that's not Esau Diegas. I'm tripping. I don't think so. So Raul, I thought was originally a Freddie Roach fighter, but it looks like he's made the change to Robert. Or maybe I got Raul mixed up with it. But I believe Raul Curiel was a Freddie guy. But that right uppercut was beautiful. And Christian Mabili last night, Tevin Farmer earlier tonight, and Raul Curiel just now with that right uppercut, they show you the beauty and the skill of combination punching against good defensive professionals. It's hard to land on your first or second punch. You have to anticipate their defensive movements and anticipate where the third or fourth or fifth punch can land. And that's the lost art of combination punching. Again, a lot of looking up to Floyd Mayweather. No, Floyd's hand speed and precision are like second to none. You're not going to be able to pot shot like Floyd Mayweather's with that level of accuracy he had. That was very rare gifts that Floyd had. Everybody else at the top level has got to throw combinations. And that's what we're seeing tonight and last night lead to success, lead to the knockout. It wasn't one perfect shot. It's finishing. It's putting together combinations that ends the show. A lot of times. So, we got the Puerto Rican kid in here. What's up, KG? What's up, brother? KG, the only other guy that loves the Mitchell and Nesses as much as I do. So shout out to KG. Shout out to Fight Hype in the chat. KG, man, I hope in the Fight Hype Hall of Fame they got my jersey hanging up somewhere like Kobe. Yours is gonna be up there too. It's already got the spot being reserved, I'm sure. But good to see my man in here. Are we talking about Lamont Roach? Are you talking about Lamont who fought Gervonta? No, not right now. Curiel is a Mexican fighter through and through. Agreed, Panama. He typifies that style. What people think of when they hear Mexican style. Freddie Roach was a trainer, right? He was the trainer, but now he's with Robert. Robert actually trains me. That's how many fighters Robert trains. I'm actually a Robert Garcia fighter as well. I just didn't tell you guys yet. Robert has about 372 fighters, and I actually interviewed him at the Pacquiao Barrios presser in LA a couple weeks ago, and I was like, I think you train me now too, actually, and he didn't know he trains me, but he does. That's how many fighters Robert Garcia has. So, Ms. Joette says, good evening, Sean. Hope all's well with you and the family. You too, Joette. Thank you so much for saying that. Let's give a roll call here. Loke, Tuapo, what's up? Marvelous Irv is always in the chat. Zach Ray, Mo Slim, Panama, boxing analyst, Puerto Rican kid KG. Relax, it's only money. MN at 6NW is in the chat. Who else we got? Charles N, as always, is in the chat. Malcolm X Box. My wife is in the chat. So we got a lot of the regulars in here, man. Shout out to everybody. Thank you guys for coming through tonight. So you could have been anywhere in the world, but you're right here with me. I appreciate that. So Curiel, now it's time for the two main fights. Now it's time for the two main events. I think Chavez Jr. will destroy the other Mayweather. Okay, we got you, Zachary. We got you. Sean, when are we gonna spar, brother? I have no desire. I have no fire to spar. I'm sorry. I'm ducking the smoke. What's up, Blessed for the 4 other 5? Let's see. What's up, Playa Sports? So Zurdo Ramirez, man, I don't want David to move up and fight Zurdo. I really don't. I really think that it doesn't mean a whole lot. Zurdo's not the best cruiserweight in the world. He ate himself out of the light heavyweight division where he fought the best light heavyweight in the world and wasn't that competitive against Bivol. So, yeah, he has 2 belts, but it's because Badou Jack is a champion in a very thin cruiserweight division. Opataya is the best cruiserweight in the world. And nobody's asking for that fight with Benavidez because it's just not a fight anybody's really that concerned with. Opataya is not a big name here. He's developing a big name overseas. I think Opataya is definitely the cream of the crop of the cruiserweight division. And I think he definitely beats Zurdo and Badou Jack. And that'd be a very, very tough fight for David Benavidez. He'd be the underdog. And it's not a big fight. So David, just stay at light heavyweight. You know, as long as you just got there, you know, I'm sure that you could keep making the weight, fight Callum Smith, and hell, if you got to fight two or three Callum Smiths or Anthony Yards, do what you got to do, and don't leave light heavyweight without really fighting for the light heavyweight championship, because cruiserweight and Zurdo, that ain't it, man. On paper, 3-division champion, unified cruiserweight. Yeah, if you want to spin it, it could sound good, but no, it's not. And if you go to cruiserweight, you're not going to be able to get back down to 175 pounds. So the Canelo fight, that's gone forever. The Bivol Better BF Trilogy winner, that's gone forever. And it's not worth sacrificing it all for a Zurdo Ramirez fight. It's not. So I don't want to see it. Zurdo versus Paul, Zurdo all day. But I feel bad saying that, like, look, anything's possible, right? I'm not God. Anything's possible in the boxing ring. 2 men train, show up prepared, anything can happen. But I think the only way Jake beats Zurdo is if Zurdo's in on it. You know, sorry, but that's short of that. He's not beating Zurdo. Fuck out of here. You know what I mean? Right? Am I wrong, Jeff? Fuck out of here. He's not fucking beating Zurdo. But if he, you know, that's the only way I see him beating Zurdo. Now, I could be wrong. Maybe he gets in there and he would beat Zurdo straight up and become world champion, and I have to eat my words and give him a lot of credit for that. But I think short of literally setting up the fight, he's not beating Zurdo. Let me see here. Now we're just waiting. I kind of want ice cream. Chad. We got some time to kill. It's been some long layoffs in between fights for this card. They've been killing time like a mug. Who else? Man, talking video games. What's up, Adrian Wells? We're just killing time waiting for Zurdo and Dortikos. I think Zurdo wins this fight, by the way. I think Zurdo wins this fight. But who else was feeling that that Grand Theft Auto trailer with the Pointer Sisters? We could be so hot together, hot together. I've been playing that shit for the last month because of that trailer. Video games are about to be really good in the next 24 months. We're getting GTA 6. We're getting that Marvel fighting game. Wow, that's the one for me. Marvel Tokon, kind of like Marvel vs. Capcom style. That's going to be beautiful. Donkey Kong Bonanza drops in a couple weeks. What you guys know about Donkey Kong Bonanza? It looks amazing. What else? I'm tripping. Forgetting things. Wildgate. Don't sleep on Wildgate. Wildgate was made by the same people that made Overwatch. That drops next month. I had so much fun with the Wildgate beta last week. I was loving that. I can't wait to play that game. That's my game of the year so far. 2025 game of the year so far, Wildgate. And then early next year on PS5, Onimusha. What you know about Onimusha? The return of Onimusha. Samanosuke? Don't know nothing about Samanosuke. So, and then we still don't know what Nintendo's got with Mario. We don't know what Mario Fire they're sitting on. So gaming's about to be crazy the next 24 months. Yeah, what's up, Mr. Quake? So, NBA Street all day, Mr. Quake, absolutely. So, yeah, gaming's about to be going crazy the next 20. I even forgot a game or two, but all the ones I named, that's like 5 or 6 bangers that are guaranteed on the way. RE9 Panama, right? Resident Evil 9. Nintendo sucks. You're tripping, bro. Nintendo. That people who say Nintendo sucks haven't, like, you didn't play Mario Odyssey. You didn't play Breath of the Wild to be saying that. Come on. You don't know. You didn't really play Smash Ultimate and learn the competitive nature of the game. I'm sorry. Sean, will there ever be a Canelo Mabili fight? I love that fight. That's a real. I think that Canelo should win that fight. That's actually a pretty favorable style matchup for Canelo. Mabili gets hit. He's not hard to find. He's like Tupac in All Eyes on Me. He's not hard to find, Christian Mabili. So I think that's a great style matchup unless Canelo's just washed, which is a possibility because Canelo's been going like this his last couple performances. I get the feeling like a great fighter, he's going to rise to the occasion. He's up for this fight in camp, and so I think Canelo's going to look more like he did when he fought Jermell Charlo 2 years ago than he did against Berlanga and against Skull, which was really poor for his standards. But as long as Canelo is the Canelo that fought Munguia, Berlanga, let alone the Canelo that fought Charlo, he'll handle Mabili. Mabili will run right into an uppercut. All of Canelo's, Mabili loves to operate at the ideal range for Canelo's offense, and he's not hard to find defensively. He's a high guard artist. He's not with a whole lot of head. He's getting better. You see little wrinkles and improvements being added to his game, but at the end of the day, he likes to high guard it and be explosive on the inside. He's super fun to watch, and I think Canelo, as long as he's still Canelo, he eats that style alive. He loves that style. So I would pick Canelo, but it'd be fun. It'd be fun. Switch to out now. It is out now, Marvelous Irv, no doubt. Mario Kart World has been a disappointment, though. Mario Kart 8, when it dropped in 2014, it looked like, oh, that looks amazing. This looks so good. And Mario Kart World basically looks the same as Mario Kart 8, and that came out 11 years ago. So, yeah, Mario Kart World was a disappointment. I thought Nintendo was going to release this epic, oh my God, Mario Kart on launch day, and it's mid. It's mid. So, right. All right, guys, we're close to Paul versus Julio. Yeah, we gotta get there, man. Relax, That's Only Money says, I used to love playing video games. Spoken like a dad. He has to be a dad with a serious occupation. So I'm 1-2 technically, but I force it. I force that gaming time. Yeah, I don't see a sold-out crowd in Anaheim just yet. Shout out to the Mighty Ducks. Hold on. What am I doing? We have a fight in the pond. Hold on, Chad. Hold on. I'm remiss. I should have been. I'm tripping, Chad. I'm tripping. Hold on, Chad. I gotta get correct now because we're doing a fight from the pond in Anaheim. Hold on. All right. Now we're ready to commentate the fight because they're playing where the Mighty Ducks play at. All right, they're playing at the home of the Mighty Ducks. So let's get this horrible haircut adjusted correctly. We got the Mighty Duck jersey on now. Now we're in the reason for the season, okay? Now we're in the reason for the season. So put a shiesty on. I don't got one of those. Sean, who do you got in the Tank and Roach rematch? Thank you for thanks for being here, Tay Day. It's just always happy to have you here. What's up, Teacher Lynn? Paradox, Big Tay, of course, Raider Reaper. But to answer Tay Day's question, I got Tank. But I think that one thing that it really intrigued me was I don't know if Tank can outdo Roach in the pocket. And that might be hard for him to fully wrap his head around because he's Tank. Like, against anybody else, he would love for you to stay in the pocket with him. And he's still the more explosive guy and the harder puncher than Roach. So in theory, he should be fine in the pocket with his speed and power and, punch selection. But for whatever reason, down the stretch in round one, in the fight one, in the pocket, Roach had Tank's kryptonite. And I saw a few things that are troubling for Tank in the rematch. There was a few times he tried to dial it up in the late championship rounds against Roach where he thought about, let me turn it up on this motherfucker. Let me put 3, 4, and 5 together instead of 1 and 2. Let me turn. And Roach had the kryptonite. He had the right positioning. He knew the right defensive move and to come back with the right counter. He had Tank's kryptonite in that pocket a little bit. And so Tank couldn't just turn it up a notch. Roach had an answer for that. So Tank might have to use his feet in this rematch, and I'm stealing game a little bit from a great amateur trainer who I talked to about the fight from Washington, D.C., who gave me some game on this rematch because he's from D.C. and he's familiar with their styles and with Tank and Roach. And he explained Tank can't bang it out in the pocket with Roach. That's not the one. That's not the right style. That's not the right game plan this time. He explained that Tank's got to give off the angle and turn Roach with the punches a little bit, not just stay in front in the pocket. And so Tank has to kind of box in the rematch and let the knockout come if it's gonna come. Don't try to go in the pocket with Lamont Roach. Lamont, for whatever reason, has that kryptonite. He feels very comfortable with Tank. Feeling the power on the gloves and catching and shooting isn't an issue for him. And his timing was a little bit better than Gervonta's. So I think Tank wins the rematch because I think Tank is the better talent. But sometimes the better talent, another guy, less talented guy, has your number. So, but ultimately, I think Gervonta will win the rematch. If I had to make a pick, I would pick Gervonta. So, that would be my early breakdown. So maybe Schofield had trouble making weight for Shakur. He looked big. Oh, well, he definitely... that weight cut isn't going to be made too much longer because you know the kid is melting a little bit of muscle to make 35. And you can only get away with that when you're really young. And, you know, even once you get to 27, it gets down. Once you get to your late 20s, I'm not even talking 29. Like, once you get to 27, around that gets very dicey making that weight for a prolonged period. But Kid Austin's got youth on his side. He can make the weight another year at least, I think. I don't know. I'm not him. But I think he looks strong as shit at 35 tonight. Well, Gervonta Davis destroyed Ryan Garcia, made him quit. Yeah, we know. Sean, Usyk or Dubois? Usyk. I got Usyk again. But I think Dubois is too slow. I think Dubois, and his problem in fight number 1, it wasn't an issue of tactics. Like, tactically and timing-wise, Dubois did a lot of stuff right. He knew he threw the right punch at the right time. He was just too fucking slow. He was just too slow. And he's not going to get any faster. And Usyk might have got it. Maybe he wins because Usyk slows. I mean, Usyk is coming off. Usyk's human. Like, he's been making so much money, and he's been putting so much effort and energy into his fights and into his camps that the peak has to be behind him now, right? So I do expect Usyk to come down maybe a little bit off his peak finally. It has to happen soon, if not now. But I don't think he's going to drop enough to where Dubois gets him. I get it. Dubois has the kind of power. He just has to find him once. But he's giving Usyk when you give the greats a whole lot of fuel and ammunition, they take advantage of that. And he's giving Usyk a lot of disrespect and ammunition and fuel to light that fire. And he was just too slow. His positioning, his timing, the punch he would throw, a lot of the time was the right thing he was supposed to do. He was just too slow. So I think Usyk wins the rematch. I wish Usyk was fighting Parker instead. And quickly, like rapidly, Moses Saituma is becoming the guy that you want to see get a shot at the title, even though he's fought nobody. Even though that would be jumping up like 4 notches. But he's so good in his showings that you get anxious. You get anxious, like, all right, now I want to see Moses Saituma. And then Agit Kabayal is the dark horse, working steadily to get his opportunity. So, yeah. What is up? Thank you for the super chat. FMG Films, thank you, brother, for the super chat. Said, good to see you on the live again. I hope all is well, brother. Hope all is well with you too, FMG Films. I appreciate you, brother. Thank you for coming through. Thank you for the super chat. Deontay Wilder should retire. Yeah, he should. I think he should too, but clearly he doesn't want to, and it's his life. So what I would hope for Deontay is, can you amend expectations a little bit? Does it have to be about making a run at the heavyweight title and fighting? Do you have to even think about Joshua right now? Can you just fight in Middle America against guys that you're supposed to beat and just kind of stabilize yourself if you're going to keep risking your health getting in that ring after all these tough fights? And if something starts to improve, if in fight number 3 on the comeback trail in Middle America off television, he starts to show something, that right hand gets its snap back, then okay. Then call Joshua and Hearn and all right. But give yourself 2 or 3 fights to see if you really even have anything left. Because that's what I want to. I like Deontay. Deontay is a warm extrovert. like by nature. He is a guy that signs a lot of autographs, takes pictures, and gives a good interview. Like, I like Deontay. I don't want to see this dude get hurt. And I think he's become a little underrated. You know, he's not an all-time great heavyweight, but he is an all-time great heavyweight puncher. And some of the other all-time great heavyweight punchers like Tua and Shavers and Lyle, they didn't actually win hardware. He did. So, you know, shout out to Deontay Wilder. But yeah, I don't really think he should be fighting anyone that's super dangerous right now at all. I think that'd be dangerous to his health and almost irresponsible to people around him. He should just do what Buster Douglas and Larry Holmes did for a time. Fight in Middle America and against very beatable opponents. And if he catches a spark, if he gets a little momentum and shows us something, then okay, then step it up from there. But, you know, for now, just do what I'm talking about, in my opinion, obviously. So can't wait. Fight is on soon. No, they've been killing a lot of time on this broadcast, man. Let's see. I'm trying to see what else we got. I think Morrison's son is a fighter. Jake Paul was Tommy's biggest fight he's had. Well, toughest fight, and he lost. Canelo or Crawford. I'm favoring Canelo right now. But we got a long way to go. Plenty of flip-flopping and tape studying to do. But I'm favoring Canelo. I think Canelo doesn't need... He can lose 2/3 of a round and make up for it, you know, by just being the more explosive puncher. And I also think Canelo's craft might be being a little bit overlooked by people picking Crawford. They're forgetting he has one of the best defenses in the sport and really is an all-time defensive fighter, Canelo, and he does it coming forward. And I think they're underestimating his precision in mid-range and close range, that punch for punch. Now, Crawford at long range is the better fighter. He has better feet. He has the busier jab, the busier output, and the more diverse and unpredictable punch selection. But mid-range to close range, Canelo has better accuracy punch for punch, more precision, and punching technique, you could argue, is superior. Just the way Canelo throws the left hook, throws the uppercut, throws the left hook to the body, throws the straight right hand. It's very, very, very textbook beautiful. And Crawford, with those long kind of Gumby arms, his gift is more like when he knocked out Kell Brook. It was like a power jab that was very uniquely thrown. He is more able to flow like water with his punches. But Canelo is the more textbook, deliver it this way, turn it over this way kind of puncher. So, and then again, Crawford is one of the things that makes him such a great fighter is his counter punching. Will he counterpunch the way he's used to? Will he punctuate exchanges, or will he feel that power and be forced to reset and get out of range and then look to probe again? Or can he withstand the power of Canelo and catch and shoot? That catch won't mess him up. We'll see. You know, I've been talking about all these points, but we'll see. Marvelous, my brother Marvelous says Bud won't run. No, but I don't put this past Crawford in this fight. If he feels something that he doesn't like, that is much heavier and harder than anything he's felt before in that ring as a professional, Crawford might disappoint you a little bit. He might not pull a Charlo, but he might pull something closer to a Charlo than you would ever anticipate, because everybody has their mind made up that Crawford is like Michael Jordan. He's such a killer. He wants to beat you at everything. You can play him at pool, and he wants to beat you at pool. He's psychotic. He's just a psycho competitor. Kobe Bryant, Tom Brady, Michael Jordan. And yes, he is, but he's also going to be 38 years old, fighting in this weight class for the first time and making by far the most money he's ever made. All I'm saying is, if you ask me, don't be flabbergasted if he makes a business decision midway through the fight, if Canelo's harder to hit than he thinks, and Canelo is switched on and it has some vintage Canelo in him, and he feels that power to the body, on the arms, and it makes his nervous system react in a way that no other punches have made him react. Don't be shocked if he makes a business decision in the second half of that fight, not to survive, but not to quite go for it the way people think he would. don't be flabbergasted if he tries to win, but it becomes apparent midway through the fight he felt something he doesn't like, and he's moving. And he's moving a lot. And that, again, he'll still try to win fighting that style. He won't pull a Skull or a Charlo, but don't be surprised if it leaves you with something to be desired. I could see that happening. Conversely, I could see Canelo showing up flat, not flexing his waist, not using his feints, and just coming in straight like he did for Skull and getting embarrassed. I could see that happening, getting his ears boxed off. But I think the more likely scenario right now would be Crawford disappoints people a little bit in the second half of the fight. I could see that coming. So we'll see. I got a super chat again from my brother FMG Films. Man, thank you for the $10 super chat. Said, I'm curious your thoughts on Teofimo. Someone with all the qualities necessary to be a real star, resorting to blatant racism and antics to sell a fight. What does that say about the state of boxing? What does it say about the state of boxing? Well, I don't want to scapegoat the state of boxing for the stupid things Tio's been saying. And I got love for Tio. I just saw Tio at the amateur tournament. It was my son's birthday, and I was telling him I got to leave this tournament early to make it to my son's birthday. And Teofimo likes my son, met him when he was only a 1 or 2 year old, wished him happy birthday. I saw Tio with his little son, Junior, adorable kid, all that. So I'm not going to pretend I don't got love for Tio. I do, but there's no defending talking about monkey and using the hard R, and all, there's no defending it. There just isn't, and I'm not going to defend it. So I don't want to scapegoat the state of boxing. And here's the thing. It's not working. I mean, if it was working, I'm not going to say, well, that'd be another thing, because it wouldn't be another thing. It'd still be some stupid bullshit you should never do. But if it was working, then it'd be working. And it's not like it's working. It's not like it's making him the star he thinks he should be. But from Teofimo's perspective, it broke his heart that in the aftermath of the Lomachenko fight, he still was going to get paid less than Devin Haney fighting Jorge Linares or Jojo Diaz, or you know what I mean? He's still going to make less money than Gervonta Davis fighting Pitbull Cruz or whomever he was going to fight, and make a lot more money than Tio was going to make. It hurt him that even though he upset Lomachenko, right, that Shakur's guarantee with Top Rank was still higher than him. So Tio showed his ass. He was a dick to Top Rank. Maybe, in his perspective, they deserved it. They're not paying him enough. But to Top Rank's respect, they're trying to more pay you what you're actually worth. And Eddie Hearn, because he's got the financial backing of Blavatnik and DAZN, or Turkey nowadays, or Tank, his market value is bloated by his box office appeal compared to his accomplishments. And it just leaves Teofimo bitter, that I got the best win out of all these guys, and they're all making more money than me. So that made him go through the Kambosos debacle with Triller, and then it ends up on his own. And so here we are. He's frustrated. By his merit, I had the most merit out of all my contemporaries, my era coming up, and I've made maybe the least amount of money out of all of them. So this is bullshit, and I'm mad, and I feel like the bias is with the black fighters instead of me, since they're making more money than me, but I had bigger win. So I don't know. That would be trying to pass it on to the state of boxing, right? That even though somehow he got the biggest wins and the most legit accomplishments, he's getting paid the less, but there's no defending it. There's just no defending it. And, I think he'll struggle at welterweight because Tio's not a long arm guy. So he needs to stick around 40 as long as he can, and there's nowhere to run in 40. Richardson Hitchens, extremely tough fight. Gary Antoine Russell, extremely tough fight. Alberto Puello is not a walk in the park. So, I'd love, and those aren't big money fights. He wants money fights, but he turned down $11 million for Haney. I didn't call that a duck because I didn't call Boots turning down Teofimo a duck. So if I didn't call Boots turning down Tio and Riyadh a duck, I'm not going to necessarily call Tio turning down Devin a duck. But why would you turn down $11 million? I don't know. He's got his reasons. So, yeah. Anyway, here we go. We are now set for the co-main event, Yuniel Dorticos of Cuba. I know Dortikos most for knocking out Andrew Tabiti. Tabiti was a cruiserweight I had extremely high hopes for. had a great talent, incredible hand speed in a 200-pound frame, Andrew Tabiti. A lot of athleticism and talent, but Drew kind of didn't have that dog, and he got caught up in the shadow of the Mayweather gym and, let his career falter. And Dortikos, when he knocked him out, that made Dortikos a name I could never forget because I was so high on Tabiti. So Dortikos got a lot of power. I do suspect that Zurdo will win a decision tonight, but here comes the unified cruiserweight champion, Gilberto Zurdo Ramirez, the WBO, WBA cruiserweight champ. So, we'll see. Zurdo coming to the ring. You know what? I kind of got to piss again. I'm not going to lie. But I'll wait a little bit. Zurdo, man, he looks soft. He's certainly opening the door for Dortikos. Certainly trying to meet him halfway with the shape he's cut. I saw Zurdo a month ago. Not even a month ago. Like a couple weeks ago. No, it was a month ago. I saw him at the Beck the Bully Darius Fulgham fight. And I was like, man, this dude is big. And he's always big in between fights now. I mean, he probably walks around 60 pounds heavier, 50 pounds heavier than he did in his 168 days at Top Rank. Oh, I do need to get checked, Mo. No, it's a problem. It's a problem, brother. It's a problem. So, here comes Zurdo coming to the ring now. And Zurdo, to me, just isn't a disciplined fighter anymore. And that was evidence of how he ate his way out of the light heavyweight division. I think he had a fight where he blew the weight class by a lot. Didn't even come close to making the weight. And yes, but Zurdo, good fighter. I remember when he was being discussed as an opponent for Golovkin at 68, back when he was undefeated and Golovkin couldn't get the big names at 60. I thought that was a very risky fight for Golovkin. And most people thought Golovkin would run through Zurdo. And I thought Zurdo, as big as he is and as skilled as he was at 68, that would have been a tough fight for Golovkin. But these days, I don't sense a lot of motivation from Zurdo. He's going through the motions a little bit, and he's a good fighter. And so even going through the motions in a weak weight class, he's able to become pick up 2 titles. But I feel like the last time Zurdo was a really, really, really serious disciplined fighter was back in the Top Rank days at super middleweight. And then eventually that just fizzled out. He went to 75 and quickly ate himself out of the weight class. And so now he's at a weight class he can't eat himself out of. And he got 2 belts and he's good. And so here we are. Tay said, I'm just here to chill with the chat and support Sean. Y'all can have these fights. He's Paradox. Canelo versus Zurdo at 75. Canelo. I think Paul can get Zurdo. Let me see how he looks tonight, Marvelous. Let me see. We'll keep an eye on how Zurdo looks compared to Jake here. So. Beck the Bully is a hype job too. I don't know. I mean, who's hyping him up, though, since Rosado knocked him out? I think we all know Rosado exposed that vulnerability. And, he's just a fun super middleweight going forward. He's all right. He's not bad. He's not bad. He's explosive, and he knows what he's doing with that left hand and that bounce in and out. But Rosado let us know what it is, that there's definitely a ceiling. But Beck's a top 10 super middle. FMG Films, thank you for the super chat again, brother. Said, I appreciate the honesty. I got love for Teofimo too. His upset versus Loma was the first fight my wife and I watched together. I hope he figures it out, especially because everyone who really knows him says he's a good dude. Thanks for answering. No, thank you for the super chat, FMG. And no, I mean, he has a really good side to him. He was a sweetheart to my family, to my son when he was still always asks how my son is doing. He's the type that on plenty of days, if you catch him in a certain mood, he'll give you the shirt off his back kind of guy. He was sparring with the amateurs, letting him throw punches at him at the Junior Olympics last week. I've seen him stop for fans. I've seen him shadow box with little 5, 6, 7, 8-year-olds who want to box and encourage them. And you know what I mean? I've also seen him in the aftermath of the Lomachenko win be filled with hubris. I've seen that from fighters when they gain fame and success. It's part of the human condition. We're all susceptible to it. And I remember I remember seeing Tio in the gym after and he was full of himself. He was like I'm going off the record here, but I'm keeping it between all 375 of us. And Tio, I remember, was in the gym before the Kambosos fight got postponed a couple times, and he was saying, tell Triller to send a private plane. Tell those motherfuckers to send us a private plane or we're not coming. And then they were talking about a very esteemed and famous glove maker, and he was saying, tell that motherfucker to send us a free bag, send us free gloves, or we're not wearing his shit. So back-to-back comments about tell Triller to send us the plane or we're not coming, tell that motherfucker to make us our gloves or we're not wearing them. And that just shows you the hubris a fighter could potentially be filled with when they make a career-changing win. But, God humbled him with the Kambosos loss, and I haven't seen that level of hubris from Tio since that moment. And when he got back on top with the Taylor win, he handled it a lot better than he did when he beat Lomachenko. I guess until he started saying a bunch of racist stuff, and now But I'm with you. I hope Tio. I got love for Tio, and I know a lot of people in boxing that got love for him too. So we'll see what happens. But here we go. C Money, you are correct. But here we go. Round 1 set to start. Zurdo Ramirez, a little bit soft, but still strong at cruiserweight against the hard-hitting puncher, also very soft. Much softer than Zurdo. Yuniel Dorticos doesn't look in great physical shape, physique-wise, and is dry. Doesn't have a sweat worked up. I favor Zurdo to win this fight, but let's see if Dorticos can catch Zurdo slipping with the power. Round 1, and here we go. Zurdo, a little bit of jiggle around his waist from both fighters. Zurdo in better shape, though, it would appear. They start with the jab, both of them, and Dorticos gets with the jab to the body. Dorticos planted, Zurdo stepping to his left. Both guys with their gloves up high to start. Now Zurdo drops the lead hand a little bit, picks it back up. Zurdo staying in front of Dorticos, and that could be dangerous. Zurdo not giving an angle to start. Not worried about lead foot control. Jabs to the body of Dorticos. Jabs up top does Ramirez. Back to the body with the jab comes Dorticos. Couple of nice bodies to the jab by Dorticos in the first minute, 2 of them. Zurdo steps forward with his first straight left hand. Dorticos picks it off. Back comes Dorticos with a right hand. Zurdo picks it off. Both guys pawing with their jab. Zurdo, nice jab by Zurdo. Kind of an uppercut jab. Zurdo landed a jab to the body, feinted the left hand, and then shot the lead hand back up, almost like an uppercut jab. Nice move there by Zurdo, showing the skill. Straight left hand to the body by Zurdo in the middle of the ring. Jab lands for Zurdo, and a straight left hand to the body for Zurdo again. So Zurdo getting off first, taking the first step in the fight. Zurdo stepping over to his left, bends his waist for a second, flicks his jab, feints, makes Dorticos pop out a straight right hand that falls short, lands his jab to Zurdo. Zurdo already working the straight punches to the head and to the body, mixing it up. Straight left hand to the body by Zurdo, back comes Dorticos with a right hand to the body. Zurdo's back near the ropes for the first time. Dorticos measuring him along the ropes. Zurdo steps out to his right. Straight left hand to the body by Zurdo. Comes inside for a second and then pivots out. Back near the ropes again. Moves over to his left. Dorticos places a right hand there. Right hand to the body by Dorticos and a left hook to the body. Left hook up top and a sweeping right hand to the body by Dorticos. Back comes Zurdo with a left uppercut. With his back on the ropes. Now Zurdo gets off the ropes and turns Dorticos. Nice jab by Zurdo and a straight left hand to the body. Straight right hand to the body by Dorticos. Caught on the elbows by Zurdo. Zurdo's back near the ropes again, though. Straight left hand to the body by Zurdo. Zurdo touching with the jab up top. Feints. In the center of the ring. Feints again. Shoots the jab. Dorticos catches it. Back comes Dorticos pawing with his jab. Dorticos stepping forward a little bit. Zurdo moving over to his right. Center of the ring. Dorticos hands up high. Catches the right uppercut by Zurdo. Zurdo trying to pivot to the right off that uppercut. Zurdo inching backwards. Straight left hand to the body. Straight left hand to the body. Couple of straight left hands to the body in sequence for Zurdo. And this is going to be a Zurdo round. But Dorticos had one significant moment along the ropes where he imposed himself on Zurdo to the body. I'll give it to Zurdo, 10-9. But Dorticos had a good moment there at least. Halfway through the round, pinning Zurdo on the ropes. So, Zach Ray says Sean's the best commentator on YouTube. I agree, but I'm biased. I'm literally Sean. So, of course, I think I'm the best, but could be wrong. There are other good ones. We know who they are, and they are good. So, yeah, round 1. Gave it to Zurdo. Malik Scott in the corner tonight. And, a couple of years ago, he would have been in the corner last night in Kansas for Deontay, but here we go. Thank you, Omar Robinson. Round 2. Dortikos doesn't got a lot of... your hubris is showing. See, Mo Slim? Let a motherfucker commentate a fight or two and he thinks he's the shit. See my hubris? Just like the fighters. But round 2. Zurdo lands a jab. Straight left hand to the body. Jab to the body by Dortikos. Center of the ring here to start the action. Both guys with their gloves picked up. Orthodox versus Southpaw. Dortikos misses a lead left hook. Tries to sweep a right hand to the body behind it. Zurdo made him hit nothing but air. Pulled out of range. Dortikos staying in front. Trying to sweep that right hand. Oh, hard right hand to the body on Zurdo. Zurdo didn't like that right hand to the body. Zurdo can't just stay in front of Dortikos. That's going to let Dortikos find a shot. Zurdo didn't like that right hand in the body. Another right hand in the body. These are belt line punches, but the ref ain't calling them. Zurdo back with a right hook to the body, but Zurdo does... Oh, straight right hand lands for Dortikos, and he's beginning to find the southpaw killer. The right hand. Dortikos measuring with the lead hand. Zurdo's cornered. Right hands to the body by Dortikos, and now Ray Corona. Damn, Ray Corona was there last night. He was in Kansas. Shit, but we're not in Kansas anymore. Right uppercut by Dortikos. 2 body shots by Zurdo, but Dortikos having a good round. He's imposing himself right now on the champion. Straight right hand lands for Dortikos. A jab lands for Dortikos in the center of the ring. Not a good sign for Zurdo. Zurdo's legs aren't lively tonight. And if he doesn't got his legs and he's staying in front of this puncher, it could get ugly. That right hand to the body is bothering Dortikos. Zurdo complaining about it to the ref. Zurdo with a lead right hook. Angles off to the right. Lands his jab. Dortikos coming forward. Right uppercut gets smothered by Zurdo. Split the high guard a little bit, but Dortikos took something off of it. Zurdo's cornered now. Straight left hand by Zurdo. Sweeping left hand to the body. Dortikos backing him up. Dortikos backing Zurdo up. Minute left in the round. Combination by Zurdo, but kind of a get off me combination. Dortikos comes right back to the body, and that's more effective work. Right uppercut by Dortikos on the inside. Zurdo doesn't have good body language on the ropes with these body shots. Right uppercut again by Dortikos on the inside. Pushes Zurdo back to the ropes. Left hook to the body for Dortikos. Right uppercut up top for Dortikos. Back comes Zurdo. And they exchange on the inside. But Dortikos having the better round for sure. Right uppercut by Zurdo. Left uppercut by Zurdo. He angles off. But if he's not in shape and he can't move for 12 rounds, this might not be his night. 20 seconds left. This is a Dortikos round. Zurdo, straight left hand in the body, backed up on the ropes, left hook to the body for Dortikos. And I don't think this fight's going well. 2 low blows for Dortikos, but the ref didn't see it. Zurdo answers back with a right hook on the inside, but without great leverage. Oh, good left hand to the body by Zurdo at the bell. He sat down on it and swept the shot. But that was a big Dortikos round. I got it 1-1, 19-19. And if that's going to be the template of the fight going forward, that favors Dortikos. I don't see Zurdo. If Zurdo's going to not use his movement and he's going to allow Dortikos to pin him on the ropes and commit to the body like that, it's gonna slow down Zurdo at some point. He's going to feel it. Ray Corona threatening to take a point away from Dortikos in the corner. I don't know if Dortikos' conditioning is the best either. I don't think either guy has great conditioning tonight, but we'll see. On the inside, that right uppercut of Dortikos, and Zurdo got a hell of a chin. I don't believe Zurdo's ever been knocked down. He's got a hell of a chin. So, all right, round 3. Dortikos with a little bit of momentum. He won that second round. Here we go. Zurdo, straight left to the body. Zurdo trying to back Dortikos up. Take the play back from him. Dortikos' straight right hand gets blocked. Zurdo back on his jab. Jab to the body by Dortikos. And now Dortikos steps to his left, but Zurdo knifes in a straight left hand to the body. Now Dortikos plants his feet. Pause with his jab in the center of the ring. Zurdo staying in front of him. Steps to his left to Zurdo. Zurdo making the jab fall short of Dortikos. Trying to set up. But now Zurdo gets cornered. Gets out of that corner with a straight left hand to the body. Zurdo, if he was in shape and busy, could just outbox Dortikos, but without his legs being lively and without him trusting a high work rate, it's going to be dicey. Straight left hand by Zurdo. Back comes Dortikos with a straight right hand, but Zurdo getting the better of that sequence. Zurdo makes Dortikos fall short with a two-punch combo. Back comes Zurdo, steps in range and touches through the center of the high guard with his left hand. Dortikos jab into the body. Nice counter body shot by Zurdo. Got underneath the punch of Dortikos and swept the left hand of the body. Good defense by Zurdo, making Dortikos wing some big shots and make him hit nothing but air with the head movement. Dortikos pins Zurdo on the ropes, sweeps the right hand to the chest, but Zurdo blocks it. Zurdo not getting touched as much in the third. Zurdo setting a trap on the ropes. Lands his jab. Straight left hand to the body by Zurdo. Back comes Dortikos to the body, but Zurdo slips underneath the left hook and gets off the ropes. Zurdo drops the lead hand in the center of the ring. Seems like he's getting some comfort in there. Trying to set something up. Nice right hook by Zurdo off the jab. And that got Dortikos' attention. Made him take a step back. Back comes Dortikos with a combination. He finishes to the body after missing to the head. Nice right uppercut jab by Zurdo. That's a unique jab he throws. Almost like a half jab, half uppercut. It's one of his best punches. Zurdo lands the jab, straight left hand counter. Zurdo not sitting down on some of these counters, just touching with the straight left hand this round. Taking something off of it. Jab to the body by Zurdo. Steps over to his right. Good round for Ramirez. Straight left hand to the body by Ramirez. Good straight left hand to the body by Zurdo there. 30 seconds left in the round. A low belt line right hand, and Corona is going to warn I think he warned one last time. But next one will be a point deduction for Dortikos. Zurdo, good composure as the champion in round 3. Because if he would have kept getting driven to the ropes and letting Dortikos commit to the body, it wasn't going to go well for him. But he kept the fight in the center of the ring more, and he backed Dortikos up a couple times, made him get his respect a little bit. That's a good round for Zurdo Ramirez. 2 rounds to 1, 29-28. Zurdo Ramirez ahead. So, Zach Ray, you're too kind, brother. Thank you. Said, in my opinion, I'd buy the pay-per-view so I could watch it myself so I could see the actual fight live, but I have no problem with this dude, Sean, right here, commentating over it. Thank you. Thank you, brother. So how's the card been so far? I think Kid Austin has definitely stole the show. And Griffin and Rodriguez had a good scrap. So Ramirez on the replay, taking something off the shots. Not trying to sit down on every left hand. Just put some speed on it and touch Dortikos. And that's what Ramirez should probably do right now early, is take something off the punches and touch Dortikos up. Let that old man start to break down. And then you could start to have your way with him. But early in the first half of the fight, when Dortikos has got his firepower at full capacity, be smart. Take something off your own shots and touch him up. Touch the old man up. Round 4 starts. Both guys starting with their jab. Zurdo using the jab to the body. Oh, nice left hand by Dortikos and a jab to the body. Dortikos throwing the right hand, leading with it to set up a lead left hand, and that landed hard on Ramirez. Ramirez took it well, but it was kind of a bit of a short left hook by Dortikos. Dortikos getting off with some good combinations to start. Back comes Zurdo with a left hand to the body. 30 seconds into the 4th. Dortikos measuring with the jab. Zurdo step into his right. Dortikos threatens with a right hand, but doesn't pull the trigger. Misses a sweeping right hand. Back on his jab. Good jab by Dortikos. And now Dortikos with a strong first minute in the 4th after Zurdo took his momentum away in the 3rd. Zurdo coming on the front foot. Gets Dortikos' back to touch the ropes. Touches his body with a jab. Dortikos gets off the ropes, back in the center of the ring. Zurdo coming forward. Slips underneath the right hand. Eats a jab by Dortikos. Picks his high guard up. Zurdo goes with his jab. Straight right hand by Dortikos. He walked Zurdo into it, but Zurdo took it well, and now Zurdo is getting more comfortable with the power. 1-2, though, knocks Zurdo back a step. Dortikos having a good round, but Zurdo seems to want to stay in there. Hard right hook by Zurdo in between Dortikos' punch. That got Dortikos' attention. Straight left hand by Zurdo off the right uppercut. Back comes Dortiko with a jab. Good action now. Action heating up in the fourth. Straight left hand by Ramirez. Ramirez holding his ground in the center, trying to make a statement to Dortikos that I'm not worried about your power. Right hand gets low to the body for Dortikos, but Corona not calling it. Right hook to the body by Zurdo, finishes with his jab. Hard jab back by Dortikos. Left hook to the body by Dortikos in the center of the ring. But Zurdo wants to make a point in the pocket. Zurdo eats a left hook, and that Zurdo now finally has to take a step back. Left hook lands again for Dortikos, and Dortikos with a hard combination with Ramirez along the ropes. Ramirez seemed to think that he could take the power of Dortikos, but he miscalculated a little bit. Dortikos gave him some business on the inside. Right hook to the body, though, for Zurdo. Right uppercut on the inside for Dortikos. Zurdo got a hell of a chin eating those right uppercuts. 30 seconds left, and Dortikos with a strong round. Zurdo thought he could withstood what was going on in the pocket and have the last word, but he couldn't. 20 seconds left. Strong round for Dortikos. This fight's going to be all even, 2 rounds apiece on my card. 10 seconds left, and Zurdo taking some deep breaths. He took a beating a little bit in the middle part of that round. 2 good body shots by Zurdo near the bell, though, and that got Dortikos' attention. This was a good round. They exchanged. Ramirez thought he had something because he started sneaking him with the right hook in between punches, but Dortikos came back with that heat, and Ramirez couldn't get the better of it in the pocket with that heat. 2-2. 2-2. Alex Wahulu says, that's a nice 70s retro cut, Sean. Thank you. Someone finally likes the haircut. Thank you. Yeah, good fight heating up. Good fight. 70s. Yeah, 2-2. 2-2. Yep, 2-2. Jake Paul in the dressing room with Logan Paul. Looks a little dry. Doesn't got his sweat worked up. Let's see the replay. Hard right hook to the body by Zurdo, and the replay landed a nice jab. Zurdo got some good work done. But at the end of the day, he said, all right, fuck it. Let's go in the pocket. Let's go. And he landed a beautiful right hook. But I felt Dortikos got the better of it overall, even if Zurdo landed some eye-catching shots. That's just me. So round 5, here we go. Zurdo starting on the front foot. Trying to back Dortikos up. He is backing Dortikos up to start the 12th. I see from Zurdo, though, that it's his conditioning's not on point. Otherwise, his feet, if he had that bounce in his feet and everything, he could make this fight a lot easier on himself. But he's slow at cruiserweight compared to what he used to be. So here we go. We got here. Dortikos holding the center of the ring. Getting off a little bit. Close first minute of this round. Ramirez coming forward behind the jab now. Dortikos angles off to the right. Blocks the right hook of Ramirez. Ramirez, nice jab to the body. Back comes Dortikos with a jab to the body. Jab by Ramirez. Gets underneath the jab of Dortikos. Tries to jab the body. Good jab by Ramirez. Sets up a straight left hand to the body, but not a lot of power on it. Center of the ring, jab to the body by Dortikos. Straight left hand to the body by Ramirez. He follows up with a combination. Back comes Dortikos with a 1-2, with punching with batter intentions. Hard jab to the body by Dortikos. Ramirez with a little combination to set up a sweeping left hand to the body. Dortikos punching with batter intentions right now. Ramirez, 2 good jabs by Ramirez. Find the mark. Jab to the body by Dortikos. Dortikos has had a good jab to the body in this fight, but better jab up top by Ramirez. Ramirez turns him in the center of the ring and lands his lead hand up top, pops that head up. They trade body shots, both of them. Left uppercut countered by Ramirez as Dortikos reached for the left straight right hand of the body. Sweeping right hand of the body, excuse me. Left uppercut by Dortikos grazes the chin. Left hook inside lands for Dortikos. Backs Ramirez up. Jab lands for Dortikos and drives Ramirez back a step. Back comes Ramirez with a combination on the inside. Good work by Ramirez. Back comes Dortikos behind his jab. Close round. Close round. Ramirez ahead, though, a little bit. Landed a few head-snapping punches midway through the round when he turned Dortikos in the center. Straight left hand lands for Zurdo. Backs Dortikos near the ropes. 30 seconds left in the round. Little touch straight left hand by Zurdo. Little combination. Again, taking something off the shots to get off first and be quick. Be the quicker fighter. Jab to the body by Dortikos. Zurdo lands a jab by throwing 2 punches before it and then punctuates with the jab. Lands that jab to knock the head up of Dortikos. This is a Zurdo round. 10 seconds left. Dortikos got some good work done this round. Definitely the harder puncher, but 48-47 after that 5th round, I got Zurdo ahead a point. Just a little bit busier in that 5th round. That jab helped him win the round a lot. What's up, Vanessa and Hunter? Thank you for joining in the super chat. What's up, Taste of Red? Said, hey, Sean, just dropping in to point out that on a Saturday night, you're devoting your attention and energy to Jake Paul. Fair enough, sir. I'll take the charge. You got it. I got no clap back for that. But I'm also spending my time on... I'm going to wind up spending more time on Dortikos, Zurdo, Kid Austin, Avis Griffin, and Julian Rodriguez. To be fair to me. But you're right. I'm still doing a Jake Paul fight. Jake or Chavez? I'm favoring Jake. But he got my man Capatillo with him. Chavez Jr. All right, round 6. And even though I don't think either guy's in great conditioning, I do expect Dortikos to take to fade a little, fall a little harsher than Zurdo at some point. But we'll see. Round 6, I got Zurdo ahead a point, 3 rounds to 2. I think Dortikos has landed the most punishing shots of the fight, but Ramirez has been able to, take a couple of these rounds to have a point edge on my card. And DAZN has it the other way around, 48-47 Dortikos. So I'm not mad at that. I just got it a point the other way for Zurdo. Round 6 starting, a slow start. Both guys starting with the jab, pawing with it in the center of the ring. Feigning out. Good jab to the body by Ramirez. Gets out of the way of that right uppercut counter after he reaches with that jab to the body. Jab to the body by Dortikos. Dortikos plodding forward now. Picks his gloves up. Ramirez staying in front of him. Feigning. Dipping his waist down. Picks his gloves up. Dortikos trying to counter Ramirez coming in. Neither guy landing that time. Ramirez picking the good left hook by Dortikos. He shot a little touch right hand and landed the left hook off of it. Now he lands his jab. Good shot there by Dortikos in the center of the ring. Ramirez sweeping the left hand to the body, but back comes Dortikos with a right hand to the body, countering. Yeah, Dortikos a good fighter, man. He could lead. If you don't do shit and you stay in front of him, he'll measure you and lead. But he can counterpunch too. Hard left hand by Dortikos. Again, same setup as earlier. Shot the right hand to set up the lead hand and landed it hard that time. Knocked the sweat off Ramirez. Dortikos having a good round. Ramirez on the inside, not a lot of steam on his punches. Ramirez straight left, falling short. 1-2 down the pipe by Dortikos. Right uppercut back by Ramirez, but Dortikos having a good round right now. Minute left in the 6th. This is a Dortikos round. Ramirez, no snap on his punches this round. Hard left hook again by Dortikos. Same setup. Using the right hand to set up the left hook. Hard straight left hand by Zurdo, but Dortikos walks right through it. Popped his head up, but he ate it. 40 seconds left. Lead right hand by Dortikos to set something up. They trade jabs. Clinch on the inside after both try to get to the body. Dortikos rips a right hand to the body. Hard jab by Dortikos knocks the head up of Zurdo Ramirez. Ramirez, straight left hand through the center. Right hook to the body by Ramirez. Right hand up top. Good work by Ramirez on the inside in the center of the ring, picking his gloves up. Ramirez, right uppercut on the inside, but not with the punching power Dortikos has. 10 seconds left. Dortikos measuring with the jab. Zurdo lands a jab. But Zurdo not landing with any bad intentions right now. That's Dortikos. And that was a good Dortikos round. That does it. We're halfway through the fight. I got it even. But if anyone has landed the harder shots, it's Dortikos. But scoring-wise, I have it even. 3 rounds apiece. Effin Masterpiece says, poor guy, let him get effin laid tonight. I'm getting laid tonight, sir, by a big booty Latina called my wife. Facts. I don't know about you, but I'm definitely getting laid tonight by a big booty Latina. So don't worry about it, F Masterpiece. So let's see here. Dortikos, though, it's got the momentum, man. And he invested in the body early. And Zurdo isn't hitting him with anything that's really gotten his attention. So, yeah, Dortikos 3 times that round used the right hand just to set up a hard left hand. It was good. So here we go, round 7, second half of the fight. Dortikos lands a jab to start. Another hard jab by Dortikos, popping the sweat off Zurdo's head. Dortikos could be his night. Halfway through, it looks like it could be his night. We'll see. Got a whole second half to go. Zurdo trying to come forward in the high guard. Eats another jab by Dortikos. Dortikos landing his jab in the first minute of the round. Good straight left hand to the body by Zurdo. Used the jab up top to set up a straight left hand to the body. Dortikos lands that jab again. This is the most effective Dortikos' jab has been to the head all night. He's landed the jab to the body throughout the fight, but right now he's pumping it up top. Timing Zurdo coming in. Minute into the round, and it's a Dortikos round off the jab. Straight left hand lands for Zurdo, and he turns off to his right, but not power, but it is definitely knocking up the head of Dortikos. Straight left hand for Zurdo again. Left hand to the body for Zurdo. Smothers on the inside, works his hands. Makes Dortikos miss a right uppercut. Shoots a straight left hand back. Eats a left hook, though, in the pocket by Dortikos. Hard right hook to the body by Zurdo. Works his combinations to get that punch in. Some good work by Zurdo to get him going now in the 7th. Hard right hook to the body by Zurdo off the combination. Back comes Dortikos, though, split in the guard with a right uppercut and a left hook through the center. 2 straight left hands by Zurdo. 3 straight left hands. Back comes Dortikos with a nice jab, though. Zurdo with a right hook to the body. 2 body shots by Dortikos. Straight left hand through the center for Zurdo. But Zurdo doesn't have the power advantage in the pocket. It's Dortikos in the pocket with the advantage. Straight left hand for Zurdo, though. Back comes Dortikos with a sweeping right hand, left hook. Back comes Zurdo with a nice straight left hand through the center again. He's landing that shot. Right hook to the body by Zurdo. 2 body shots back by Dortikos. They're giving their best in the pot. Hard right hook by Zurdo. Gets around the high guard. Oh, counter left hand by Zurdo in the pocket. That was a counter punch, a pull counter. Straight left hand to the body by Zurdo. And that's what Zurdo has to do. Get in his bag with the pull counters. Zurdo working his way back into the right round now. Straight left hand for Zurdo. Back comes Dortikos with a jab. Zurdo with 2 body shots on the inside. And now Zurdo might be taking the round. It's been a good round, man. Good work by both fighters. Zurdo drops the lead hand all the way to his waist. The lowest he's dropped it. Lands the jab. Angles off to his right. Dortikos tries to hold that head and hit with the right uppercut. Good work on the inside by both fighters. Zurdo, good right hand. Mixed up his punch selection. Back comes Dortikos with a right uppercut to the body. Zurdo getting a little bit the better of that. Straight left hand for Zurdo. Knocks up the head. And Zurdo, with a combination at the bell, takes this round after Dortikos had this round. Halfway through, a minute and a half in, it was a Dortikos round. Zurdo, like a true champion, went to the well, put some combinations together, dug down, and that pull counter with about 50 seconds left helped change the fight for him a little bit. I think Zurdo stole that round and took the play from Dortikos right when Dortikos felt like he was going to take these titles. There it was, that pull. Sweeping left-hand counter. That's the first slow-mo DAZN shows. That changed the fight a little bit. There it is. Nice pull counter by Zurdo Ramirez. And he got some stank on it. He turned the left hand over that time. Didn't just throw a little touch straight left hand. So I got it 67-66 Zurdo Ramirez. I could also see it 67-66 Dortikos, but... So... Oh, that guy that was trolling me, he left. All right. Well, that works. All right, round 8. And Zurdo, right when it looked like it was getting away, makes his stand. Round 8. Dortikos just got pushed now. Does he have an answer? Round 8. Zurdo, straight left hand through the center, lands his jab. Back comes Dortikos with a straight right hand, a left hook to the body. Nice sequence for Dortikos. Both men fighting well right now. Left hook for Dortikos, but Ramirez pulled some of the steam off of it, pulling away from the shot. On the inside now, Ramirez trying to work the body, doesn't get anything effective in there. Back comes, hard left hook to the body by Dortikos, but back comes Ramirez with a little combination, but Dortikos sharpshoots him with a right uppercut as Ramirez tries to pity pat to set something up on the inside. Left uppercut lands for Ramirez on the inside. They're in the phone booth. Mano a mano, man to man. Right hook to the body by Zurdo. Gets the better exchange. Back comes Dortikos with a short chopping right hand off the jab. Left hook to the body by Dortikos. Man, it's phone booth stuff. Straight left hand by Zurdo. Clean jab back by Dortikos. Right hook to the body by Zurdo. Body work by Zurdo. Ramirez showing dog. And Dortikos showing dog. Ramirez, a little bit busier this round. Works another combination. Nice right hook by Ramirez off the combination. Kind of like a half hook, half jab. Ramirez making him miss the right uppercut. Parrying well. Straight left hand. Eats a jab by Dortikos. Makes him miss the right hand behind it. Right hook to the body by Ramirez. Ramirez getting off a little bit more and pivoting off. Hard right hand to the body, though, by Dortikos. He snuck it around the elbow. That last right hand to the body low. Ramirez with a right uppercut on the inside. Left hook to the body by Dortikos. Good work. Right uppercut by Ramirez. Ramirez punches in combinations and punctuates with a straight left hand, and that got in. Ramirez letting go of a little bit more combinations on the inside. Good shoulder roll counter straight left hand by Ramirez. Ramirez, to my eyes, winning the 8th round a little bit. Pity pat shots, set up a sweeping left hand to the body. Ramirez done a good job the last couple rounds of doing that. Pity pat and then finish with a hard shot somewhere. Find the shot off the little touch punches. 20 seconds left. Ramirez lowers that lead hand all the way down to take a break. Dortikos doesn't press him on it. This is a Ramirez round. I'm going to have Ramirez up 77-75 on my card after this, but I could see it even. Hard right hand, though, by Dortikos. Backs Ramirez up. So these are close rounds, though. Dortikos is landing the harder shots, but Ramirez out-hustled him, I thought, a little bit in that round. I think it's either 77 or 76-76, or I got a 77-75 Ramirez. It's a good one. Zurdo's youth is showing. Good call, Panama. Yeah, the youth. The ability to be quicker on pulling the trigger. A little bit more energy. That youth. Yeah, for sure. Good call by Panama in the chat. But Zurdo, that round, did a good job of just throwing combinations. And not really sitting down on them, but just pity-pat, boom, boom. A little something. Set up something. My wife asking, did the weight cut affect Zurdo at all? Listen, I'm jumping in and out of the chat with the babies. I apologize for the tank comment earlier. I didn't get full context. Did the weight cut affect him? Yeah, I don't think he's training. I think Zurdo is not as disciplined as he used to be. So, and I think that's affecting his performance tonight. But it looks like he might still be able to get the job done anyways. Oh, good hard 2-1 by Dortikos to get started. Back comes Zurdo, though, underneath to the body. In the center of the ring. Dortikos landing his jab. Both guys in the center of the ring. Gloves up high. Jab lands for Zurdo. 1-2 back by Dortikos, but Zurdo parries it. Zurdo steps to his right. Jab. Straight left hand. Sweeping left hand of the body. Pivot out. But Dortikos lands a hard lead left hand. Some of these hard lead left hands I'm calling for Dortikos aren't. They're like power jabs. Sweeping right hand of the body gets Zurdo's attention on the ropes. Left uppercut with Zurdo still on the ropes. Lifts his head a little bit. Chopping right hands missing for Dortikos, but trying to take Zurdo's head. Zurdo smiles and says, come on, come on. Straight left hand by Zurdo with his back along the ropes. Straight left hand again. Dortikos lands his jab. 2 hard body shots by Dortikos, but not placing them as well as he did before. Back comes Zurdo with 2 body shots. Ooh, short little uppercuts on the inside by Zurdo. Little touch shots, lifting up the head. Zurdo with some beautiful touch combinations in the pocket. And he's getting the better of Dortikos. Dortikos landing hard shots in between all those little pity patch shots. Right uppercut by Dortikos, but Zurdo getting the better of it in the pocket right now. Straight left hand for Zurdo. Jab lands for Zurdo. He backs Dortikos up. Zurdo senses something here. Right hook to the body by Zurdo. I don't think Dortikos liked that right hook to the body. Zurdo staying inside. Back to the body if you're Zurdo with the right hook. Find it again. That's the shot. Zurdo swimming without getting wet on the inside a little bit. Good shoulder roll by Zurdo on the inside. Right hand of the body finds the mark though for Dortikos. Dortikos with a left hook to the body. Zurdo seems comfortable though. Left uppercut. Lands hard for Zurdo on the inside. Zurdo thinks he's got him. Straight left hand counter by Zurdo. Zurdo beginning to counter punch in the phone booth. Right hook to the body for Zurdo. Sweeping right hand by Dortikos. Sweeping right hand up top by Dortikos. Dortikos lands a jab. He's getting good work done. But Zurdo's getting the better work done. Hard right hook to the body by Zurdo. And a sweeping left hand off that hard right hook to the body. Short right uppercut. Backs Dortikos up. Zurdo is in his bag right now with his punch selection and his combinations. And he ain't worried about the power. Pity pat, pity pat, pity pat. Oh, Zurdo almost falls over himself with a slip. 30 seconds left, and I think Zurdo's winning this round. Dortikos got some good work done. Don't get me wrong. Hard right hand to the body by Dortikos just now. But Zurdo is in his bag on the phone booth. He had some hard counters. Good jab by Dortikos. 10 seconds left. Good round. A lot of action that round. 2 hard body shots by Ramirez on the counter. Straight left hand, and that'll do it for the 9th round. I think Ramirez is winning this fight. I got Ramirez ahead either 86-85 or 87-84. I got him ahead 87-84 on my card. So yeah. Sean Zittel protein bars. I want some ice cream. You know what? Wifey's in the chat. Babe, order CJ's. Just some vanilla. Get Leo something too. All right, round 10, championship rounds now. And Zurdo looks like he's gonna hold on to his titles tonight, because if Dortikos, who hit him with some of his best shots, couldn't hurt him, couldn't knock him out in the early part of the fight, how does he do it now where his power is probably not what it was in the earlier rounds? I mean, it's possible because he does punch hard, and Zurdo's has expended a lot of energy too, but Zurdo seems comfortable with what's coming back right now at this point in the fight. So here we go, round 10. Dortikos landing his jab, touching Zurdo to start off the round. Zurdo feigning, not pulling the trigger. And now DAZN has Zurdo up 88-83. I got him up 87-84. I thought Dortikos won the 6th round, and they gave that round to Zurdo. Dortikos getting off first, sweeping around the high guard with some left hooks and sweeping right hands, landing the jab, touching Zurdo up, but Zurdo is taking it as if he's setting a trap. Like, he's okay taking it. He just wants Dortikos to be comfortable and then catch him with something. Dortikos measuring behind the jab. Dortikos getting off, getting his work done. Zurdo hasn't let go of anything in the first minute, but you feel it impending. Straight left hand to the body by Zurdo. Combination by Zurdo now. Left hand to the body by Zurdo. Zurdo is sharpshooting now. He's picking his spots and picking the harder shots. Ray Corona warns Dortikos for the low blows, and he will get a point taken away. And that's actually an overdue point deduction. Dortikos has done a couple of dirty things in this fight. He would hold the back of the head and throw the uppercut. A lot of his body shots were borderline. So that point deduction's definitely, well merited. And now halfway through the 10th, Zurdo should be on his way to winning this fight now. Zurdo isn't worried about the power, and he's picking hard shots now. Good 1-2 by Dortikos, but Zurdo's walking through these shots now and getting to the body. Good left hook to the body by Dortikos. Zurdo taking everything well now, though. And he's beginning to commit to his punches, Zurdo, now, and sit down with bad intentions. Hard straight left hand to the body by Zurdo. Another left hand to the body by Zurdo. Straight left hand up top. Straight left hand up top. Dortikos returning fire, but Zurdo in control of the fight now. Sweeping left hand to the body by Zurdo. Right uppercut. Zurdo's in his bag. He's feeling he's pulling and countering and mixing up the attack, sitting down on certain shots, taking certain angles and positioning on shots. And this is good stuff by Ramirez down the stretch. Dortikos still getting good work off. Right now as I speak, he's getting work off, but Ramirez coming back with the cleaner work. Right hook to the body, putting him in the blender a little bit, touching him to the head with the left, coming back to the body with the right. 30 seconds left. Fun fight. Right uppercut by Dortikos. Ramirez touches up top, looks to set something up. Good round, competitive round. Sweeping right hand to the body by Dortikos. Dortikos is the more tired fighter, little more arm weary. Ramirez throwing combinations on the inside, punctuating them with left hands to the body. Good left hands to the body by Ramirez. And I give credit to Dortikos. He's tired, he's old, and he's eating a lot of left hands to the body, but he's withstanding it. He's a tough mofo. But Zurdo is pulled ahead of this fight and looks like he's on his way to retaining his titles. So, I forget being hit behind the head is illegal. Indeed it is. Why are the commentators saying Dortikos is out of the fight? It's still so close. Well, he's there's been some distance between him and Ramirez now. He was in the fight for a long time. The fight, I got to give it to Ramirez. He won this fight. The pivotal moment in tonight's fight was the second half of the 7th round. Dortikos looked like I gave Dortikos the 6th round, and he had a very good first minute and a half of the 7th, and it looked like it might have been his night. He was going to start fighting downhill and winning the fight. And then Ramirez found an extra gear. He picked it up. He picked up his combinations. He reached in his bag, and he swung the momentum and hasn't really looked back since. Hasn't really given it back since. And that was the pivotal moment of the fight, was round 7 midway through, where Ramirez made a stand as the champion. Give him credit for that. So round 11 now, and barring Dortikos having a couple of big rounds here, maybe producing a knockdown or a knockout, it looks like Ramirez will hold on to the title. Dortikos lands his jab to start the round. So, yeah, with the point deduction, it'll be hard for him to get a decision now. Ramirez is a dog in terms of his punch resistance. That dude could take a fucking punch. Right hook to the body by Ramirez. Body work by Ramirez. Ramirez is feeling comfortable shooting the straight left hand through the center and working the body. And a little bit of uppercut here. More body shots by Dortikos. Corona warns them for it. No point deduction. Ramirez, left uppercut on the inside. Dortikos not having a bad start to the 11th, though. Actually, he's probably a little bit ahead in this round to start. Left hook to the body by Dortikos. Back comes Ramirez on the inside, but harder shot there by Dortikos. Dortikos still landing his jab. Good sweeping right hand to the body by Dortikos, kind of catching and shooting the combination. Double left hook to the body and head by Dortikos. Ramirez rolling some of the shot, but he took it. Ramirez working on the inside with the pity patch shots. Hard right hook to the body by Ramirez. Back comes Dortikos with a jab. Sweeping left hand to the body. I'm ready for this fight to be over now. I feel like, all right, we know where it's headed now. You know, they're gonna have their action down the stretch, but I'm not expecting Dortikos to produce a dramatic moment to change the fight at this moment. Ramirez slips in the middle of the ring again. About a minute left in the 11th. And this fight's winding down now. It's been a good fight. And they're letting their hands go down the stretch, but I feel like we know what it is now. And let's get to the cards. Ramirez out hustling Dortikos on the inside. Pity pass shot, set up a double right hand to the body and the head that knocked him back. They trade body shots, both landing hard brick hand body shots to each other. Good right hand to the body by Dortikos. I don't think Ramirez likes some of these right hands to the body. Ramirez is on the ropes. Chopping right hand lands up top for Dortikos. Ramirez trying to catch and shoot, but he's taking some hard body shots. Straight left hand lands for Ramirez. Off the ropes, though. Dortikos, hard work along the ropes with Ramirez on the ropes. Dortikos might have won this round, but it was a close, competitive round. Could have went either way. Maybe Dortikos won that 11th round, but he's still too far behind on my card now after Ramirez put that run together from 7 to 10, where I gave him 7, 8, 9, and 10. 4 straight rounds kind of put this at a distance for Dortikos, but I thought he might have won the 11th. So yeah, man, we got almost 500 people in the chat. Thank you, everybody, for joining. Got it lit. And it's almost main event time. Neither guy is warmed up in the locker room. They're both dry, Jake Paul and Chavez. Chavez looks a little more loosened up. Paul looks a little bit more tense. Yeah, Chavez Jr. is smiling. Paul looks a little tense, a little nervous. Yeah, Jake Paul looks a little nervous in the dressing room. And he's very dry. Very dry. Chavez is a little less dry. Yeah. All right, so we'll see. That might be an upset. Might be an upset. We'll see. So. All right, round 12. Here we go. Zurdo getting to the body. And, you know, we'll see if it's going to take a dramatic moment from Dortikos. Otherwise, we're headed to Zurdo retaining on a decision. I can see Dortikos getting a split, you know, if he wins this round. Maybe getting one judge to give him a draw. Oh, good right uppercut by Zurdo. Off the 1-2, and then he angles off to the right and shoots that uppercut jab. That landed nice. He's busted up the face of Dortikos now a little bit. Nice jab by Dortikos. His face is swollen up a little bit now from the work of Zurdo over the rounds. Dortikos stepping forward. Ramirez back near the ropes, but Ramirez got this fight won now. Power hasn't bothered him for several rounds. Nice move off the ropes by Ramirez there to make Dortikos hit air with the lead left hook. Straight left hand by Ramirez. Straight left hand to the body off the jab. Let's see. Left hook to the body for Dortikos. I don't know if it's a voluntary defense, Keith. I got to keep it real. I'm not sure. And we're just winding this fight down now. Straight left hand by Ramirez. Bouncing around in the center. Straight left hand by Ramirez again. And Ramirez all night is just taking something off of the straight left hand to just find, so it could find a home. Dortikos still throwing bombs with his right hand. But Ramirez, you know, he's got a hell of a chin. He's got solid defense sometimes. Sometimes he doesn't, but sometimes he does. Minute left in the fight. Both fighters still getting good work done. But much more the same playing out. Good work in the pocket by both guys. Dortikos landing some good body shots. Zurdo popping his head up. Zurdo winning the round, by the way. Landing all the eye-catching, head-snapping shots on Dortikos. 30 seconds left. And we're going to wind up, this is going to wind up being 116-112 Zurdo on my card. Maybe 117, 111, it was dead even after 6. And then Zurdo just distanced himself. Again, that pivotal moment was the 7th round, halfway through. And they closed the show, letting their hands go down the stretch. Straight left hand counter by Zurdo. Low blows by Dortikos. A lot of low blows by Dortikos tonight. And the two come, they hug. And Zurdo should win this fight by unanimous decision. 116-112. I think one judge will be generous to Dortikos and give him a 115-113. One judge will have it 116-112. And one judge will have it 118-110. That's my prediction for the scorecards. That's my... What's up, Gustavo? Chiquian, what's up, brother? I think Jayo Pataya definitely beats Zurdo. Definitely. Definitely, definitely. Definitely, definitely, definitely. He's faster. He has better feet. He has the power. And Zurdo doesn't have the power to stop Jai Opetaia, so he's not outpointing him and he's not stopping him. I think Opetaia is definitely beating Zurdo. But this was a solid fight. This was a solid fight. Solid. I give credit to Zurdo. I still think Zurdo, he could come in better shape. I mean, he could come in better shape than this. But I love his punch resistance is super impressive. And again, in the 7th round, when the fight was on the table, and it felt like Dortikos might be taking over the fight and could to start the second half, Zurdo made a really good championship level stand and took the play from him, and then took over the fight and didn't look back. So I give props to Ramirez for that. Help out with the super chats before the big event. Let me see. Oh, my wife ordered the ice cream. Awesome, great. So after this decision, I'm going to take one last piss for main event time. Thoughts on Max coming back? I mean, Max is like my Michael Jordan. He's the best. But it sucks that he's being summoned back from Turkey's money and not in some different circumstance. But regardless of circumstance, it'll be dope to have Max Kellerman back. So now we just await the decision for the WBA, WBO cruiserweight titles. Again, pretty positive that Zurdo retained. I don't want to see Benavidez move up and fight him. Here we go. Let's see what we get. I'm saying 115-113. One generous scorecard to Yuniel. And then 16-12, 18-10. Let's see if I'm right. I want to hear this. I'm going to hear this. 2 115-113s. And 1 117-111. So 2 115-113s and 1 117-111. Good cards. I'm not mad at them. And Dortikos is trying to cry robbery, but no, he definitely lost. Gave it a good fight at 39 years old. But if he wasn't going to knock Ramirez out, he wasn't going to beat the younger man over 12 rounds. And he couldn't knock Ramirez out. Ramirez has one of the best chins in boxing. Ramirez really could take a fucking punch. This just in, fighters from Mexico have good chins. Who knew? So, hey, Chiquian said, I got the Little Caesars, got my girlfriend came over. We're just going to enjoy this night of boxing. Hey, do your thing, Chiquian. That sounds dope, bro. Sounds lovely. I go to Tahoe tomorrow. So I got to go to Tahoe with the family for a week tomorrow. But let me go back to Jeopardy for a second because I got to piss. I got to piss. Oh, I'm a new man. I'm a new man. I'm a new man. Yes, sir. I'm a new man. All right, let's start a poll. Who wins The disappointment. The industry plant. Let's go. Oh, that's just disrespectful. All right. I won't do it. That's just mean. All right. I won't do it. I wasn't gonna call it that. Who wins? Jacus Paulus, Julio Cesar Chavez Jr. All right. All right, go ahead. The poll is up. Let yourself be heard. Let yourself be heard. Main event time, set to go down. Let's see what happens. Get your last picks in. I got Paul. I like Julio Cesar Chavez Jr. has to show me he won't disappoint us for the 5th, 6th, 7th time in his career. He has to actually pull through in one of these moments people want him to pull through in. So I got Jake Paul by decision. Again, my fight analysis, I think that Paul will be threatened, a little shook at the punching power and the left hook of Chavez early. It'll make Paul very cautious. But once he touches Paul with Chavez with a few things, that'll make Chavez's fighting spirit kind of start to diminish. And that'll breathe life into Paul. And he'll manage the fight and win a decision. But there's some vibes heading into fight night that Jake Paul could lose this fight because Piers Morgan sunned him during the week. He hasn't sold out the Honda Center, it looks like. There's no buzz really around this fight, and that's fresh off of him saying, I'm the biggest thing ever. I fought in the biggest thing ever against Mike Tyson, and yet no one really cares. So he looked a little tense and dry in the dressing room. So maybe Julio Cesar Chavez Jr. gets his redemption tonight and makes everything okay. The retiring on the stool against Fonfara, getting trash thrown on him in the ring afterwards at the StubHub, quitting on his stool against Anderson Silva, who was 0-1 and was 10 years older than him, damn near 50 years old, quitting on his stool against Daniel Jacobs, and then not showing up against Canelo, and then getting caught up and letting a prostitute rob him of his fight check after not showing up for Canelo for 12 rounds. It's been rough. Ever since he knocked out Andy Lee, it's been all downhill from there. If he can win tonight, he's everyone's hero in boxing. So, we'll see. But I suspect that he'll do what Chavez Jr. does. He won't deliver, and Jake will win a decision, and it won't really be an entertaining fight. That's my breakdown. But you guys go ahead and let it be known. We got 60% of people who think Jake Paul is going to lose tonight. So we'll see. We'll see. Just waiting for main event time to start. There shouldn't be that much time to kill on the broadcast. It's already midnight on the East Coast, so we should get this thing going. Piers Morgan absolutely cooked Jake Paul the other day. Yeah, he did. And it was refreshing to see someone not just give him what he wants because he makes a lot of money and has fame. And Piers Morgan's like, okay, that's cool, but I don't take you as serious as you take yourself, and kind of put him in his place. Kind of let him know, yeah, you could fool a lot of people. You could fool some of the people some of the time. You can't fool all of the people all the time. And you can make all the money you want and get all the fame and the followers you want. That doesn't mean real serious adults are going to respect what you do. You can't force us to do that. So, you could force us to say, yes, you've gotten better. Yes, you got you've gotten better as a boxer. Got to give you credit for getting in that damn boxing ring and fighting grown men. Some of them with different varying degrees of professional experience. Give them credit for that. But we don't got to play this game and treat you the way you think you should be treated. So that was refreshing from Piers Morgan. He definitely beat Tommy Fury and he beat Mike Tyson. LOL. I feel like you're trolling. And he's going to beat Julio. I think he's going to beat Julio. So let's get to this, man. I want to see this. I want to see if Jake Paul comes with the Freemasonic symbolism that he likes to do. That's why he, if you know, you know. That's why he wears the half black, half white trunks and the half black, half white profile picture and one black glove and one white glove and all that shit. And, he's into some weird Hollywood secret society shit probably. So, but whatever. 11-1 cruiserweight, some solid power, getting better. Let's see how he does against Chavez. Let's see. You know who would really get a kick out of it if Chavez pulls it off tonight is Canelo. Canelo would be like, oh, you were trying to tell people I'm scared to fight you, which is ridiculous. Yeah, Julio Cesar Chavez Jr. beat you, who didn't even try to throw a punch against me in 12 rounds. But does anyone else agree with me that Jake Paul's manager, that Nikisa Badarian guy, is really unlikable? Or am I alone in feeling that? So, man, you really don't like Paul. I mean, I don't hate him. I don't know. I just don't. What's there to like so much? Don't tell me, oh, well, it's his boxing skills, because then I could like 50 cruiserweights more than him that I don't even know who they are. But I know who he is, and it's not because he's one of the best cruiserweights. Yeah, it is what it is. Christopher, I give him credit where his due. Kick my ass, and he has gotten better. He has added some skills, and he does have heart and balls to not only get in the ring, but in the moments where he's had some adversity, he's responded. So I give him credit. But yeah, I don't know. I'm only gonna give so much praise. Christopher, not Chris, thank you for the super chat, brother. Says, Sean, it's 12 a.m. and East Coasters are up waiting. Why do we care? You don't have to care. You do not have to care. You could totally do something else and find out what happens later. But why do you care? Probably because you're holding out hope that Chavez is going to beat Jake Paul. And that's kind of the vibe I get with this fight, is nobody's really cares or is interested, but they're just going to keep a side eye on it on their Saturday night in case Paul starts losing. Then the fight's going to get a buzz. But if Jake winds up winning tonight, it's going to be another... It means nothing in terms of moving the needle forward for him. He already beat Anderson Silva, who made Chavez Jr. quit on his stool. He did that years ago. He did it with Anderson Silva fresh off making Chavez Jr. do that. So this isn't really a step up. So if he wins, not a lot of people are going to really care. No dummy. There's not enough dummies out there who are going to go, oh, but he beat a real boxer. No, everybody knows better. That's why Piers Morgan was giving him the energy he gave him. The only way this makes waves is if he loses. And that's what I think the boxing world and the sporting world is doing tonight. They didn't pluck down their money to watch it. They're just keeping an eye on it while they're doing something else Saturday night, and if in case he loses. So Melvin Huff says, quit yapping, bro. I am not. That is what this whole video is me yapping. I hate to break it to you. Jake Paul beat Tommy Fury, so why are you dissing him? I'm not. There's no diss. I'm just keeping it real. I'm not going to lick the guy's balls. I'm giving him credit where it's due. But he also didn't beat Tommy Fury. See, there you go right now. That's a perfect example. Why don't you give Jake Paul credit for something he didn't do? What's wrong with you? Why don't you give Jake Paul credit for something he is not? So, but we'll see. We'll see. All right, Claudia Trejos interviewing Chavez Jr. And I reportedly, Chavez Jr. has been battling with drug problems the last couple years, substance abuse. So that's probably why Jake Paul chose him. He chose a fighter who already retired on his stool to a 0-1 fighter that Jake already beat years ago and reportedly has been dealing with substance abuse problems. That's why Jake Paul is picking him. He thinks it's a lick. Maybe it'll backfire. But that's the calculation here. Duh. So we'll see what happens. Yeah. Man, this broadcast is killing some time. Good Lord. Let's get this thing going. Paul never beat Fury, and next fight Paul gets slapped. Well, Jake Paul's been taking steroids, says Zach Ray. Jake Paul versus Piers Morgan. Jake Paul versus Logan Paul. Who cares? One day it'll be an interesting study, and I'm being dead serious. It'll be an interesting study how a guy who's not like super good looking, not super talented, not super funny. He makes you laugh sometimes. He could be entertaining, but not a guy who's super funny or super good looking or certainly not a great fighter. It will be interesting one day to simply ask the question and dive into the question of why. Why then is he a big deal? That to me is the story with Jake Paul. It's not anything he tries to sell you. The so what? The story of Jake Paul that matters is simply asking why. Why is he famous? Why? And that anyway, but that's for another day. Right now we're getting ready to see him fight. He's got acne like a mug right now, Jake, on the side of his head, and make of that what you will. So let's see. Sean, if you want to go to bed, we won't be mad. Don't cover this fight because you feel like you have to. Thank you, Vinny. I appreciate that. I do have ice cream coming. That'll help. That'll help the experience. I don't stand the odds. Chavez Jr. is way better than Tommy Fury. It's not about it's about timing in boxing. Tommy Fury was a big guy with feet and some speed and athleticism. Chavez is slow these days, and he's a blown-up middleweight, super middleweight. Tommy Fury is a big guy who could fight at heavyweight, getting down to cruiserweight. He has a style, like an amateur style of bouncing in and out. Chavez is right there. So in a lot of ways, Tommy Fury was actually the harder fight. And I actually didn't know, but I picked Tommy Fury to beat Jake Paul because I saw his jab and his speed and his size and his movement. So Christopher, not Chris, thank you, brother, for the super chat. Says, switching channels. When will we address Teofimo race baiting antics either here on your channel or on Porter Way? And yeah, Jake juicing. Well, I talked about it earlier, Christopher, in a super chat, and there's just no excusing what Teofimo's doing. It's not working either. It wouldn't matter if it is working. It's still inexcusable. But it's not like being racist and saying bananas and monkeys and using the hard R is like working. It's not elevating his profile to another level. It's disappointing because Teo has a really good side to him. But I don't know. Asking me about and thank you for the super chat. I don't mean any negative energy towards you, but asking me about Teofimo saying racist stuff, it's like it's an obvious answer. Like, of course it's terrible and there's no excuse for it and nobody should do that. But it's like hey, what do you think of rape? It's like, oh, it's terrible. What do you think of the sky as blue? What do you think 3 + 3 is 6? Like, not to be a dick at all to you, Christopher. Thank you for the chat. But what I mean is, what else can I say besides that, right? That is it's disappointing and inexcusable, but it almost feels performative if I say it's so duh. Like, who needs me to tell them that saying monkey and banana in reference to black people and using the hard R is bad? Like, I almost feel patronizing and performative saying it, but yeah, it absolutely is, and it's not working. So I don't get it. I spoke earlier on it from another super chat that, in his mind, he feels slighted because he's the most accomplished out of all those contemporaries, Devin, Shakur, himself, and Ryan, and he's the most decorated. He's the 2-division lineal champion. He's beaten a future Hall of Famer in Lomachenko without controversy like Haney, and beat Josh Taylor, who was the man at 40, and yet he's probably made the least amount of money out of all of them. So that's got him talking crazy, I guess. I don't know, but there's no excuse for it. So it is what it is. Jake Paul, Relax It's Only Money, says he represents the decline of society. That's what I'm getting at. Relax It's Only Money. That's what I'm getting at. That's what I'm getting at. Melvin Huff said, bro's just a nerd, gooner. Don't take nothing he says to heart. I'm not a gooner. I get to, I get some from my wife, bro. I don't goon. I didn't even know what that was until a month ago. So, and a nerd, well, yeah, you're supposed to be a nerd about this shit, this boxing shit. You're supposed to pay attention to it. It's a sweet science, is it not? Is science not a nerdy concept, a nerdy aren't the nerds good at science? Well, this is the sweet science, baby. So yes, you could peep what the nerd says. All right, now Cody, Big Mo, Mama Ertz, the MC, getting ready to break it down. Here we go. Let's get to it. Jake Paul represents the dumbing down of our society. I agree, Matthew, but he's not the first. Again, that's why it was perfect when he compared himself to the Kardashian family, because Kardashian was the disciple of Paris Hilton, and like Paris Hilton and Maya was like the first one. Anyway, let's go. Lovable nerd. If you were right here, you'd have to take that. You'd have to take them punches serious. All right. Mexican anthem getting ready to be sung now. Mexicanos a grito de tierra. Something del cañón. Viva Mexico, cabrones. Viva United States. Trinidad or Cuarte? I need to know your opinion. Trinidad. Yeah, Trinidad. All right. Chavez Jr. got a good sweat broken up in the dressing room. He looks up for it, man. Jake Paul has looked a little tense, a little nervous, a little dry in his dressing room. Chavez looks loose, got a sweat broken up. And I think, Canelo endorsing him before the fight is a shot in the arm to there's probably a lot of Mexican fans in there. Mexican fans, the fans can't fight for you. But when Mexico's about to pull off a big win or a big upset, they tend to carry a certain energy in that building. They don't cheer, they roar. Like when Mexico's going to have a big night in a big arena, they bring that Roman Coliseum energy. They don't just merely cheer you on, they roar. They want the gladiator to slay the lion and hold his head up to the audience. That's how the Mexican fans get when it's their night. So, yeah, and I've seen them show up flat. Funny enough, when Canelo lost to Bivol, they were flat. There was no energy in the T-Mobile that night. But when Canelo fought Golovkin in the rematch, it was the Mexican Roman Coliseum. When Marquez fought Pacquiao in fight number 4, there was a feeling from the Mexican crowd of like, this motherfucker doesn't leave the arena tonight without his head on a platter. It was the Roman Coliseum shit. And that's the energy. If they want to support Canelo, they need to show up with September 13th. And if Crawford were to overcome that kind of environment, that'd be a real testament to his greatness. So now we got Moira singing the only Moira I know is from Overwatch, and I don't play with her. But American anthem being sung now. So here we go. Yeah, Paul is my official pick for this fight. But my wife looked at me last night with no bias and went, Chavez is going to win tomorrow. Just the feeling she got. And I there is a little bit of that vibe in the air, because this would be a fitting end for Jake Paul a little bit to have his run sacrificed to a has-been who didn't quite achieve his potential in Chavez Jr., allowing him to redeem Chavez Jr. But really what would be poetic about it is his run would end on a whimper, because this isn't the Conor McGregor fight. This isn't, this isn't like the Mike Tyson. I know he never fought Conor McGregor, but he always wanted that fight. This isn't getting Mayweather in the ring. This isn't getting Conor in the ring. This isn't this isn't the Mike Tyson Netflix fight. This isn't one of the MMA superstars. It's a Wash Chavez Jr. in Anaheim. And how fitting in a way would it be if this charade kind of ends on a popcorn fart? That'd be kind of funny and fitting to a degree. So we'll see. I mean, we got 60% of the chat voting Chavez wins. I got Jake Paul winning, but Jake Paul got his sweat worked up now in the locker room and looks, touched and moved by the United States anthem. I always will like Canelo all day over Jake Paul, but I did think some of the points Jake made about Canelo being a sellout were true. Well, what's that meme now they're mixing the Mexican and American anthem together? That's fire. That's kind of fire, man. Oh, that's really fire. I like that. That's the dopest thing MVP's ever done, along with Taylor and Serrano. Is that they made the Mexican and the American anthem conclude together. That was fire. Mwah. Good touch. So we'll see. Charade will let us see. Calm down. Yeah, Teacher Lynn, you got love for Jake Paul. I see that. All right, you're right. He could win tonight, eventually fight Zurdo, and, I'm just seeing it how I see it. But you're right. Anything's possible. We shall see. Yeah, popcorn fart, like the persecution of Uncle Junior Soprano. There you go. It ends like that. So that's my children, right? My kids are Mexican American, so that was dope to do that with the anthem. All right. People seem to be up for Chavez Jr. I'm surprised. I thought people would kind of know what this is, that he's not really supposed to win, and anytime you put your faith in Chavez Jr., he's going to let you down. But despite all that, people have their hopes up for Chavez. Not their hopes up, but they're just... It's not that people are getting so animated about it and hoping and pulling and praying, but they're just like, go do it, Chavez. Why not you? Go do it. And we'll see. We shall see. You think my stream's behind? Let me make sure. I'll update. I'll refresh, but Julio Cesar Chavez Jr. coming to the ring now. I'll refresh my stream just to make sure, but I think we're good. Yeah. Chavez Jr. coming to the ring. Here he comes. And again, 53% on DAZN feel Chavez Jr. wins the fight. DAZN with the 75C7BFC 67BFC barcode that will always be on every broadcast forever for some reason. Chavez Jr. lifts his hands to the crowd. Steps between the ropes. The former WBC middleweight champion. I was there at Thomas and Mack for his career-defining fight, late 2012. Canelo was fighting down the road against Josecito Lopez at MGM. Me and my wife went to the fight. Maravilla Martinez fought a masterpiece for 11th rounds. And then Chavez Jr. went Meldrick Taylor against his dad and almost pulled a 12th round knockout out of his asshole. I could have said ass, but I don't know. I decided to say asshole. And he and still fell short, didn't win the fight, but he ruined Martinez's prime. Martinez shattered his knee on the knockdown, pulled through, and Chavez Jr. hasn't really threatened at an elite level ever since that night back in 2012. So it's been a descent into some chaos, into some low areas, but God has granted him with an ability to turn all that over against Jake Paul. Jake Paul coming out with the Mexican sequins robe, Mexican colors. And that's stealing from Mayweather. Not even just Floyd, Roger too. Ever since Floyd popularized the taunting, the tongue-in-cheek banter with Mexican fighters, and everybody from Gervonta to Jake Paul and other fights, Stephen Fulton against Figueroa, they all take from it. So let's see, baby. Got almost 700 people in here, man. Will Chavez be proud of his son finally if he wins? I think to Chavez Sr.'s credit, he's kind of moved on from that, to give him credit. I think he knows it is what it... You got to love your son for who he is, even if he can't beat Jake Paul and become world champion and all that. So here comes Jake Paul to the ring. What's his entrance song? I'll let the audio for just 1 second. Can't hear it. Todd Grisham, he was viewed by over 100 million people. Well, if he's such a great, amazing star and all that, then why is this fight? I don't know. He is a star. He is a star. Jake Paul, the popular cruiserweight, coming to the ring. Mexican robe on. I do think he'll win this fight. His feet have gotten better. He's become a little bit more, his defensive nuance gotten a little bit better. Knows to use his jab, and he has solid power, as we know, in that right hand. And has responded to adversity well the few times he's been faced with it, as a boxer. So here he is, the popular cruiserweight, Jake Paul. And he says, after this fight, he's going to jump into the top 15 and start really making a march towards the title at cruiserweight. So we'll see. J. Leon Love in his corner, and Coach Larry Wade. I love Coach Larry Wade, his strength and conditioning coach. Love Coach Wade like a brother. So got love for people on Jake Paul's team. Paul in the ring now, and now instructions and ring introductions are set, and we will have a fight any minute now. Thank you again, 700 plus. Keep it locked in for this live round by round. We'll be calling the action right down the middle, just as we see it. No bias here. May the best man win now that both fighters are in the ring. Got to get, again, we were talking bad about the Jake Paul, the negative aspects that should be talked about, but I give Jake Paul credit. Just seeing this man in the ring, didn't have any amateur experience, didn't fight as a professional till he was an adult, and to really get in there against a Julio Cesar Chavez Jr., no matter how washed he is, no matter how many weight classes he's removed from his peak, it takes balls and belief. And Jake Paul has both of those things. So, we'll see if he gets exposed tonight. But we'll see. See what we get. May the best man win. It's just about that time. It's just about fight time. So, Zach Ray, you better be doing some great commentary because I'm going to be watching and listen to talk over it. I'm here, baby. I'm the best. We're going to get it. We're going to get it. All right. Introductions now. Jorge Capatillo in the corner of Julio Cesar Chavez Jr., my brother, Jorge Capatillo. Love that family. Sean Gibbons to Chavez behind his right. 54 wins, 6 losses with the 1 draw, and 34 knockouts for Julio Cesar Chavez Jr. Again, once upon a time, a very formidable and powerful middleweight who had a hell of a chin. Moved up to 68. Punch resistance wasn't the same. Dedication hasn't been the same. Been a decade of disappointment for Chavez Jr. that he can make up for tonight. It seems there's a lot of Mexican fans that showed up for him. He helped sell some of these tickets in this fight. I believe it's the first time Jake Paul is really fighting a Mexican fighter. Jake Paul hasn't ever really had someone apply consistent pressure against him. Anderson Silva and Tyron Woodley did it in spots, but Chavez, though, for years hasn't really been a pressure fighter. He's fought in the center of the ring, stabbed the body with his jab, and looked to set up his one main weapon, his left hook. And hasn't really applied pressure for a long time. So if you're holding your breath, hoping Chavez Jr. is going to apply pressure on Paul, I don't know about that. I think instead he'll fight in the center of the ring, stab the jab to the body a little bit, and look to find the left hook. I think that'll be a little too predictable, but I think the left hook will keep Jake Paul honest and keep him cautious early in this fight until he can settle in and start to manage the fight. So Jake Paul, 11 wins, 1 loss, 7 knockouts. Huge, monumental gap in professional experience. I give Paul for doing that. But he's catching Chavez at the right time in life, at the right weight. But despite that, he's still in a fight tonight. We'll see what we get. Both fighters got their sweat worked up now. To me, Paul, a little bit more the tense and nervous of the two fighters, but also locked in and ready to fight. Nerves can be a good thing. Nerves help to push you to perform to excellence, or they could burn up energy. It's all about how a fighter manages them under the bright lights. Jake Paul getting a long-ass introduction. You would think he's Oscar De La Hoya with 6 divisions to get through. Shoe shine uppercuts by Jake Paul in the corner. And here he is, finishing up this introduction, ready to come to center ring. And we're going to get started. Now the robe comes off. Jake Paul with the Puerto Rico kind of Hector Camacho skirt styles trunks. living out in Puerto Rico now from Ohio. Looks strong and solid at cruiserweight. Here they come, center of the ring now, both fighters. Chavez bouncing up and down. Paul looking around. Neither fighter making that eye contact just yet. Chavez looking down, and not a whole lot of eye contact from either fighter. They touch gloves, and it's time for the main event. And we'll see what we get here, starting from the opening bell. I do think Jake Paul has the better jab up top, and that's going to be important from him. He's a naturally bigger guy with a better jab than Chavez. Chavez does have a good jab to the body to try to level change and set up the left hook. That's the main thing Paul has to look out for early. Here we go, round one. Paul meets Chavez in the center of the ring, flicks that up jab. Paul with his lead hand down, Chavez with the high guard to start. And Paul starts with the up jab, touching with his lead hand on the high guard. Yep, Paul keeping that left hand low, right hand by the chest. Chavez in the high guard. And Chavez immediately not applying pressure. Just like I said before the fight, don't hold your breath for Chavez to apply pressure like that. Left hook for Chavez, just off the mark. Paul bounces out of range to get away from it, comes back with his up jab from his hip, shooting the jab from the hip. Jab and a sweeping right hand to the body for Paul, falls short. Nice jab to the body by Jake Paul. And that's what Paul has to do here, is just be jab dominant. Chavez doesn't really have a jab, and if Chavez doesn't get inside or close the distance to land his one real weapon, his left hook, then Paul can manage the fight and take care of business. Paul, first with the jab. This is the range Paul wants. Long range, center of the ring, behind the jab. That's what Paul wants. Chavez is trying to make Paul give a mistake and give up his range and maybe catch him with a left hook he doesn't see coming. That's what Chavez is trying to do early. Chavez throwing no punches. Paul getting off first, sweeping right hands to the body off the jab. And jab to the body by Jake Paul. Minute 40 in the first round left. They trade jabs. Paul has the better jab. Chavez knocks his gloves together as if to say, come on, let's go. But it's a good first round by Jake Paul behind his jab right now. Paul with the lead hand low. Pause a little bit. Chavez is moving around the ring. Chavez is not throwing a punch and isn't fighting on the front foot at all. He's the one being backed up. And the jab of Paul is effective right now. It's a nice up jab from his hip. And I give Paul credit here. This is a nice, sharp first round for Jake Paul in round one. You could see the improvement with the lead hand and the balance of Jake Paul. Nice sweeping right hand by Jake Paul off the jab. I like what I'm seeing from Jake Paul in round one. I give him credit. That jab looks good. Nice up jab, splitting the high guard of Chavez. Paul is having his way with Chavez here, boxing his ears off to start the round. Now, boxing his ears off is a little overstatement, but he's firmly outboxing him behind his jab. Better feet. Nice jab to the body by Jake Paul. Jake feigning a little bit. Giving that lead hand low. You got to be comfortable to fight like that. Jake feigning. Paws out the lead hand. Shoots the up jab. Chavez got nothing in round one. Absolutely nothing. Paul backing Chavez up. Chavez, big left hook. That's all he's got. He misses by a mile. Paul sees it coming. He did his homework. He knows that's all he's got to worry about. Chavez already bitching about getting hit to the back of the head when all he did was eat a punch to the face. And Chavez Jr., what I tell you guys, man, this guy is going to disappoint you. Good first round by Jake Paul. Jake Paul is going to win this fight. Good. Jake Paul going to win this fight. Panama says pack him up. Yeah, pack him up. Chavez bringing no resistance in round one. And Jake saying something. I'll give Jake credit. He looks better. He's being met with no resistance. He picked a shot fighter who has quit multiple times in fights. So I don't really give him credit for the opponent. But I give him credit. He looks good. He looks to where, okay, he's getting closer to fighting a top 15 guy. Because the up jab is nice. The balance is nice. The feet are good. He's seeing the left hook come from a mile away. And there was one or two times off the up jab, he sweeped the right hand. Good. I got to give him credit where it's due. Got to give him credit where it's due. There it is. The sweeping right hand around the high guard of Chavez. Chavez already complaining about punches being in the back of the head is foreshadowing that, he's about to do some bullshit. All right, round two. Here we go. Jake bouncing up and down in front of Chavez, popping his jab, pops it again with the up jab, measuring, popped it. Jake can eat with the jab whenever he wants. Nice up jab again by Jake, stepping over to his left, double jab, just the jab, step around and jab. If you're Jake Paul, he's making the fight look easy. Chavez not using his jab at all, not trying to apply pressure and cut the distance so that he can get to a better range where he's not getting pelted by the jab. And he looks like the smaller man. And he is. Jake crouching down, lead hand low, and the referee is causing a pause in the action. What's he doing with Jake? Oh, too much Vaseline on the face. All right. And referee resumes the action. First minute of the second round. Jake, again, just dominating off the up jab. Or not dominating, but dictating off the up jab. Controlling off the up jab from the hip. Nice jab to the body by Jake Paul. Just fencing up top and then sticking that stab jab to the body. Chavez finally lets a jab go, falls well short with it. Paul feinting, bouncing up and down, up jab, sweeping right hand to the body. Paul can eat with the sweeping right hand of the body because Chavez is just a sucker for the jab up top, and he could eat something behind that jab if he wants. Good up jab again by Jake Paul. Jake Paul could just win this fight with the jab alone. Halfway through, he hooks off the jab. Chavez blocks it. Paul with the lead hand low. Double jab to the body. Straight right hand to the body. All for Jake Paul. Chavez just languishing on the outside, stepping around the ring, not doing much of anything. Straight right hand blocked. Left hook blocked, but Paul getting off first. Double jab by Paul. 1-2. This is becoming embarrassing already for Julio Cesar Chavez Jr. Like, you can't get off a single punch against Jake Paul. It's rough, man. You fought Canelo. Double jab, moving off to his left is Paul. Paul keeping it safe as he should. Why get greedy? Why give up your range and give Chavez an opportunity to fire the left hook? That's all he's got. Sweeping right hand to the body for Chavez. His first body shot of the fight, and that got in. Back comes Jake Paul with a jab to the body. Jab up top. And that jab up top, splitting the high guard. Chavez blocks the left hook. Paul in the center of the ring, lead hand low, feigning. Right hand by his chest. Not even worried about what's coming back. Chavez not giving him anything to think about. Chavez with no resist. Right uppercut lands for Jake Paul off the up jab. 2 up jabs. He shoots the right uppercut. Kind of like that knockout he had against, what was that, Andre August? Nice jab. Backs Chavez up. Another double jab by Jake Paul. And Chavez got to bring his balls or he's just, it's going to get stopped again. 2-0 Jake Paul. Chavez looks up at the sky as if he's a little lost already. 20-18 Jake Paul. And this is a very disappointing showing by Julio Cesar Chavez Jr. so far. But I'm not surprised. This is what I expected. And Paul just got to keep doing what he's doing. And he can open up more and more as the fight goes on. Chavez's fighting spirit will only diminish. And Paul can get a stoppage tonight. Just take his time behind the jab and then start hitting the body a little bit. And he can make Chavez Jr. quit. Let's see. See, I'm not a hater, right? Jake's doing his thing. I'm giving him credit for doing his thing. You just got to keep it in context. He's doing it against a guy who has nothing in there tonight. The minute Chavez missed with his left hook by a mile, it was like he's like, oh, well, I have no hope. That's all I got. That was the one thing I had was that left hook. And if that's not going to land or even get close to landing, yep, I got nothing. That's all I had. So back to round 3. Jake Paul just winning the fight off his jab. It's the up jab. Hasn't even had to have a high guard tonight. He's got to fight the entire fight at the same range with his lead hand at his hip. Sweeping right hand to the body by Jake Paul. That's the shot that could start to break down Chavez, is the sweeping right hand to the body off the jab. Chavez just languishing on the outside, high guard, not doing a fucking thing. Not even feinting. Straight right hand to the body for Jake Paul. Left hook blocked. Chavez blocks the left hook. Double jab, right hand, combination by Jake Paul, trying to split the high guard off the jab, and Chavez complains to the referee, but is doing nothing. Another up jab by Jake Paul. Jake Paul giving his best Floyd Mayweather impersonation here with the lead hand. Actually got his Bernard Hopkins going on. This is how Hopkins used to leave the lead hand low. Jake stepping over to his left. Double jab to the body. Measures up top. Chavez gets out of range. Resets back in range. High guard. With the body all open with the high guard. Jake just needs to throw something up top and then sweep to the body again, because Chavez is putting his elbows way up on when he has to block to the head, leaving the body wide open. Jake dropping both hands in the center ring. Jab to the body by Jake Paul again. He just gets the jab whenever he wants. Left hook, sweeping right hand, both miss. Blocked by Chavez, but he lands the jab to conclude that sequence. Jake Paul dropping both hands. Measuring with the jab. Right hand to the body. Maybe Chavez, though, is trying to make Jake Paul overconfident and just sneak him with one shot. Not out of the question. I don't see it coming. But if there's any strategy at all to Chavez Jr., and he's just not completely shitting the bed, he's literally trying to make Jake so overconfident and so in control that he just makes one big mistake giving up his height behind his jab, his range behind his jab, and Chavez can just catch him. But I don't know. I don't see him doing that. Chavez Sr. is yelling at Jr., come on, from ringside. Once they put that camera on him, he got a little embarrassed. Chavez Sr. doesn't like to feel embarrassed in front of the public. 20 seconds left. Double jab by Jake Paul. Just controlling the fight. Chavez isn't throwing punches. Big left hook by Chavez. That's what he's looking for, chat. That's all he's looking for is one left hook. And Jake Paul escaped, but he pulled out with his chin up. And Chavez was a little close to the mark. And Chavez, that's what he's looking for. So that's what we're looking for. It's 3-zip Jake Paul, but Chavez is still looking for the left hook. That showed me that is what he's still looking for, is the left hook. Can he make Paul pull out with his chin up? Can he make Paul overconfident in punching range and give his, not be defensively responsible? Chavez Jr. just looking for the left hook, which I thought he would. But to his credit, he's still looking for it in the thick of the fight now. That right hand to the body for Jake Paul landing on the button. Just touching with the jab, sweep, touch, hook off the jab, and then change levels and sweep the right hand to the body. That's the shot Paul lands on the slow-mo replay. So, man, let's get it over 1,000 people. There we go. We just hit over 1,000. Round 4 coming up. Jake Paul up. Easy. 3 rounds to nothing. Dominating the fight behind his jabs in the center of the ring. But Chavez still threatening a little bit with that last left hook at the end of the bell. Just missed the chin of Jake Paul, who pulled out with his chin up. Here we go, round 4. And Chavez Jr.'s game plan does appear obviously to be just look for one left hook. Just one moment. Paul landing his jab to start, sweeping the right hand over the top. And outside of the jab, he hasn't really landed a whole lot up top on Chavez. He's landed some hard right hands to the body off the jab up top. But Chavez using the high guard all night, keeping his hands at home. Hasn't eaten too many big straight right hands or left hooks. It's been eating tons of jabs though. Chavez, high guard, straight right hand to the body for Jake Paul off the jab up top. Chavez just keeping his hands up. Hasn't fired a punch yet to start the 4th. But Jake is starting to breathe just a little heavier. And Chavez is starting to put a little first right hand by Chavez. And he misses it. But there was some intent. Now 2 body shots by Jake Paul. And Chavez complains to the referee. Those were clean body shots around the elbows for Jake Paul. But Chavez at least threw a right hand a moment ago that had some intent on it. Chavez sweeps a right hand to the body and a right hand up top, and you could tell he's still got power, man. He's got to let his balls hang and let some punches go, man. I know it's easier said than done, but Chavez still generating power on those right hands that he's let go this round. Big combination by Jake Paul. Lands the jab, sweeps the right hand, and throws the left hook behind it, and throws with bad intentions against Chavez. Paul sensing that now Chavez lands his first right hand of the fight. Chavez steps in, throws the left hook to the body, and sweeps the right hand up top. Paul seemed to sense that Chavez is making his move now, and that's what made him punch with badder intentions. But Chavez is picking it up now. 1-2 down the pipe by Paul, but Paul he's burning up energy this round. Chavez is finally making him work out of his comfort zone. Jab to the body, left hook to the body by Chavez Jr. Chavez Jr. with a first good left hook to the body. Jake Paul beginning to throw a little bit of get off me punches. Chavez is speeding him up. 40 seconds left in the round. Finally, Chavez showing some signs of life. Finally cutting the distance on the front foot now. Starting to catch the jab and close the gap. Paul breathing a little heavy. Right hand lands for Chavez over the top as Paul tried to escape out to the right. That right hand caught him as he tried to leave out the back door. 20 seconds left. Jake Paul gets his left hook blocked. He's breathing. Oh, good jab by Chavez. Finally, a jab by Chavez. That was a stiff jab that drove Jake Paul back. And maybe Chavez is now working his game plan. He decided to throw no punches for 3 rounds. Chavez with signs of life. We got a little bit of fight now. Here we go. 4-0 Jake Paul. But Chavez landed a jab, a hard jab. He landed his first left hook to the body. He threw his right hand with bad intentions for the first time this round. Signs of life from Julio Cesar Chavez Jr. 40-36. Hey, my son, what's up, baby boy?
Here's your ice cream.
Thank you, son. Give me a kiss. Look how handsome that boy is. Show him. We're going to show him the right hand, too. Just show him the right hand. Go ahead. Yep. Oh, throwing heat. All right. But Jake Paul won that round, but Chavez Jr. began to make him expend the kind of energy, made him finally out of his comfort zone to where he can't just have his lead hand by his fucking hip and stand in the center of the ring and throw his jab at will and do what he wants. Chavez finally made him work. So, 40-36. Chavez smiling coming out of the 5th. Has he saved something for the thick of the fight in the second half of the fight? Here we go. We got a little bit of sparks flying now. Here we go. Round 5. Paul breathing heavy. Left hand low. Pumping his jab out, but not snapping it out. Pumping it out there a little bit. Jab, sweeping right hand by Paul. Paul getting off first. Jab, straight right hand to the body by Jake Paul. Paul getting off first. That jab just knocked up the head of Chavez. Jake Paul got the better jab. Now Chavez gets Paul on the ropes. Hard left hook right hand, but Paul blocks the left hook and smothers the right hand a little bit. Paul taking little half steps back. Now he takes a step towards Chavez. Paul just fighting with his hands low most of the night. 2-punch combination blocked by Chavez, but Paul has the hand speed advantage at long range, getting off first. Chavez cuts the distance a little bit, makes Paul have to retreat on the ropes and glide out to his right. Now Paul's stepping over to his left. Paul finally has to pick his glove up just a little bit. Left hand still low, but Chavez at least making him a little more honest. Good right hand to the body by Jake Paul in the center of the ring. Didn't let Chavez build up a head of steam and get him to the ropes. Got back to the center of the ring behind the jab. Swept that right hand to the body well. Referee causing warning to Jake Paul. Gives him a little warning. Little ice cream. Halfway through the 5th. Another Jake Paul round. Tripling up his jab to the body and to the head. Jab to the body. Chavez, he retreats when Jake Paul uses that jab to get him back in the center of the ring. But if Chavez stays in the pocket and catches that jab on the elbows to the body or catches it up top and fires and doesn't pull out of the pocket just because Jake's landing his jab, he might be there for the hook. But Chavez got to have the gumption to stay in the pocket when that jab lifts his head up and fire. And you got to have timing to do that, and Chavez super rusty. Big right hand over the top for Chavez, though. Makes Paul back up in a straight line and loops the right hand, follows him on the way out. Nice right hand to the body again, though, by Jake Paul. Double jab, jabbing back to the stomach in the center of the ring. In the center of the ring, Paul's jab lets him be first. Lets him be a step ahead. 30 seconds left. Left hook to the body by Jake Paul off the jab up top. He took a step inside where Chavez wants him and landed a hook to the body. Paul just touching with his jab. 20 seconds left, on his way to winning another round where Chavez just couldn't get off. 15 seconds left in the round. It's about to be 50-45, Jake Paul. But Chavez in little spots threatening. Paul tripling up the jab. Chavez too slow with his feet and his hands to land that left hook and lunges with a right hand and misses that too. 5 rounds to nothing for Jake Paul. So, this ice cream's good though. So, I can't wait until Sean gets mods. I'm sorry, Tay-Day. I gotta get it. I gotta get one. So, hey, you guys said my son was punching hard. I appreciate that. But yeah, round 6. We are about to enter the second half of this fight. There's no other way to score it. There's no way. By far the most competitive round of the fight was the 4th round. But Chavez certainly didn't win it. So 5-0. No other way to have it. No swing rounds. Definitely Jake Paul firmly in control. But little spots in the 4th round gave you a little bit of hope for Chavez Jr. He can make something happen. But we're into the second half of the fight now, round 6. And after a little bit of signs of life in the 4th, Chavez didn't do much in the 5th. Back on the up jab is Paul to start the 6th round. Left hook to the body, and Chavez has complained to the ref too many times. Right uppercut for Jake Paul off the up jab. Jake just shooting that up jab, keeping his right hand by his chin. Nice left hook to the body again by Jake Paul. And Chavez keeps complaining to the ref, but they're not low. And the ref actually pauses the action to tell Chavez, dude, they're not low. He points to him where he's getting hit at, so he stops complaining. Right uppercut for Jake Paul off a nice jab. And Jake Paul's feet are good tonight. Like, he's pivoting, he's turning in the center of the ring. Jake Paul definitely looks like a real boxer in this fight. You got no doubt about it. Left hook to the body by Chavez, but not a lot of steam on it. Paul ties him up. Paul, lead hand low, in control, center ring, shoots the double jab. Paul has landed some hard left hooks to the body off the jab in this round, and a couple of hard right uppercuts. Now Chavez tries to get off a right hand to the body inside. Paul shoves him off, gets that distance. Paul beginning to work on the inside a little bit more now. Shoot quick little right uppercuts. And Chavez, again, no work rate to speak of. No volume. Non-existent volume. Chavez, though, coming forward. High guard, right hand to the body by Jake Paul. Right hand. Oh, finally, Chavez steps in, sweeps a right hand to the body and a left hook up top. Good 2-punch combination to drive Paul into the ropes. Paul kind of shakes his head like, nah, it's not going to do it. If that's what you were waiting on to make a difference. Minute left in the 6th. Another big Jake Paul round. Chavez did land a 2-piece finally. Paul near the ropes. Double, triples up the jab. Moves out to his left. Gets off the ropes. Near the ropes again. Nice right hand by Julio Cesar Chavez Jr. He doubled up the left hook and then finished with a straight right hand. And that touched Jake Paul. Jake Paul clinches again. So a couple of landed shots in the last minute for Chavez Jr. Paul lead hand low. Center of the ring. Right hand low too. Feints. Shoots the jabs. Nice right hand to the body for Jake Paul. That's been the punch all night. He uses the up jab and then sweeps the right hand to the body around the elbow. Big left hook for Chavez. Just off the mark. He almost got Jake Paul with the... He did. That landed. Jake Paul comes back with a right hand though and sweeps the right hand to the body. He turns off the ropes and fires back at Chavez Jr. But Chavez kind of got in that hook that Paul didn't see coming, but he didn't land it flush on the mark. But it got Paul's attention, but Paul responded right away with a combination. So credit to him. And that's it for the 6th round. 60-54, Jake Paul. So, chat, I believe I said before the fight my official pick was Jake Paul, or Julio Cesar Chavez will frustrate you and disappoint you, and Jake Paul will win the decision. So far, that's where we're headed, right? So far, so good. But Jake Paul looks a little bit better than I thought he would. I gotta give it to him. He looks all right. He looks all right. He don't look like a YouTube boxer. He looks like a boxer. Do I think he beats Zurdo? Fuck no. But he can fight. He looks like a pro a little bit. The fight is rigged? I don't think so. I don't think so. But it is weird how Chavez can throw heat in little spots, but I know what I'm watching. He's trying in spots and he just can't do it. So it's not that he's losing a fight he could otherwise be winning. He's just losing. All right, round 7, excuse me. Paul starting to the body. It's interesting how Paul's body shots haven't broke down Chavez yet. He's hit him with a lot of body shots. So, Jake fighting a guy with some real punch resistance is showing that he's not some one-punch knockout artist at cruiserweight. Although he hasn't hit Chavez with any real thudding right hands. The weapon that made Jake Paul get some buzz was that right hand over the top, and he hasn't really, he hasn't landed it tonight, so we don't know how that's looking. But he's gotten so much better, to his credit, that he hasn't really needed that right hand. He's won this fight off his jab and off his body work and off his feet. So give him credit. Minute into the 7th, Jake continues to get off first and does a good job of clinching Chavez when he feels like it in close. Resets in the center of the ring. He's fighting with a good IQ, is Jake Paul. Chavez just can't make Jake pick his lead glove up. That's kind of disrespectful. Chavez gets in close, pushes off with the forearm, but doesn't let anything go. In close, center ring, halfway through the 7th. Paul landing his jab, right hand over the top by Chavez, left hook to the body by Chavez. I can get why people would be like, oh, is Chavez holding back? Because every now and then he throws heat. But, it's his distance. He don't got the distance down. He don't trust his conditioning to be consistent with any kind of work rate. Right uppercut by Jake Paul. Big right uppercut from way far out, but it landed. Made Chavez go back straight into the ropes, and he followed him out with a right uppercut and lifted his head up. Minute left in the 7th. Jake Paul pitching a shutout. Chavez clinching in the center of the ring. Referee breaks him apart. 2 body shots by Paul. Right uppercut on the inside. Paul throwing has mixed up his punch selection tonight. Hasn't been the predictable jab to the body, right hand over the top. Horrible catch and shoot left hook that you're used to seeing. He's showing some more wrinkles in his game. This has been the best performance, I think, of his career. Left hook to the body lands for Chavez. Paul ties him up on the inside, but works in the clinch. Paul working in the clinch. Less than 20 seconds left in the round. Paul on his way to a shutout tonight. Didn't land a lot of clean shots that round, did Jake, but, just totally initiated the action. Got off first. Got away from his jab a little bit that round. But yeah, 70-63, 7 rounds to nothing. Jake Paul's winning. And Chavez showed a little bit of life in round 4 and a little bit in round 5, but outside of that, hasn't done anything. I'll give Chavez Jr. some credit for at least coming forward as the fight progressed, because the first 2-3 rounds, he did nothing. He languished on the outside and did nothing. At least he's come forward in some of these rounds lately, and landed a couple of shots. Less than 10, but he's landed a couple of shots. Here's Paul measuring off the jab, throwing a right uppercut from really way too far out, and he kind of left his back foot left the ground when he threw it, so he didn't really get leverage and power on it. But still good accuracy and placement off the up jab. He crouched down, came up with it. So, didn't get the leverage and the power on it because it kind of picked his back foot up, but good placement by Jake Paul on that right uppercut. So round 8 here to start. Again, Paul, right hand near his chest, lead hand, left hand all the way down by his kneecap. They trade jabs. Chavez Jr. with a rare jab actually landed his jab that time. Paul measuring straight right hand to the body off Jake Paul after probing with the lead hand. They trade jabs again. Big left hook by Chavez falls short. Big sweeping right hand by Chavez. Hits the back of the head a little bit of Jake Paul. Back comes Jake Paul with a straight right hand. Left hook to the body. Paul just doing a good job. Whenever Chavez gets some ideas of showing some moxie, he throws a couple of body shots just to take the play away. 1-2 by Jake Paul, getting blocked by Chavez. Chavez ties up. Or Paul been, tying up every time he's supposed to. Minute left, or minute into the 8th. Chavez in close, head to head. Paul ties him up in the center of the ring. Little bit of wrestling from both guys. Referee separates them. Paul with another right uppercut from too far out, but he's putting it behind the jab. Right hand to the body by Jake Paul off the jab. Touching Chavez with the jab. Back comes Chavez with a big power jab. Threw that power jab with bad intentions, but just not throwing enough, man. Chavez Jr. got 7.5 minutes left to let him fly. Otherwise, he's on his way to losing 10-0. 10-zip, 190. Paul working in the clinch a little bit. Referee separates him. About a minute left in the 8th. Minute 10. Another Jake Paul round. 2 up jabs from Jake Paul. Left hook to the body. Turns Chavez. Chavez with a combination inside and finishes with a left hook up top. And a straight right hand for Chavez. Back comes Jake Paul, though, with his own combination. Chavez right there has got to let it go. Paul is leaving his lead hand down in the pocket. Chavez has to fire. Paul is more tired now than he was earlier. Chavez got to let it go. And he's not. Letting go in the clinch, but that he can't let go in the clinch. He can't get leverage in the clinch. He's got to let go of his bombs. He's got 6 minutes left. Paul feints, steps out to his left, shoots his jab. Paul, right hand to the body off the jab up top. Paul more arm weary now, though. Less snap. Left hook by Chavez. Left hook to the body by Chavez. Right uppercut on the inside by Paul. Crowd trying to get hyped for Chavez's left hook attempts, but they're not changing anything. Paul just off with a big right uppercut, trying to walk Chavez into the shot. 8 rounds to nothing. That'll do it for the 8th. 80-72. Jake Paul. Junior got whatever he's got, brother. You got 8 minutes left. Let it out. Let it out. He's not going to, but. Paul is tired now in the corner a little bit, breathing heavy because he's used his legs all night. Managed the fight well, controlled off his jab. He's got 2 rounds left, and he'll win a shutout. So, yep. 2 rounds left. 6 minutes left. 6 minutes, Chavez Jr., you're on. Yep. Jake is feeling this. He's, getting close to the 10th round now. I can't remember. I don't know if Jake's actually gone a full 10 rounds. But Chavez Jr., if you got a Martinez 12th round moment in you in these last 6 minutes, by all means, let it go, brother. Chavez coming forward to start round 9. Paul backing away, fighting behind the jab, turning him to his left, turning him all night long. Paul with a 1-2. Chavez blocks it. Chavez trying to get underneath and come up with a hook, but doesn't fire. Jab to the body, right hand by Chavez. Chopping right hand by Chavez as Jake tries to reach out and clinch. Nice right uppercut to the body by Jake Paul, though. And Chavez Jr. is complaining that it's belt line. He keeps complaining, and the referee's not hearing it, bro. Got to let it go. The referee is not going to call. They're having a full-on fucking argument in the middle of the fight, the referee and Chavez Jr. And the referee is just letting him know, politely, stop bitching. It's not low. Your trunks are pulled up above your belly button, so stop it. Straight right hand to the body by Jake Paul. Off the jab. 2 minutes left in the 9th. Chavez with a left hook to the body in the clinch. I don't think Paul liked that. Left hook up top for Chavez and a sweeping right hand. Little bit of life here from Chavez. Jab lands for Chavez. Chavez got to let it go. Let it go. Jake Paul with that last left hook to the body was low by Jake Paul. Paul working the body, getting a little low. Back comes Chavez with a left hook to the body and a right chopping right hand up top. Jake Paul ties him up. Chavez got 4.5 minutes left. It looks like he's still got some snap in his punches. Let that shit go, Chavez. Paul, left uppercut. Arm weary, though. Less snap in his punches. Sweeping right hand of the body by Chavez Jr. Chavez Jr. plodding forward. Paul bouncing to his right. Sweeping right hand of the body for Chavez Jr. Paul with his back along the ropes ties him up. Minute 15 in the ninth. Paul with the double jab, just stabs to the body, but less power on his shots, less snap and steam. Left hook to the body by Jake Paul. Chavez steps in with a left hook to the body, but Paul is using his feet to get out of range. They tie up, Paul using a lot of clinching and not staying in the pocket. 2 hard body shots on the inside by Chavez Jr. Paul comes back with a tired right hand to the body. 40 seconds left in the round. A tired right uppercut lands for Jake Paul. Jabs by Jake Paul. Straight right hand to the body. Paul still winning the round even if he's arm weary. Still getting off first. Straight right hand lands for Chavez Jr. Left hook to the body for Chavez Jr. Paul is tired. A right uppercut by Chavez Jr. off a shoe shine to the body. And a hard jab lands for Chavez Jr. This could be the first round he's won. Crowd coming to their feet. But Paul is taking the punch as well. Left hook lands for Chavez Jr. Paul is tired. 7 seconds left. This could be a Chavez Jr. round. Close. Finally, a close round in the ninth. Chavez Jr. says, yeah, I finally won a round against Jake Paul. And goes back to his corner. So, 89-82 for Jake Paul. 89-82. We'll give Chavez Jr. the ninth. 89-82. 89-82, Jake Paul. 8 rounds to 1. 1 round left. Does Julio Cesar Chavez Jr. have a Meldrick Taylor in him? Does he have a Maravilla Martinez round 12 in him? Let's see. Based on the way Jake Paul was able to take his punches, I just think Jake Paul can see the finish line now. So I don't see, even if Chavez puts together some heavy shots, he's gonna hurt him. He might drop. He might drop him. He's not gonna stop him because Paul could see the light at the end of the tunnel now. He's 3 minutes away from the finish line. So here we go. And he's showing a good chin anyways. So here we go. Round 10. 3 minutes left. Chavez, this is it. This is the last ditch round of your fucking career. Paul knows he's got the fight won. Jab, sweeping right hand by Jake Paul. Still firing that right hand. Right hand to the body by Jake Paul. Jab by Jake Paul. Chavez steps in with a left hook to the body and a chopping right hand. And Paul gives away defensively after the first punch. He just dips his head down and doesn't see a shot coming. That's something other guys are really going to take advantage of moving forward. Paul still letting his hands go. Tired, arm-weary punches more so now, though. Double jab by Jake Paul. Chavez got 2 minutes, 10 seconds. Coming forward is Chavez. Paul leans his head down and leans down on it. 2 minutes left in the fight. Paul still working first. Still getting off first. Chavez not firing. Waiting too much. Chavez with a right hand. Paul stepping out of range. 1-2 by Paul. Chavez in close. Doesn't fire. Minute 36 left. Jake Paul walks him into a little bit of a right hand there. Minute and a half left. They clinch. Jake gets out of the clinch. Left hook, chopping right hand. Jake Paul, to his credit, exchanging hooks with Julio Cesar Chavez Jr. and punctuating the exchange, getting off last. Right hand to the body by Jake Paul. Right uppercut by Jake Paul. Jake Paul swimming in there. Not just going into prevent defense. Jake Paul still winning this 10th round. Even with the fight won, he hasn't just clinched and played keep away. He's gotten off first. He's letting his hands go more than Chavez Jr. 1 minute left in the fight and perhaps in the career of Chavez Jr. 55 seconds. Lead left hand lands for Chavez Jr. Paul on the ropes. Chavez trying to get to the body, not effective. Paul's back off the ropes now, back in the center of the ring. Lets his hands go. Makes Chavez cover up off a combination. Oh, Paul tired and has bad. Oh, Paul, man, if Chavez had a lead left hand lands for Chavez, 30 seconds left, and Paul is very weary in there. If he was in with a fighter with some juice who could put some shots together, they'd be able to stop him. 20 seconds left. 1-2 by Paul. He's on his way to winning this round. Winning 9 out of 10 on my card. Left hook to the body off the 1-2. Chavez steps in, lets his hands go one last time. But Paul still outworks him and punctuates the exchange. Left hook near the bell for Chavez. Sneaks around the guard, but way too little, way too late. 99-91. 9 rounds to 1. Jake Paul won this fight hands down. He gassed late. He wasn't as sharp down the stretch, but fought well. Good up jab throughout the night. Good feet. Defensively responsible. You know, he won the fight. No doubt about it. Chavez Jr., effort got a little bit better as the fight went on, but, you know, he doesn't have conditioning to fight with any consistent pace. He's rusty, so he has no timing. So even though he wants to just set everything up to land one shot, that left hook, he's rusty, so he doesn't have the timing to do that. Jake Paul took his punches when they did land, to his credit anyways. And he doesn't have the conditioning to have any kind of consistent work rate. So I say this as I eat my ice cream. For some people who thought it was fixed, I could see why you might think that, because Chavez just isn't letting his hands go. And when he does let his hands go, it's threatening. Like it looks like threatening punches that could cause problems if more of them were thrown. But he never has had conditioning. He never has fought at a high pace. And he's rusty. So what you see is what you got from Chavez Jr. And Chavez Sr., you know, disappointed. To give Chavez Jr. the bare minimum requirements, he at least didn't quit, right? He didn't quit, and he started coming forward. So at least he didn't quit, and at least he came forward. But yeah. Hope you guys enjoyed that fight call. And now we'll just see. It wasn't fixed, but it was definitely scripted. I mean, who knows? Who knows? But Nikisa Badarian building up Chavez Jr.'s, oh my God, that was a great fight, and blah, blah, blah. Jake Paul can fight a little bit. He's not, barring them fixing a fight for real, he's not going to be world champion. So he tonight, when the going really gets, like when the fighting actually happens, and he can't just have an up jab on the outside, and like there was so many times he was defensively vulnerable in these last couple rounds. He would make Chavez miss the first punch and then give himself. He would just drop down, no vision, no eyes up on the target, and he would just drop down, and yeah, that'd make Chavez miss the first shot. But Chavez started clubbing him with right hands on the top of the head down the stretch of the fight because Jake has that first defensive maneuver and then he just gives himself, you know? So all other real professionals are going to take advantage of that. But you know, he's gotten better. So it's gotten better, but it's still a facade. Yes, he's gotten better. Yes, he's got balls. Yes, he could box a little bit. But he's ultimately trying to convince you he's world champion caliber, and he's not. But I give him credit. He boxed well tonight and dominated this fight. So let's hear. This has to be 399.91s. 99.91. 97.93, that's very generous. And 98.92, wow. I thought he'd have gotten a clean 10-zip on one of the cards, if not 9-1 on all three, but the judges gave Chavez a couple rounds. And the winner by unanimous decision is Jake Paul. So, Man, let's you know what? Instead of me reviewing the fight now, let's just listen to me from like 6 days ago. Let's do that. Let's listen to me from 6 days ago. Do you want my take on this fight? I'll give you my take on this fight from 6 days ago. Hold on. Let's see here. All right, let's see how my prediction aged.
Dortikos is the Cuban
in the ring with Gilberto Ramirez. Zurdo.
I like the Cuban.
I like the Cuban too.
Why do you like him?
No. What says you, Sean?
Oh, I got this right too. I picked
I hope remember Tabiti.
Yeah.
I guess if nothing else to offset you and Paul, I'll go Zurdo because he's younger.
Yeah.
Dortikos is close to 40 years old. And then it's hard to knock out a big Mexican. It's hard to knock out a big Mexican. Zurdo is a big guy. I know he came up from 68.
It takes a big old ass Cuban to do it.
It might.
What was it called?
So I got that one right? Didn't I? Zurdo won by decision.
George Park. Jake Paul Chavez Jr. Go ahead.
I look at this. I look at this like this. What Chavez Jr. is gonna show up?
Yeah.
Like,
Jake Paul.
Watch.
29.
His brother fought KSI with the headgear on back in England. I think that might have been 29. Silva beat him.
Here we go.
I just don't see how that's
For Jake Paul.
why when Silva beat him. Silva beat Chavez, and then Jake beat Silva a couple years ago. So I just don't see how that's. I get it
Because
Chavez has 50 wins as a professional, and you know.
And he's a boxer, whereas Silva comes from the UFC, from the octagon.
Right, but Silva still beat Chavez.
But people don't know that.
Yeah, well, I just told them. That's why they tuned in. Hey, sorry to spoil the show. But no, I think I gotta give Jake credit. I've been critical of Jake Paul, you know, and like that term industry plant took off last year in the Cat Williams interview, and that's kind of the vibe I get. Where did this guy came from? Disney. He's famous for being famous, like Kardashian or Paris Hilton. Like what do? You're not, you know. But
he's been working hard.
He has, and that's why before I had to say that, I gotta give him credit. He's a better fighter than he was a couple years ago, and he is a legit professional. You know, before all he had was that big right hand.
Right.
He'll stab the stomach with the jab a little bit, and then try to come over the top. But now he has a little. He catches and shoots with a hook. He changes the levels on his jab. He's got decent feet. He's not just a stationary target, and he's got balls. He's got balls to pick up boxing as an adult and now be fighting, you know, even if they're past it or they're this and they're that, fighting guys with professional experience. I think he's going to win the fight. I think he wins by decision. I think Chavez Jr. still has a left hook, but I expect after 2 or 3 rounds, just Chavez Jr. will fade a little bit.
Let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
Do you
Actually, to Chavez's credit, he didn't really fade.
think Chavez is going to put the pressure on him?
No, not really.
I love that. Paul, I love my man Paul Spatafor. Shout out to my paisan.
Do you think Chavez is going to put the pressure on him?
No, not really.
Sorry.
Not consistently. Not for more than a round or 2 at most.
Really?
Not for a round or 2 at most. Damn, boy, that boy cooking. That boy good.
No, I think some of it is inside. It's not that he can't go. You know, the guy was WBC middleweight champ. He can go. It's just this kid Paul is younger and he believes. He's more confident.
Hungry,
yeah, he believes I'm supposed to win. And Chavez Jr., you lose a number of fights, maybe you start to get the mentality of a loser. I don't know. It's deep. Like you become okay with losing. And, you know, I think that's.
And that's what Bomac is getting at in the Canelo Crawford fight. So, yeah, man, I feel like I picked that one pretty good. I feel like everything went to script. Yeah. All right, Chad. It's been a long stream. What do we want to do here? Hold on. Let's see. Maybe I could hit up my man Raheem. See if he wants to hop on this live and chop it. Let's hit up radio. Radio suckers never play me. All right. We'll hit up the great Radio Raheem. See if he has something to say about this.
I can't fucking watch it.
Oh, you didn't get to fucking watch it? Damn. All right, rain check. Rain check.
I mean, also, I think we perform better when we wait until the next day anyway.
We do. We have to think. We have to reflect on Jake Paul's unanimous decision over Julio Cesar Chavez Jr. It requires some thought.
Well, what you do that for? I was gonna fucking try to get the distance, really.
I'm live, by the way. I'm live, so.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I don't mean we perform better. I think the shows do better.
Oh, got you. Yeah. Well, we'll rock it tomorrow, man. I got to go to Tahoe tomorrow, but first we will talk this Jake Paul.
All right. It should be on YouTube, right? Like, I'm going to just search for
Yeah. Do you like... here, let me tell you what happened. Jake Paul used his up jab for 10 rounds, circled the ring at will. Chavez threw, maybe 100 punches over 10 rounds. He had 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 moments where it looked like he could do something, but of course he didn't. And, Jake won 9 out of 10 rounds behind the jab. Jake got tired late. Chavez tantalized a little bit, but didn't really do much. So,
entertainment value on a scale of 1 to 10.
5.
Really, it was a shit
5, 6. No, I mean Jake looked better. Jake's jab looked better than ever, and his feet were more educated, and you see Jake improving, but a 5.
His opponent he's and Chavez just wasn't fucking doing anything. 100 punches in 10 rounds?
Maybe.
Yeah, so, it was a fucking, not even a sparring session.
Yeah.
Fucking punching bag. Ugh, gross. You know what? All right. Hopefully, I'll just catch the highlights. I don't need to sit through fucking 30 minutes.
You don't. You don't. You really don't. You really don't. Make sure you catch... I'm not going to spoil it for you. Make sure you watch Kid Austin's fight with Tevin Farmer. Excitement very high.
Oh, the undercard. I bet the undercard's probably free on its own.
Nah. No, it was all...
No?
Nope.
Oh, shit. All right, well, I'll tell you what. I will commit to watching that. You know what? All right, yeah, we're going to get it. I'm going to sincerely try to find highlights, but the funny thing about this is if I haven't seen it by the time we have to go... You will just talk about it anyways. Yeah. Yeah.
Like a true television professional. Yeah, see the real pros, that's what they do.
I'm gonna make sure I get to watch that Schofield fight.
Yeah.
But if I can't catch a stream, which somebody's gonna put these highlights, get it pretty up.
Let me hop off. Let me hop off and talk with the chat. But
hit me after the chat.
I'll hit you, brother.
Oh, wait a minute. Am I on?
Yeah. Yes, I'm live right now. And yeah. So, there's that laugh. That laugh, though.
All right. Well, yeah. If I can't find him, it is what it is.
It is what it is.
Fucking chat, guys. See you soon.
All right, later, Raheem. Later. Yeah, that was Raheem. He's in England, man. So that's why someone said he's off the codeine. No, he's in England. It's what time is it in England? It's mad early is what it is. What we got? Yeah, it's what time is it in England? 6 a.m. So yeah. 154 punches. Okay, he threw 154 punches. 15 punches around. Okay. Man, that used to be rare. I feel like that's happening in boxing every other fight now. Someone's throwing less than 30 punches around. That used to be extremely rare. Man, Kylate says, Sean for president, make boxing commentating great again. Thank you so much. Teacher Lynn, your man Jake Paul did his thing. He did his thing. So, man, it's been a long stream. I got to drive in the morning. Is there anything we want to touch on before we get out of here? Kid Austin is the fighter of the night, bar none, no question. I feel
Yeah, he's an exciting player at 35, and that's it. That's it. No one's laughing at him now. Good for him. Good for him. Man, thank you for the super chat, Chad Bird with the $20. Thank you, brother. Thank you. I wish I could, do something for it, but thank you. I guess the commentary was good enough for your stand. Thank you, sir, for the super chat. Who wins, Sean, Canelo or Crawford? I'm giving the edge to Canelo right now. That anything could happen. Crawford could not only win, but he could make people who are potentially picking Canelo like me look very stupid and box his ears off. And Crawford is really good at so many things, and you don't know what he's going to throw. But I think Canelo, maybe the people picking Crawford are forgetting how great a defender Canelo is on the front foot, that it's not going to be easy for Crawford to pick him off coming forward. And Canelo's very, very accurate and has incredible technique on how he punches. And that all the power doesn't even always have to land. It just has to hit Crawford on the arms. And if his nervous system doesn't like it, that's going to help Canelo a lot. But, Canelo better be up for this. Canelo's got to want it. He's got to have some effort in this. And what I mean is pre-punch. Round one. If round one Canelo is summoning some of that old vintage Canelo and he's moving his head on the front foot and feigning that lead hand a little bit, if he's busy pre-punch, he's probably going to have a good night. But if he's the Canelo against Berlanga for long stretches and the Canelo against Skull, where he's just coming forward out of a high guard, Terrence is going to figure that out and pick him apart. But if Canelo is hard to hit coming in because he's on his P's and Q's and he had a good camp where he actually trained really hard, so his conditioning is on point. Because if his conditioning isn't up to par, he can't do all that pre-punch stuff. That takes a lot of energy. But if he's got his pre-punch game on point, if he's moving that head and feigning, then it's going to be hard for Crawford to stop him from cutting the distance and inevitably getting to a range, either getting Crawford on the ropes or wherever, where he could fire, because Canelo's going to have the edge in mid-range, close range. And I think he could surprise Crawford with his speed in mid-range. Canelo looks slow if you're moving on your toes and you're making him reach in the center of the ring from too far out. That's when he misses that big left hook and it looks ugly. But once he's in range, that motherfucker's coming faster than you think, and with a lot of power and precision. It's on the butt, it's on the mark. Wherever it's aiming, it's on target. So, and Crawford gets hit. Now, the problem is Crawford got hit by smaller men whose feet may have very well have been faster than Canelo's. Jose Benavidez, Mean Machine Kaviaskis, Madrimov, Sean Porter. I mean, Sean Porter, ESPN, Andre Ward, Tim Bradley, go back and watch that fight. By the time it's round 6 and 7, they're beginning to think it's Sean Porter's night and that he's going to win that fight. And I know for a fact, because I was with Sean that whole camp, he had a horrible camp. Kenny Porter told no lies when he said that in the post-fight. And despite that, Sean's physicality was still giving Crawford issues. But Canelo doesn't have Sean's athleticism and style. He's definitely on a different level than Sean. But styles make fights too. So even though Canelo is hands down better than these guys that have hit Crawford and Mean Machine and Sean and Jose Benavidez and Madrimov, styles make fights too, and they possess attributes that Canelo doesn't necessarily have. But you would think overall, if they found a way to fucking hit him with right hands, Canelo, who's a greater fighter than all of them, even if he doesn't have what they had to land it, will find a way to land it, because overall he's Canelo. He's on a different level than those guys. And, that's going to be an issue for Terrence Crawford. But, again, there's a chance that Crawford just puts on a masterpiece. It makes a lot of people eat their words, makes a lot of people like me look bad. I wouldn't be shocked if that happens. And by round 3, once Crawford is leaving Canelo in no man's land and Canelo's lost that C on long range and Crawford's just turning him and controlling the fight, I'll be like, well, I feel dumb now. So I could definitely see that happening. But let's not underrate Canelo's IQ and defense and precision. You know what I mean? He is super punch for punch, one punch for punch. Crawford is a better combination puncher. He's a busier fighter. He throws at a better volume. He has a busier jab, quicker feet. But Canelo has better timing, and punch for punch is more accurate. So he has timing, accuracy, precision, and you could argue too at mid-range and close range he has better form than Terrence Crawford in terms of textbook turning a punch over. Canelo is got beautiful technique on his power shots. So again, it doesn't look beautiful if you're moving on him like Lara and like Crawford's going to do and like Mayweather did. You make him reach in the center of the ring. It's like, oh, that didn't look very precise. And he loses his balance since he's putting everything in the shot. But once he lines you up and has the distance down behind the shot, super accurate and powerful, and the speed might surprise you. So we'll see. Kid Austin or Shakur? I just know I was telling everybody Kid Austin's a live dog against Shakur, and everybody was thinking I'm insane, that I'm retarded. And now I don't know. Let me go back to the comments of the Kid Austin. Let me remind people. Hold on. Zittel, Stevenson, Austin. I think we got to go back to. Okay, so look, I put it right here. Big upset, right? Now to the only fight on the card that actually has a huge underdog, which is Floyd Schofield, Kid Austin against Shakur Stevenson. Everybody else is like at most bordering on minus 200 as a favorite. Kid Austin is a plus 700 underdog. So I'll let it rip because I've been talking to you about this fight for weeks off the record.
I can't believe this.
And so Shakur Stevenson is Shakur Stevenson. He's earned the right to be the favorite in this fight. No doubt about that, right? So while I don't know if I can bring myself to pick this huge upset, I would not be shocked if it happens. And to the people watching, like if you're looking for a bet on the card and you're looking at the odds everywhere and you're saying everything's so even and I don't know which way to go. Look, if you don't mind parting with $100 and trying to come up on 700 or whatever you can spare, and you're thinking of a bet that you could come up on, I think Kid Austin is 100% worth a run for the money. 100%. And everybody's counting him out in this fight. I do not. You know, he does not have what Devin has and Shakur has and Tank has and Abdullah Mason has. And what that is, he is not a precision artist. He is not a one-punch select with great placement and timing kind of guy. He's a little bit more out of the Sugar Shane Mosley mold or even Sean Porter. He's not like, some people be like, that's blasphemy. Sugar Shane is one of the greatest fighters of the last 25, 30 years. I get you. I'm just saying out of that mold. And Shane Mosley wasn't a precision guy like that. He's going to throw a lot of combinations and he's going to place the bombs within those combinations well. But in order for him to place the bomb, he's got to get off. He's got to put them together, right? And he's not a pop shot artist. And Kid Austin, he's hungry, man. Do you think this guy wants to continue to make, and I don't really know what he's making, so I'm being kind of funny here, but he just had his first kid. Do you really think he wants to keep making $70,000 and $80,000 Golden Boy paydays fighting Rene Tellez Guidon? You know, that's a huge problem for him in this fight. You're jumping from Rene Tellez Guidon to Shakur Stevenson, and Shakur has fought a number of legit work. He feels like he's getting ready for this amount of punches thrown against De Los Santos and landed fighters in their physical athletic primes that have exciting styles. This would be an exciting shakeup for the division. And in order for Kid Austin to win this fight, Shakur has to oblige. He has to help. So anyways, point is, I was saying all along that Kid Austin was a live dog against Shakur. And let's read the comments. What were they saying? And Shakur by decision, easiest pick of the night. That's crazy. You guys are underestimating Shakur. I see a sweep. Kid Austin can't upset Stevenson. He pull out the fight. Never been impressed by Kid Austin. So, yeah, but most people were just saying he didn't even show up, which is fair. Gotta be your worst breakdown of a fight, Sean. Shakur is levels above Kid Austin. He has no inside game and relies only on athleticism. But yeah, I mean, we never got to see what happened, but I think it was a real fight. I think it was a real fight. So we'll see going forward. I do think the Shakur Zepeda fight. Now I definitely think Shakur is going to win because Zepeda went 24 rounds, and he's supposed to have power. And Kid Austin took 80 seconds. It took William Zepeda 72 minutes. It took William Zepeda a shitty comedy movie from the 2000s, which were barely 90 minutes. It took him nearly like Legally Blonde time, the runtime of Legally Blonde, or one of those shitty comedies from the 2000s. It took him that long, and he still, while throwing a million punches, didn't hurt or drop, or he did hurt, but he never like dropped or stopped Tevin Farmer. And Kid Austin did it in 80 seconds. So I think Stevenson beats Zepeda. But maybe not. Maybe not. Styles make fights. We'll see. So Shakur Stevenson is not Tevin Farmer. No, he's not. It's definitely better. I give Jake Paul credit. He looked okay. Sharp jab, decent boxing IQ, took some good shots. I can't hate. Well said. Well said, JP Farley. I think you summed it up very well right there. I'll say it again. Looked okay. Sharp jab, decent boxing IQ, took some good shots. Yeah, there you go. That's fair. That's definitely more than fair. That's fair praise for Jake Paul. But yeah. All right, chat. I'm going to get up out of here. You guys are the best. Love you guys. And I'll check everyone out later. Me and Raheem should be rocking in the morning. I'm off to Tahoe for the week. I'll be back 2 weeks for that Shakur Zepeda card, headlined by Berlanga and Shiraz. I got to get to my tape studies on those fights, get those fight picks out there. And, yeah, man, for me, it's been a rough year of picks. I'm above 50%, but I like to be at 80 to 90%. And this year allowed me to make my excuses with all this turkey stuff, and my mind has been, drifting to the bigger picture, the deeper picture beyond the ring this year in 2025. And I'm going to make an excuse. I think it's affected my fight picks just a little bit because I'm watching these fights and trying to break down tape, but my heart's not into it the way it normally would be because I go, who gives a fuck with all this turkey shit going on, man? This is deeper than, what's it matter if they're all fighting if it gets monopolized and overseen? I don't know. I'm thinking about all this other big shit. And something came to me about Canelo Crawford. I said, if you don't pick this fight right and kill it with your analysis, you know what I mean? Then no one gives a fuck what you have to say about all that other shit. So like a night or two ago, I said, all right, you know what? I have to get Canelo Crawford right. Like, I have to take it as my duty. Not because I care so much who wins and who loses or none of that, but because the only way I keep my credibility to make anyone give a fuck about anything else is if I nail it first and foremost with my first task at hand. Pick Canelo Crawford right. And then we could talk about all that other stuff. So I'm on a mission. I want to pick that fight correctly. So you guys help me stay sharp between now and September. And God bless you guys. Have a great rest of the weekend. Have a great rest of the summer, and check back in on the channel for